Desperate times call for desperate measures. In the most desperate hours of World War II, 80 volunteers stepped forward to try that which had never been done before, to launch one of the most daring raids in aerial combat history by flying fully loaded medium-range bombers from the deck of an aircraft carrier. It was a single mission of only 16 bombers. Its primary objective was to raise the morale of a nation stunned by the surprise attacks and sweeping conquests launched by the Japanese in December of 1941 by doing what was thought to be impossible at the time, bombing the Japanese home islands. As fate would have it, when they left the deck of that carrier in the nearly gale-force winds of an early April morning, the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders would do far more than boost morale. They would trigger a series of tactical errors by the Japanese High Command, errors destined to change the outcome of World War II in the Pacific. 80 men, 68 years later, only 6 of them are still with us. Yet, their tradition dictates that all 80 of them gather, either in body or spirit, every year on the anniversary of that heroic and historic mission. Richard E. Cole, 95, from Dayton, Ohio, is the oldest surviving Raider. He was Jimmy Doolittle's co-pilot in the first plane to take off from the deck of the USS Hornet. Tom Griffin, from Green Bay, Wisconsin, was the navigator on Raider Airplane No. 9. Following the raid, he was shot down in Europe and spent nearly 2 years in a German prison camp. David Thatcher, of Bridger, Montana, is one of 2 Raiders awarded the Silver Star for distinguished gallantry in action, for actions they took to save the lives of the seriously injured crew members aboard his B-25 airplane No. 7. He is now 89 years old. Robert Height, the co-pilot of airplane No. 16, was captured by the Japanese after the raid and sentenced to death. He was held for 40 months until liberated by American troops on August 20, 1945. He was born in Odell, Texas. 4 men from the heartland, the Northern Plains, the Mountain West, and the Southwest. Men whose memories of an America united by the common cause of dire peril, and those gained by flying a mission that would lift the nation's sagging spirits and turn the tide of war, are as vivid today as they were in April 1942.
When we get together, it seems like the raid was yesterday. It's great to see the ones that are still living, and we pay homage to the ones that have passed on.
I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War.
attack. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
In December of 1941, Dick Cole was a young second lieutenant in the Army Air Corps Reserves, assigned to the 17th Bomb Group at Pendleton, Oregon. On Friday, the 5th of December, he had flown to March Field near Riverside, California on a 3-day pass.
We're given what they used to call an open post, where you get like a 3-day pass. We were in Hollywood at the time the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. On getting the notice that that had taken place, we immediately reported back to March Field and took off and went back to Pendleton. And from Pendleton, they divided the group up, and we went on submarine patrol, flying out of Seattle, Portland, Everett, Washington. And we did that until about first or second week in February.
While Tom Griffin was majoring in political science at the University of Alabama, he went through the ROTC program. After graduation, he spent a year with an anti-aircraft unit based at Fort Sheridan, Illinois. In 1940, he transferred to the Army Air Corps and was trained in celestial navigation. In January of 1941, he too was assigned to Camp Pendleton, Oregon.
They didn't have room for the officers out at the field at Pendleton, so we went into town and the townspeople rented bedrooms to quite a number of the Air Force officers. And somebody came in about 3:30 in the afternoon and came rushing in the room and said, "Isn't it awful?" And we said, "What do you mean awful?" And they told us about this attack on Pearl Harbor. That's the first we knew of it. It's an odd thing. That night, we went downtown and went to a movie theater. There was a movie on we wanted to see. And while we were watching it, they stopped the movie and a man came up on the stage and said, "All airmen from the field are ordered to report to the field immediately." But we got up and departed and went back out to the field, where our colonel gave us a little pep talk about what had happened and what was going to be expected of us, you know, that sort of thing. So that was my Pearl Harbor day.
After graduating from Spring Lake High School in Earth, Texas in 1937 and completing 3 years of college, Robert Height enlisted as an aviation cadet at Lubbock, Texas on September 9, 1940. He got his pilot's wings on May 29, 1941. He too was assigned to the 17th Bomb Group at Pendleton when Pearl Harbor was attacked. David Thatcher was 19 years old when he went from his father's dairy farm in Billings, Montana, to Missoula to enlist in the U.S. Army because he wanted to get away from dairy for a while. He was in airplane mechanics school in Lincoln, Nebraska on December 7th, 1941.
There was 20 picked from the 17th group, 5 from each of the 4 squadrons that went there to go to airplane mechanics school. So some of us were in the movie then. That was Sunday, so when they came out of the movie in the afternoon, we heard it had been bombed. No one expected something like that.
The December 7th, 1941 was a Sunday. And Sundays in flying school, when I was in advanced flying training at Victoria, Texas, 3 or 4 of us decided to go downtown Victoria and have lunch down there instead of eating in the mess hall. The base we were on was brand new. We had the BOQs were primitive, and the mess hall was not in good shape, and so we took the chance to go and get a nice lunch downtown. Well, one of the fellas had a car, and we were allowed to have them by that time in our training. If you were about to graduate, you could buy a car if you had the money to do it. And he had a radio in it, which I'd never seen before in an automobile. And we were riding around, getting back to the base, and the thing said that there was something had happened in Hawaii. And we just shrugged our shoulders. We didn't know what it was. And we never really didn't know much about Hawaii.
C.V. Glines had been the official historian of the Doolittle Raider Association since 1972. He has authored 3 books on the raid and assisted Jimmy Doolittle in writing his autobiography. He was also a World War II Army Air Corps pilot.
Next morning, on Monday morning, and we all went to the base for our flying training, and always there was a notice for each of our flights as to what the flying was going to be today. And the instructor had formation flying, gunnery, and he said in big letters he had written on the bottom of it, "There's a war on, get on the ball, follow me." Well, that's, that was about the norm. That was the announcement that we got, that there was a war on. We were on wartime. Well, our job was to follow him, and that's what we did. That day we went down to the gunnery range, we did our gunnery, and then instead of coming back to Victoria, he headed out to the Caribbean. And I was sitting there flying my formation. It was 6-ship formation. And I wondered why we're going out of the Gulf here. We're not supposed to go into the Gulf. We don't have life jackets or anything. We followed him briefly, of course, and he finally made a turn and went back to Victoria. When we got on the ground, one of them had the nerve to ask us, "Sir, were we lost after gunnery at Matagorda Island?" And he said, "We were supposed to look for submarines." And he went, and that, I think we thought he was kidding. And we really didn't understand what was going on. But we kept on with our training. That's all we were supposed to do.
In his now memorialized speech to Congress on December 8, 1941, asking for a declaration of war, Franklin D. Roosevelt called the attack on Pearl Harbor unprovoked and dastardly. In Congress, only Montana Congresswoman Jeanette Rankin, the first woman to be elected to the United States House of Representatives, voted against entry into World War II. Treachery and success of the Pearl Harbor attack on December 7, 1941, wasn't the only bad news Americans had to process.
Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island.
3 days later, on December 11th, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. In an instant, the hope of avoiding war, held so fervently in so many American hearts, was pulverized by a coordinated, multi-front onslaught that had been years in the planning.
After Pearl Harbor, there was nothing but bad news coming. The Japanese, with a very small army, I mean, we look back today and wonder how they could possibly have done what they did with the number of troops they employed, but they employed them in such a clever manner in joint operations. The Japanese Army and Navy, which are infamous for not cooperating, were able to cooperate on this sort of island hopping, base hopping trip down through Indochina, down to Singapore.
Tom Griffin of Cincinnati, Ohio, was the navigator on the 9th airplane to take off from the deck of the USS Hornet in the Doolittle Raid.
The Doolittle Raid was so important because it was the first offensive action of our forces against the enemy. we were in this world war, and our allies in Russia were being driven back at this time towards their principal cities of Stalingrad and Leningrad and Moscow. In North Africa, the British were being driven back by Rommel and his German forces back toward Cairo. Things were looking bad there. In the Atlantic Ocean, German submarines were sinking our shipping wholesale. We didn't have the organization at that time to go after them successfully. We were losing all kinds of shipping. In the Pacific, after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, they went from one victory to another. They took over places like Guam, and they went down into the Philippines and put a large army in the Philippines, and we're in the process of defeating our forces there. That was the springtime of '42.
On December 7th, 1941, a complete sense of betrayal consumed millions of Americans who had been arguing and demonstrating against America's entry into wars in either Europe or the Pacific. Many prominent Americans, such as aviation hero Charles Lindbergh, General Robert E. Wood of Sears Roebuck, Frank Lloyd Wright, Robert R. McCormick of the Chicago Tribune, and even future Presidents John F. Kennedy and Gerald Ford became active in organizations such as the America First Committee that strongly advocated America's neutrality.
We cannot allow the natural passions and prejudices of other peoples to lead our country to destruction. The Roosevelt administration is the third powerful group which has been carrying this country toward war.
The undeclared acts of war perpetrated by Japan on the 7th and 8th of December, 1941, brought the isolationist movement in the United States to a swift and bitter end. 4 days after the Pearl Harbor attack, the America First Committee dissolved itself. Virtually overnight, America found itself at war on two fronts. No one was more determined to strike back at Japan than President Roosevelt. Almost 2 weeks to the hour after the Pearl Harbor attack, those responsible for planning and directing the mobilization of the country's military forces met with the president in his White House study. General George C. Marshall was Roosevelt's Army Chief of Staff. General Henry H. Hap Arnold was the Chief of Staff of the Army Air Forces. Admiral Ernest J. King served as Chief of Naval Operations. On this day, the trio would be joined by Harry Hopkins, President Roosevelt's special advisor, Admiral Harold R. Stark, Henry Stimson, Secretary of War, and Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox.
Well, I guess the best way to get a joint mission is to have it come from the commander-in-chief, and President Roosevelt was anxious to have some retribution. He wanted to know, the people of the United States to know, that we weren't flat on our backs and that we could do something. This is early in December, maybe 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor.
Roosevelt emphasized that he wanted a bombing raid on the home islands of Japan as soon as possible. This request, repeated over and over again in the weeks following, was transmitted to the respective staffs of Marshall, King, and Arnold each time they returned to their offices. The biggest obstacle to a retaliatory bombing mission was that no working Allied air base was close enough to Japan to allow even our longest-range bombers to get there. Ironically, the flash of insight that led to the Doolittle Raid did not come from an aviator, but a Navy submariner. Captain Francis Lowe, the operations officer on the staff of Admiral Ernest J. King, on a trip to the Naval Yard at Norfolk, Virginia, noticed that the Army Air Corps twin-engine bombers were making passes over an aircraft carrier's silhouette, which had been painted on the runway. In a rare interview following the war, Lowe gave his account of what he saw.
I had occasion to fly from Washington to Norfolk to look into the readiness of one of our new carriers, And as we took off from the airstrip to return to Washington and was circling to gain altitude, I noticed down below me the outline of a carrier deck. This was not unusual because we had them painted on many landing fields so that young aviators who were going to carriers would learn how small such a deck was. But also making passes or appearing to make passes over this carrier deck were some twin-engine bombers that looked like B-25s or B-26s. Here was born, I would say, the concept of the raid. One might call it fortuitous association, because I never would have thought of it had I not seen the bombers passing over the carrier deck.
Admiral King had been using the USS Vixen, a gunboat moored at the Washington shipyard, as his flagship and second office. Several of his staff were working and living aboard the ship. On the evening of January 10th, 1942, after King had retired to his cabin, Lowe decided to share his fortuitous association. King reportedly had a stern demeanor and was not easily approachable. Lowe was not an aviator. He did not know how the admiral would receive his idea. Lowe told King that though Navy fighters had an operating radius of only 300 miles off an aircraft carrier, in Norfolk he had observed twin-engine Army bombers, which had a much greater range, practicing over the carrier profile on the runway. What if they could actually operate off a carrier? What if the Navy could give the long-range Army Air Corps bombers a ride within range of the Japanese home islands, setting them up for a sea-based strike? On January 10th, 1942, while Francis Lowe was sharing his ideas with Admiral King in Washington, D.C., Tom Griffin, Dick Cole, David Thatcher, Robert Height, and the rest of the 17th Bombardment Group were flying out of Tacoma, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, patrolling for threats to the west coast of the United States.
At the time of Pearl Harbor, we spent the next 6 weeks, our group, flying out from Tacoma, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, looking for whatever might show up. The Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor, and as far as we knew, they would come and attack the west coast of America. But of course, they had other plans. They thought they had done enough damage and they could go elsewhere in the Pacific and more or less take over the Pacific, which they did.
Back in Washington, somewhat to Francis Lowe's surprise, Admiral King directed him to talk to Captain Donald Duncan, King's Air Operations Officer, the very next morning about his idea. He added sternly, "Don't tell anyone about this." In the wake of the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt pressed the U.S. military for a plan to strike back against the Japanese homeland. Francis Lowe, a Navy captain, after watching twin-engine bombers making passes over the outline of an aircraft carrier on a runway near Norfolk, Virginia, suggested a bombing strike might be possible from the deck of a carrier. Admiral King, Chief of Naval Operations, told Lowe to explore the idea with Donald Duncan, his Air Operations Officer, and he told him something else. Don't tell anyone about this. Lowe had two pertinent questions for Duncan. First, can an Army medium-range bomber land aboard a carrier? Second, can a land-based bomber, loaded with bombs and crew, take off from a carrier deck? The answer to the first question was a quick no. The risk of landing airplanes that size on a carrier was too high, but even if it were possible, the elevator would not be able to get the bombers below decks to make room for other landings. But a carrier takeoff? That was another matter. In this rare archival footage, Duncan recalls being contacted by Lowe.
When Captain Lowe, the operations officer on Admiral King's staff, told me that he and the Admiral had been discussing the possibility of launching Army bombers from carrier decks to hit Japan, and told me that the Admiral wanted me to investigate it and write up a concept of operations. Checked over the various types of Army bombers that we might use and came up with the answer that the B-25 was probably the best bet.
They looked at a bunch of airplanes. The B-18, which was a terrible airplane for a bombing mission, and the B-26, which had a suspect reputation. But the B-25 seemed to fill the bill, the North American B-25.
When the B-25 came about, it was like a kick in the pants as far as maneuverability and speed and fun to fly.
The Mitchell B-25 was one of the iconic success stories of World War II. By the end of its production, nearly 10,000 various models of it had been built. It was used by the Allied air forces in every theater of the war. It served across 4 decades.
The B-25 is developed by North American Aviation with a very easy airplane to fly. It was far easier to fly than the Marauder, the B-26 Marauder. Had a much lower wing loading, and with the lower wing load, it could get off in shorter distances. The Marauder needed much longer runways, had to land at a lot faster airspeeds. But you could take a young pilot right out of advanced training with a couple hundred hours in his logbook, put him in a B-25, very quickly transition, learn his combat skills, and send him off to war as a competent combat pilot.
The B-25, properly modified, could carry 2,000 pounds of bombs and make a 2,000-mile flight if extra gas tanks were installed. Normally, it would take at least 1,200 feet of runway with that kind of load. If it were lightened, however, it might be made to leap off in a little over a third of that distance, especially with a forward speed of a carrier and a wind of about 25 knots. Lowe and Duncan knew a test would be required. Under normal circumstances, such a test flight would not be difficult to conduct. But these were not normal circumstances. Both men had Admiral King's words ringing in their ears. Don't mention this to another soul. On January 31st, 1942, Captain Duncan flew to Norfolk. The USS Hornet, the Navy's newest aircraft carrier, was due there to be readied for her first mission. He went aboard the Hornet the afternoon of February 1st and explained the test to Mark A. Mitcher, the Hornet's skipper. Duncan had made arrangement with Hap Arnold's office to have 3 B-25s waiting when the carrier arrived. The Army Air Corps chose Lieutenant John Fitzgerald to head the test cruise. He was a 1940 graduate of the Advanced Flying School, with over 400 hours in B-25s. In Norfolk, Fitzgerald and his fellow pilots made several practice runs at an auxiliary airfield before going aboard the carrier. One of the test airplanes lost an engine during these drills, leaving only the 2 planes flown by Fitzgerald and Lieutenant James F. McCarthy to make the historic first takeoffs of Army Air Corps multi-engine bombers from a Navy ship. The surprising performance of the B-25 nearly led to disaster when the takeoffs were attempted. Fitzgerald's plane leapt off the deck so quickly and so high, its right wing nearly flew into the tower that overhung the flight deck. Fitzgerald later recalled, "I was surprised to observe that we had been provided almost 500 feet of usable deck, and that the plane's airspeed indicator showed about 45 miles per hour just sitting there. When I got the go signal, I let the brakes off and was almost immediately airborne. One thing that worried me, though, was the projection of the island out over the flight deck. The wing of my plane rose so rapidly that I thought I was going to strike this projection. I pushed the control column forward, and the wing just barely passed underneath. I climbed and circled back to watch Lieutenant McCarthy take off." It was now established that the B-25 bombers could indeed take off from a carrier deck. But what would happen when they were weighted with a full crew, bombs, and an expanded fuel load? That question would soon become the sole focus of the diminutive, brilliant man whose name would eventually be memorialized by this mission that changed the war. Immediately following the attack on the U.S. fleet at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, President Franklin D. Roosevelt began pressing his military leadership for a plan to conduct a retaliatory airstrike against the Japanese homelands. With no Allied air base within striking distance of Japan, 2 naval officers on Admiral King's staff had successfully tested the takeoff of B-25 bombers from the deck of an aircraft carrier. It was something never before tried in the history of aerial warfare. To plan the mission and train the crews, Chief of Staff of the Army Air Forces Henry Hap Arnold made a surprise choice. He turned to a man who had once resigned his Army Air Corps commission in order to enter private business. He chose one of America's most famous aviators, James H. Doolittle. In doing so, Arnold tapped a man who is not only a brilliant aviation tactician. History would bear witness that he also identified one of the most revered and visionary leaders of the modern American military.
It was very difficult to believe. When the rumors started, then it was led by Jimmy Doolittle. Jimmy Doolittle, the racing pilot? Another impossibility. It would just seem like it was a false rumor. But it took place, and all of these impossibility things happened through the leadership, the planning of the then Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, former racing pilot, devil may care, couldn't care less, we go. It was not that way. He was master of the calculated risk.
As a kid growing up in Dayton, Ohio, Dick Cole used to ride his bicycle to a levee above McCook Field to watch the Army Air Corps test pilots, including Jimmy Doolittle.
Some of the old pilots like McCready, Doolittle, and Spatz flew in and out of there when they were testing air-to-air refueling. And they flew for 26 days, something like that. But anyway, that was one of the pastimes that I had when I was a kid.
For something like this, there's an element of show in it. There's an element of innovation, and they selected the guy who could combine leadership and innovation and great flying characteristics in Jimmy Doolittle. And oddly enough, sort of on the outs, Jimmy Doolittle at the time had rejoined the Air Force, but he had gotten out because after, I think it was 11 years as a first lieutenant, he decided he had to make some money for his family and got out during the 30s. And to the hardcore who had stayed in, including General Arnold, that wasn't the thing to do. You know, he was sort of not in the best favor at the time.
James Harold Doolittle was born in Alameda, California on December 14th, 1896. His father was a carpenter who went to Alaska in search of gold. After joining his father in Nome, at age 11, Doolittle moved with his mother to Los Angeles. In 1917, at the age of 21, Doolittle, who had had a brief career as a professional boxer, enlisted in the Army Signal Enlisted Reserve Corps to train as a pilot. He was quickly promoted to lieutenant. He served in the Army Air Corps from 1917 to 1930, when he became a major in the Army Air Corps Reserves. Flying was Jimmy Doolittle's passion. In 1922, he made the first cross-country crossing in under 24 hours. He became the first person to win all major aviation racing trophies. He won the Schneider Trophy in 1925 and the Bendix Trophy in 1931. In 1932, he won the Thompson Trophy, flying a closed-course race in Cleveland, an average of 252 miles per hour in the GB R1 Racer. Doolittle made aviation history on September 24, 1929, when he became the first person to take off, fly, and land an airplane entirely by instruments. He flew a 15-minute course around Mitchell Field on Long Island in a modified NY-2 Husky. In his personal logbook, he modestly referred to the watershed accomplishment as a blind flying exhibition. After leaving the military in 1930, Doolittle went to work for Shell Oil Corporation to establish an aeronautical branch. In this capacity, he was given credit for leading the company to develop 100-octane fuel for aviation. Between the two world wars, the Army Air Corps had been relegated to the job of flying the mail. Doolittle knew that it was falling behind the rest of the world's flying forces. New, more powerful engines were needed, but there was no way to efficiently fuel them. In his 1991 autobiography, Doolittle wrote, "I was concerned that we were falling behind other nations in military aeronautics, and that we should be looking forward to the development of more powerful engines for warplanes, so that heavier loads could be carried faster." The Army Air Corps was not even a third-rate air force, compared with the air forces of other nations. At Doolittle's urging, Shell made the first delivery of 100-octane rated fuel to the Army Air Corps for test purposes in 1934. When Doolittle traveled to Germany on Shell business, he found a nation bristling with militarism. He saw Boy Scout troops that had been converted to Hitler Youth, drilling as soldiers and singing Nazi war songs. He met German pilots who openly talked of the inevitability of war in Europe, and who bluntly asked him what the United States would do about it. Jimmy Doolittle knew Hap Arnold, the chief of the Army Air Forces, well. Arnold had been his commanding officer at Rockwell Field near San Diego following World War I. Doolittle visited Arnold and told him he believed that America's involvement in the war in Europe was inevitable. September 1st, 1939, 2 weeks after Doolittle's conversation with Arnold, the Germans marched into Poland, and 1,400 Luftwaffe planes bombed and strafed a stunned population. In May of 1940, the German blitzkrieg extended into the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. On the 16th of May, in a speech before Congress, President Roosevelt called for a program that would eventually produce at least 50,000 airplanes a year. A little over 2 weeks after that, on June 4th, 1940, Ira Aker, General Arnold's executive officer, wrote Jimmy Doolittle asking him to return to active duty on July 1st. At 44 years of age, Jimmy Doolittle became a U.S. Army Air Corps officer for the second time, beginning a journey whose outcome was far from certain.
Jimmy Doolittle was a tremendous man, a big man in a little man's body, you might say. Very intelligent, never seemed to have any element of fear in his makeup whatsoever. You know, he had occasion to fly the wings off of 2 planes he had to bail out of in the 1920s, those old crates. And then, of course, over to China, he bailed out again. And we thought, boy, that old man, 46 years old, bailed out of aircraft. But he knew no fear, and he was just an outstanding leader in every respect.
Well, I think people don't realize that Jimmy Doolittle had a doctorate from MIT that he had earned, Doctor of Science degree in aeronautical engineering. This man was an educated individual. He had a master's, a bachelor's, a master's, and then a doctorate.
Everybody knew who General Doolittle was, that he was one of the famous pilots, and he was going to be the leader of our raid. So everybody in our outfit volunteered to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
Doolittle re-entered the Air Corps as a major. His initial assignments seemed to be directly related to President Roosevelt's goal to make the United States the arsenal of democracy. Hap Arnold knew that Doolittle's technical knowledge and industrial experience uniquely qualified him to play a key role in the conversion of domestic manufacturing to wartime production. Captains Lowe and Duncan brought the concept of the raid to Hap Arnold on January 17th. The general immediately sent for Jimmy Doolittle. He began with a single question: what airplane have we got that could take off in 500 feet with a 2,000-pound bomb load and fly 2,000 miles? A day later, Doolittle independently arrived at the same conclusion as had Lowe and Duncan. The B-25 was the only alternative. Arnold briefed Doolittle on the concept of the raid and added, "Jim, I need someone to take this project over, get the planes modified, and train the crews." On January 2nd, 1942, Japan captured Manila in the Philippines. On January 12th, Japan invaded Burma. On January 20th, Germany held the Wannsee Conference in a Berlin suburb to find a final solution for the Jews. On January 25th, Japan invaded the Solomons. In the 13th century, Mongolian invaders were driven back from Japan, not by defenses, but by the Japanese typhoon season. Since that time, the militarists in Japan had told the people that a kamikaze, or divine wind, protected their nation. As the Japanese swept through the Pacific with frightening speed, this long-held belief in a national invincibility and the invulnerability of the home islands was mightily reinforced. What the Japanese High Command did not know was, a half a world away, an aeronautical genius with a gift for leadership, and 80 brave souls who had come under his command had a bold plan to shatter that facade. In doing so, they would receive a life-saving lift from a divine wind of their own, a lift that would allow them to complete a mission that changed the war.
When they announced that they wanted volunteers, the whole group volunteered, including the group commander.
And everybody in the 17th bomb, we were in the 17th bomb group, wanted to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
Originally, we were supposed to take off in the evening, bomb Japan at night, and be over, reach China the next morning. But it didn't turn out that way.
You don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Since the U.S. entry into World War II on December 8, 1941, the conflict had gone badly on every front. On January 2, 1942, Japan captured Manila in the Philippines. On January 12th, Japan invaded Burma. Germany had aligned itself with Japan and declared war on the United States. On January 25th, Japan invaded the Solomons. America was desperate to do something to slow the Axis juggernaut. President Roosevelt knew that American morale was flagging. He was interested in launching an aerial strike against Japan's home islands. Americans wanted retribution for the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Military leaders wanted to demonstrate to the Japanese High Command that we had the ability to reach their civilian population. In early January 1942, the Navy and the Army jointly conceived a daring plan to transport Army Air Corps B-25 twin-engine bombers within striking distance of Japan by aircraft carrier. Launching such a strike from a carrier had never been tried before. The risk would be enormous. To lead the mission, Chief of the Army Air Forces, Henry H. Hap Arnold, tapped one of America's most famous aviators, a man who had resigned his Army Air Corps commission in 1930, but returned to active duty 10 years later at age 44, James H. Doolittle. Arnold wrote, "The selection of Doolittle to lead the nearly suicidal mission was a natural one. He was fearless, technically brilliant, a leader who not only could be counted upon to do a task himself if it were humanly possible, but could impart that spirit to others. Doolittle would impart that spirit to men like Tom Griffin, David Thatcher, Dick Cole, Robert Hite, and 75 other members of the Army Air Corps 17th Bombardment Group in order to execute the Doolittle Raid, one of the most daring missions in the history of aerial combat, a mission that was destined to change the outcome of World War II. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. In the third week of January 1942, Hap Arnold told Jimmy Doolittle that he and Navy Admiral Ernest King had decided on a target date of April 1st, 1942, for the departure of the aircraft carrier USS Hornet for Japan. The Navy's newest carrier would carry up to 20 of the Mitchell B-25s. Dick Cole eventually became Doolittle's co-pilot on airplane number 1.
That's one of the things that I think people should remember about Colonel Doolittle. He actually assumed command of the mission on the 17th of January. You know, they had already pre-selected the launch date of 19 April. And during that time, he had to plan the mission, get the troops, get the airplanes, get the supplies, get them trained, and so forth to meet that 19th of April deadline, which he did in a couple of days less than the 90 days. In addition to that, he flew the mission.
Doolittle would later write, "I had my verbal marching orders from Hap and his authority to get the job done. That was all I needed. I called the assignment Special Aviation Project Number 1. After his re-enlistment in the Army Air Corps, Doolittle was given exclusive use of a Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, in which to fly himself to his far-flung assignments. Now, he wrote, I took off in my P-40 for Wright Field to lay the groundwork for the job ahead. In the Pacific Northwest, the 17th Bombardment Group had been flying submarine patrol since the attack on Pearl Harbor. It would soon learn of its rendezvous with destiny. In order to ensure that a minimum of 18 B-25s would be available for the mission to bomb Japan, Doolittle requisitioned 24 of the group's planes. Volunteers for the mission would be sought from among the experienced crews assigned to those planes. The 34th, 37th, and 95th Squadrons of the 17th Bombardment Group, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel William C. Mills, and the associated 89th Reconnaissance Squadron under Major John A. Hilger, could be released most easily. On February 3, 1942, orders were teletyped to Pendleton, Oregon, to transfer without delay all planes and personnel of the 17th Bomber Group to Columbia Army Air Base in Columbia, South Carolina. Mills and Hilger were told to pass the word among the men that volunteers were being sought for an extremely hazardous mission.
The base wasn't complete yet. We lived in tents, and we were doing training missions because the word was that we were going to go from there to Africa.
And when we got there, they said they were planning a very unusual, dangerous raid, and they wanted to warn us that it was going to be a dangerous raid, and they wanted volunteers, knowing that it was going to, and the whole group volunteered.
I put my name on the list that was in front of the squadron ops. On the way to Columbia, I had received my upgrade to first pilot. And the pilot that upgraded me came around and wanted to know if we could go together as a crew.
Well, we had our flight training in B-25s, and we had heard that there was a very special mission being led by General James H. Doolittle. And everybody in the Air Force at that time knew that James H. Doolittle was a very special pilot and had broken many records already. And everybody in the 17th bomb, we were in the 17th bomb group, wanted to go with Jimmy Doolittle.
I was just on the ground crew then, and I wanted to do some flying, so I was able to get on the crew. And it just happened to be one of the crews that was picked.
Doolittle requested an air base where the selected crews could train in relative seclusion. Ideally, the base should be near water, so that navigators could practice overwater navigation. There should be facilities for gunnery training, and an auxiliary field available where the pilots could practice short-field takeoffs. Eglin Field in western Florida near Fort Walton Beach was assigned.
There were all kind of theories or conjecture on what we were going to do. Most of us thought they were going to load us on a carrier and take us to some pre-selected area where we would take off and go and land at a place and start fighting the war. I'm sure that somebody figured they were going to Japan, but I wasn't one of them. I observant, or whatever you want to call it.
The plan for the Doolittle Raid was to recover the bombers launched from the Hornet at an airfield near Chuchao, in a sector of China controlled by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist Chinese army. If the Navy could deliver the B-25 bombers within 450 miles of Japan, the mission would require them to cover approximately 1,900 miles in the air to make it to China. Doolittle needed to increase the range of the airplanes to 2,100 miles. That meant extending the standard 1,300-mile range of the B-25Bs flown by the Raiders by some 800 miles. Since Doolittle needed the modifications to the planes done before training began at Eglin Field, he flew his P-40 to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio, almost immediately upon receiving responsibility for the mission. There, engineers made drawings for the installation of the fuel tanks and necessary plumbing. On January 22, 1942, he wrote a memo requesting 18 B-25Bs be sent to Mid-Continent Airlines in Minneapolis, Minnesota to begin the work.
They took all the weight off the airplane they could. The bottom turret was removed because we knew we'd be flying so low that no enemy fighter could get underneath of us.
The lower turret on the B-25 was problematic under the best of circumstances. There was trouble with activating the system that extended and retracted the device. The attitude of the gunner and the operation of the sight were difficult, making it impossible to train gunners in time for the raid. Doolittle said, "A man could learn to play the violin good enough for Carnegie Hall before he could learn to fire that thing." The turrets were removed.
They took all the oxygen equipment out to lighten the airplane. We wouldn't be needing that. Took most of the radio equipment out because we had to fly silent. And then they replaced that bottom turret that they removed with a 60-gallon leak-proof tank. That's one that a bullet will go through and then it'll self-seal.
Doolittle's plan was to avoid detection by flying the entire mission at extremely low altitudes. Below 10,000 feet, oxygen for the crew is not required. Therefore, the oxygen systems were considered expendable for the raid.
There's a crawlway between the top of the bomb bay and the top of the airplane, just enough distance in there so a person can crawl through there. They put a collapsible rubber tank in there, and it held over 100 gallons, and we still had room for 400 or 500 pound bombs below that tank.
In addition to the auxiliary tanks installed in the airplanes, the plan called for 12 5-gallon gas tanks to be handed up to the engineers just before the B-25s departed the Hornet's deck for Japan. How much difference could the 5-gallon gas cans make? The Doolittle Raiders' plan would use fuel mixture at RPM settings that minimize their fuel consumption throughout the mission. At those settings, the B-25s were likely flying a little more than 150 miles per hour, using approximately 103 gallons of fuel each hour. At that rate of consumption, the 60 extra gallons contained in the gas cans would give the planes an additional 85 to 90 miles in the air. That flying time could well be the difference between landing in a safe haven and ditching in open water off the coast. As events unfolded, for most of the raiders, the gas cans would make the difference between life and death. The tanks added in Minnesota, plus the portable gas cans, would add an additional 425 gallons to the 646 gallons in the main wing tanks of each B-25, giving each of them 1,141 total gallons of fuel. It made the bombing mission and rendezvous landing in Quchao, China possible, but with very little fuel to spare.
If you stop to think about it, they were taking 16 airplanes that were used to operating maybe over a 400 or 500 mile range and intending to fly them off a carrier, which they were never designed to do, fly them a long distance to bomb Japan, and then fly them an even equally long distance to get to safe bases in China. I mean, on the surface, it sounds almost like what would later be called a kamikaze mission. There are many, many hazards. And so the risk was extremely high. And the risk was not only high to the pilots involved, but to the nation. There wasn't one of them that didn't know exactly how risky it was.
There was enormous risk, but there were other reasons why the Doolittle Raid was designed the way it was. Top secret reasons. To this day, it is not widely understood that the U.S. planned to launch a sea-based bombing raid on the home islands of Japan in the spring of 1942. The Doolittle Raid was, in fact, a multi-purpose mission. The raid was one piece of a 5-part plan to establish a major fighting air command in the China, Burma, India theater. By mid-January of 1942, the Air War Plans Division had a strategy to establish a new 10th Air Force in Burma to support the Allied effort to subdue the Japanese invaders of the Chinese mainland. This plan, to create a nucleus for a buildup of Allied air power in the theater, was called Operation Aquila. Point 1 of Aquila called for the Doolittle B-25s and crews to be flown to Chongqing following the raid, then absorbed into the 10th Air Force. 35 C-47s, the military designation of the DC-3, were to be provided to create an aerial supply lifeline for the new Air Force. 33 A-20 attack airplanes were to be ferried from the factory to the Chinese Air Force, and the pilots assigned to the 10th Air Force. 23 heavy bombers, B-24s, were to be the first long-range bombers. This unit was named the Halpro Group, for its commander, Colonel Harry A. Halverson. Its mission was to conduct long-range strategic attacks on Japan from bases in China. Finally, 51 P-40 fighters were to be assembled in West Africa then ferried to China for Claire Chennault's Flying Tigers. Facing the looming deadline of an April 1st departure, Doolittle realized he needed help. The aircraft needed major modifications. Targets and the flight plans to reach Japan needed to be determined. Bomb sizes and weights had to be calculated, and a plan to return crews safely home after refueling and delivering the B-25s to the Chinese nationals needed finalizing.
They got the necessary procurement. He got the pilots and the airplanes, and got the thing organized in the 90 days that he had to do it in. I don't think you could get that done today.
One key to maintaining secrecy during the planning of the mission was for Doolittle to make all of the various arrangements on a face-to-face basis. Knowing he would be putting many hours on his personal P-40, he solicited a recommendation for a deputy commander who could oversee the training being done at Eglin Field. Major John Hilger was chosen. Hilger was described by Doolittle as a no-nonsense perfectionist. He would eventually be the pilot of the 14th B-25 on the raid. Since naval aviators had to be proficient in carrier takeoffs and landings, Major Hilger suggested a Navy flight instructor might be the right person to teach the Army pilots carrier takeoff procedures. Pensacola flight instructor Lieutenant Henry L. Miller was chosen, even though he had never seen a B-25. When Miller got to the B-25 headquarters at Eglin, he met Edward Ski York, who would go on to pilot airplane number 8, Davy Jones, who would pilot airplane number 5, and Ross Greening, the pilot of airplane number 11. Miller later recalled that the three seemed surprised when he introduced himself. "I didn't know that the whole operation was still a mystery to them," he wrote.
The first thing, the pilots had to learn how to get this B-25 Mitchell bomber, twin-engine bomber, up in the air in less than 500 feet. Now this was training entirely different than they'd ever been trained. They had to sit at a line with the full throttle, full brakes, full flaps, let go of them, and just bring that plane up in the air as soon as it would get airborne.
They first marked off the runway at a auxiliary field. They didn't do it. We did not make any of those fancy takeoffs at the main base because we didn't want anyone to see what we were doing. There was an auxiliary field out in the timber, and they marked off the runway and distances of over 1,000 feet and then down to 800 and 600 and 400 feet.
And this was the distance that we were going to have on the deck of a carrier. Of course, this plane now had no gas load of any kind. They didn't have a bomb load. It was, in other words, it was an empty plane. When we were on the carrier, we were going to have the addition of a big wind and so forth, we hoped. So they had to learn to get this plane up in the air as soon as they could. And over a period of 2 or 3 weeks, practicing this, the boys learned how to get this thing up there. And it was entirely different from the training they had had on the plane, flying it entirely differently.
On March 3, 1942, less than a month before the targeted departure date for the mission, Doolittle landed at Eglin Field and assembled the 140 men who had been assigned to the project.
He came to Eglin Field after the crews were gathered, made a speech telling us what we would be doing, but he would not, he didn't discuss the destination or any part of it. He said it was a dangerous mission and that he was satisfied with the training that we had received and that if anybody wanted to back out, they could with no questions asked. nobody backed out. As a matter of fact, when they announced that they wanted volunteers, the whole group volunteered, including the group commander. And the fact that he was who he was, manner of speaking, he came across to you as somebody as that if he's going to lead this mission, well, I'm going to go, because he sounds like a good leader.
The first thing he emphasized to us was we were going to train for this very secret mission. And if the word got out that what we were planning on doing, we would never reach our target. That was the main thing he emphasized to us. Secrecy, don't talk any place off this base. And I think our boys did a very good job of that all through the whole thing. Most of our people didn't know exactly where they were going to go. They knew that we were going to take off from the deck of a carrier, but they didn't know.
There was something else the trainees from the 17th Bombardment Group did not know. Doolittle's superiors considered him too valuable to send on such a high-risk mission. Jimmy Doolittle was appointed to plan the operation. He was not scheduled to fly on the Doolittle Raid. Most of the dangers faced by the Doolittle Raiders were addressed through planning, adapting, and training for the unexpected. However, the most immediate threat to the crews and the mission was the fact that none of the pilots or crews had ever done an actual takeoff from a carrier deck. B-25 owner and pilot Larry Kelly explains.
To get airborne in 500 foot, the Doolittle Raiders had to use a especially different technique than a normal takeoff technique. Once in position, flaps fully down. Now, taking off in a full flap down position gave you some advantage. It lowered the stall speed, and it deflected some thrust downward to give you some lift. But flaps fully down, in position, brakes locked, throttles up to full takeoff power, watching the deck officer, and as the deck officer then gauging the pitch of the deck would signal them for takeoff, brakes would be released, they would begin the takeoff roll, pull back on the yoke, raise the nose of the airplane, and at 85 mile an hour then the airplane would start to fly away. Now, the Hornet was making 24 knots in the water. That's 28 miles an hour approximately. And the storm they were in was giving them 30 knots of wind, and the Hornet was steaming directly into the wind. So the 30 knots of wind was an additional 35 mile an hour, which gave them 68 miles an hour of wind across the wings before they even began their takeoff. Now, that means they only had to accelerate about 20 mile an hour to be able to fly away. Doolittle was able to get off in his 470 foot deck distance 100 foot early, but that only put him into the next immediately critical phase of flight. They had to reach safe single engine airspeed. Remember where they were taking off at 85 miles an hour indicated. Now they had to accelerate the airplane 60 mile an hour to reach a safe single engine speed. Safe single engine speed in a multi-engine airplane or in a twin-engine airplane like the B-25 is that airspeed, which is 145 mile an hour, by which the airplane will remain controllable if you lose one engine. The option of the pilot, if you lose one engine and you've not reached safe single airspeed, is to reduce power and land or ditch straight ahead. Now in the Raider situation, after they had taken off at 85 mile an hour, while they're accelerating to this 145 mile an hour, if they lost an engine, the pilot's only option was reduce power, ditch the airplane straight ahead, and risk being ran over by the Hornet. Ted Lawson and Dean Davenport had an especially difficult takeoff. Ted had his flaps down full because they'd already completed the checklist, and the prop blast coming off actually began to push him across his wet deck. Remember, they're on an aircraft carrier, storm waters, waves are crashing across the deck, strong wind, 68 mile an hour wind already. So the prop blast actually started pushing him. So he raised the flaps to reduce that sail effect. The excitement of the moment, Ted starts taxiing up into position using his white lines. He's looking out the left, and Dean's looking out the right. The flap lever is down here between in the center. Dean didn't know the flaps were up. Ted forgot the flaps were up. He was signaled off. he began his acceleration. Now, he's in a situation where he needs an additional 20 mile an hour. He's got to accelerate about 40 miles per hour before he's going to have enough wind across the wings to be able to stay airborne. If you ever seen the famous video, they drop off the end of the deck, they almost hit the water, but he was able to slowly accelerate away and climb out. If they had not had that 30 knots of wind across the deck, they would have went off the end of the deck right into the water and been ran over by the Hornet.
And this was really a test of flying. To fly B-25s off a carrier was unheard of. Nobody would have contemplated it except for this emergency. And in actual fact, you had to be a pretty good pilot to get it off. It would have been easier to have lost one or two of those airplanes on takeoff from a carrier. I mean, there's no question that unless they were properly trained. And so you needed a man like Doolittle who could see all the parameters of the mission and then inculcate in the people following him the desire to make the mission.
Though a highly experienced and decorated pilot, Jimmy Doolittle subjected himself to Lieutenant Miller's dramatic flight training regimen. He wrote, "I took Hank Miller's course because I was determined to go on the mission. However, if I couldn't pass the course or wasn't as good as the younger pilots, I was going to go as a co-pilot." Hap Arnold, the head of the Army Air Forces, saw it otherwise. He had no intention of risking the priceless asset known as James H. Doolittle on such a dangerous mission. When Doolittle raised the possibility, Arnold replied, "I'm sorry, Jim. I need you here on my staff. I can't afford to let you go on every mission you might help plan."
Hap Arnold said, "Go and see General Harmon and tell him that if he thinks you can go, that it's all right with me." And at that time, he ran down the hall and stuck his head in the door, and I think his name was Miff Harmon, nickname. But he said, "Miff, Hap says that I can take the mission if you think it's all right." And Miff said, "Well, he's a commander. If it's all right with him, it's all right with me." Right away he started to leave, and he heard the squawk box say, "But Hap, I just told him he could go." And that's how he got to be commander of the mission.
The kid on a bicycle who used to watch the great Doolittle test flying airplanes in Dayton, Ohio, explains how he became his co-pilot on this legendary mission.
Midway through our training, the pilot that we were with became ill and had to drop out. The crew and I talked it over, and they diplomatically elected me to go and talk to the operations officer, like, you go, which I did. The operations officer was a Captain Ski Ork. He said, "Well, the old man is coming in this afternoon. I'll crew you up with him, and if you do okay, well, you got yourself a job." I thought that I had not heard a captain talk about his commanding officer by calling him the old man. And I thought, well, maybe that's not such a good idea. Now we get to fly with an old man. And it turned out to be Colonel Doolittle.
Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "In preparing for battle, I have always found that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable." In planning an operation that had never before been attempted, countless problems were envisioned, and creative, sometimes brilliant solutions for them abounded. Two such solutions came from the inventor and artist who became the pilot of airplane number 11, Captain Charles Ross Greening of Carroll, Iowa. Greening called his first brainchild the Mark Twain bomb sight. It was a device he feared might be rejected because it was so simple. The B-25s slated for the Doolittle Raid were outfitted with the expensive and highly classified Norden bomb sight, such as the one shown on this B-17 Flying Fortress. However, the Norden was designed to be highly effective at altitudes of 4,000 feet or above. The Doolittle Raid plan called for the bombs to be dropped at altitudes of 1,500 feet or lower. Ross Greening later recalled, "I set about designing a new bomb site specifically for this mission, one that could be effective at altitudes of 100 to 1,500 feet. Using scrap metal and the shops at Eglin Field, Greening made this simple site. As long as the bombardier knew the altitude and airspeed of the plane, he could compute the angle at which the sighting bar should be set. When the target passed the line of sight, bombs were released. For low-altitude bombing, Greening's site proved to be more accurate than the Norden bomb site. At the time, Norden bomb sites cost over $10,000 apiece. The materials for the Mark Twain site cost about 20 cents each. All of the Doolittle bombers were refitted. The B-25s of 1942 were woefully short of defensive armament. They were equipped with highly unsatisfactory top and bottom turrets, both of which contained 50 caliber machine guns. The decision had already been made to refit the bottom turret of the Doolittle Raid airplanes with an auxiliary fuel tank. The nose contained a single 30 caliber machine gun that the bombardier had to move from one gun port to another. The tail was completely unprotected. The ingenious Captain Greening had another idea. Doolittle put it this way: much credit must go to Ross Greening for solving our armament problems. He suggested we install 2 broomsticks in the tail and paint them black to simulate a tail gun position, which would hopefully deter attacks from the rear. I approved. So this critical mission, which required 16 B-25s, 2 aircraft carriers, 8 destroyers, 4 cruisers, and 2 oilers, was now highly dependent on 20-cent bomb sights and tail sections bristling with 50 caliber broomsticks. Less than a month before the Doolittle Raiders were going to board the Hornet, the maps that the crews would require and the identifying of the targets in Japan remained to be done. Tom Griffin was the navigator on airplane number 9.
It just happened that I got a bit of a break, I guess you'd say. Another fellow named Davy Jones and I, in early February, were sent up to Washington, D.C. to work with Air Force Intelligence. Now, we worked with 2 men there. They changed the lock on the door, and they were told to just cooperate with us, get what we were asking for, and don't ask any questions. So we spent about 10 days getting all the maps and charts of Japan and China that 20 crews were going to need, and we had to know the exact location of potential military and industrial targets that we might use, so we could know just where to send our boys. Davy Jones and I created all this information, these maps and charts and things, and it happened that Jimmy Doolittle flew into Washington, D.C. that day, picked us up, and we flew down to Eglin Field with our box full of all this secret information that we were going to disseminate on a carrier later.
There was one facet of the planned raid that was seemingly beyond Jimmy Doolittle's control: the plan to recover the bombers and their crews in China.
The plan was that a plane was to come from Chongqing, the headquarters of the Chinese, land at a field called Chuchao, with a sufficient gas to gas our planes up so we could take off and fly into interior China.
The political and military conditions in China were such that Hap Arnold did not believe he could share the full details of the Doolittle Raid plan with anyone in the country without compromising the mission.
Well, there was a great reluctance by Colonel Doolittle and the Air Staff members that knew about it, and the Navy officers that knew about what they were hoping to do, to communicate to anybody in China, because they felt that they couldn't be trusted, that there were too many ears and eyes listening and looking at what went on over there, especially on Chiang Kai-shek's staff. And so they decided to keep it as secret as possible, but to make requests for information or for example, having gas available for the aircraft to refuel when they got to China, and also to have a beacon placed at 2 or 3 of the bases, and so that they could home in on it. The aircraft, when they reached the Chinese coast, could home in on radio beacons to find the airport where they could land and be refueled, and then proceed to Chongqing, which was the ultimate destination.
On March 25th, Hap Arnold sent General Joseph E. Stilwell, the ranking American officer in China, a message specifying the stocks of fuel that would be needed and the airfields where they should be available. Stillwell responded that, according to the Chinese, Huilin and Chuchao were the only fields safe enough for heavy bomber operations. Doolittle later wrote, "I was not too worried about the apparent misunderstandings in China. I thought any problems would be worked out by the time we left the carrier." However, what would eventually befall the B-25s that made it to China would bear little resemblance to the plan Doolittle believed to be in place when the bombers left the Hornet. In the third week of March, Navy Admiral Nimitz's staff wired a message to Washington that contained a pre-arranged code phrase: "Tell Jimmy to get on his horse." Those 7 words meant it was time for the planes and crews to leave Eglin Field, Florida, for the air depot at Sacramento for the last-minute checks on each airplane before flying on to San Francisco to be loaded aboard the Hornet. On the morning of March 23rd, Jimmy Doolittle called all the crews together and told them to get ready to move out. Those who would not be going on the mission were sent back to Columbia with this admonition from Doolittle: "Don't tell anyone what you were doing here at Eglin. Not your family, your wives, anybody. The lives of your buddies and a lot of other people depend on you keeping everything you saw and did here a secret." "22 airplanes and flight crews had been readied for the mission. Every man who trained to fly the mission was going aboard the Hornet for backup's sake and to ensure the security of the mission. In effect, the flight from Eglin Air Force Base in Florida west to the air depot at Sacramento, California, was the first leg on the Raiders' ultimate journey to Japan. Sacramento was supposed to be a routine stop for minor adjustments and last-minute maintenance, but it turned out to be an experience that Jimmy Doolittle reduced to just 5 letters. At Seattle, the mishandling of the precisely tuned B-25s and the slow pace of the work caused Doolittle to call Washington. He refused to talk to anyone but Hap Arnold. Though Arnold intervened, the stop in Seattle likely caused one B-25 to burn excessive amounts of fuel. Its crew had to make an unplanned landing in Russia, where they were imprisoned. On April 8th, the Enterprise and its task force, under the command of Admiral William Bull Halsey, would depart Pearl Harbor for an April 12th rendezvous with the Hornet in the Pacific. At latitude 38 degrees, 0 minutes north, and longitude 180 degrees, 0 minutes. From there, they would try to steam through 1,500 treacherous miles of enemy-controlled waters to get within 450 miles of Japan. Perhaps it was the men of the Doolittle Raid Admiral Halsey was thinking about when he later wrote, "There are no great men, only challenges that ordinary men are forced by circumstances to meet."
At the time where this action took place, we were 650 miles out. Having to launch early, right away our fuel became a problem.
And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles. So I think all of the planes made some kind of a decision. In our plane we thought, well, we're going to be running out of gas. If we see a ship, we'll ditch next to it and they'll take us aboard. And if it's a friendly ship, fine, we'll sail off with them. If it's an unfriendly ship, we each had 45s and we'll pull out our 45s and take over the ship.
I was in the back of the airplane. The other 4 fellows in the front. They were all thrown out to the nose. The pilot and co-pilot were still strapped to their armor-plated seats when they came to in the water. I was knocked unconscious for a little while in the back and sort of came to and could see water running in what I thought was the bottom of the airplane. Well, I finally realized the airplane was upside down.
I never believed that it would be possible for a guy to live on rice. But you know, you can live on rice. I didn't think it was possible.
I think they were very scared. They tortured them brutally. They would take iron rods and put them behind the break of the knee, and then they would jump on the thighs, which caused, obviously a great deal of pain.
Outside, there was a lot of wind, rain, and lightning, and you were going to have to go through that hole into a foreign country, and then having any idea where you were or anything about it. To me, that was the scariest time.
On January 17, 1942, Chief of U.S. Army Air Forces Henry H. Hap Arnold assigned the responsibility for one of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's highest military priorities, a payback attack on the Japanese home islands, to one of the most famous aviators in history, Lieutenant Colonel James H. Doolittle. In a mere 66 days, Doolittle had identified the airplanes that could be modified to launch a carrier-based attack some 450 miles from Japan, had assembled the volunteer crews, modified the Mitchell B-25s to give them the range to reach a safe haven in free China after the raid, and accomplished the mapping and charting the crews would require. Now on March 23, 1942, Doolittle assembled the men who had been training for the mission at their training base near Fort Walton Beach, Florida. It was time to fly the planes west to the Sacramento, California Air Depot for final adjustments. As he had before, Doolittle offered any man who wanted to the ability to leave the highly dangerous mission without recrimination. None did.
You don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Well, in the training in Florida, we were always flying just above the water all the time, right down over the river valleys and between the trees. And then we head stopped all the way across the United States to Alameda, down as low as we could fly.
Yeah, I think Bill asked me if I would go as his co-pilot, and I said, well, of course.
Somewhere along the line, they interject the thing that it was a suicide mission. I don't think it was any more of a suicide mission than the guys taking off from England, going over to Germany. It was just signs of the times, and that's the way it had to be. And that's the way it was, and that's the way it was accepted.
I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. the Doolittle Raider B-25s began arriving at McClellan Army Airfield in Sacramento early in the last week of March 1942. They were already highly modified and carefully tuned aircraft. Doolittle arrived at the air depot on March 26th. He made it clear that no one was to tamper with or remove anything from any aircraft. There were specific tasks to be performed by the civilian personnel at the depot. New propellers were to be installed. 60-gallon gas tanks not already installed were to be fitted where the lower turrets had been removed. New covers had to be fitted for the bomb bay auxiliary tanks. New glass navigation windows were to replace the plexiglass type. Doolittle smelled trouble almost immediately. He wrote, "Despite my pleading, the civilian maintenance crews went about their assignments at a leisurely pace. This naturally made me very angry. I told my crews to stay with their planes and watch the work being done." Ted Lawson was the pilot of Raider airplane number 7. In his now famous book, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, he wrote, "All of us were so afraid that they'd hurt the ships the way they were handling them. Yet we couldn't tell them why we wanted them to be so careful. Yet we all kept beefing until Doolittle got on the long-distance phone, called Washington, and had the work done the way we wanted it done."
And he called General Arnold in Washington and told him, in effect, build a fire to these guys for me because they're not answering my feelings for urgency. And well, they got the message from General Arnold directly, and but it looks as though at least one aircraft, the one that went to Russia, was the one that had the difficulty with carburetors. The technician that was checking it says these things are way out of whack. They're too lean, and they've got to be enriched. And so he changed them. And that apparently is the airplane that had to go to Russia because of fuel overburn.
On March 30th, just 2 days before the Raiders were due aboard the Hornet, Doolittle said he would be going into San Francisco to have dinner with his wife, Jo. She had been in Los Angeles visiting her ill father. Coincidentally, Doolittle had also received a message to meet that evening with Admiral William Halsey. Halsey recalled, "Our talk boiled down to this. We would carry Jimmy within 400 miles of Tokyo if we could move in that close. But if we were discovered sooner, we would have to launch him anyway, provided he was in reach of either Tokyo or Midway." With a word from General Arnold, the pace of the work of the Sacramento Air Depot picked up. But when an exasperated Doolittle was ready to depart for Alameda to put the planes aboard the USS Hornet, a maintenance officer presented him with a form for evaluating the work that had been done. Doolittle hastily scrawled the word "lousy" across it and stalked off for his B-25. The young officer turned to Doolittle's second-in-command, Jack Hilger, and shouted, "Who does that guy think he is? He's heading for a lot of trouble." "He sure is," Hilger answered. "He sure is." Doolittle had originally requisitioned 24 B-25s for the mission. 2 had fallen by the wayside during training at Eglin Field. 22 airplanes were now bound for the dock at Alameda to be loaded aboard the Hornet. But the room on the deck only allowed for 16 planes to take off. Doolittle had decisions to make.
It was interesting how he did that. As each pilot taxied his plane up to where Doolittle was standing, the boss would shout up to the pilot, "Is everything okay with your plane?" And not knowing what an important question this was, if the man says, "Well, my left engine is a little rough," that's all it took. And that's how they eliminated 4 planes. Now, the crews themselves were put on the carrier with us and went across the ocean with it, probably first for security reasons. But actually, as we went across the Pacific, Doolittle had the ability to make some personnel changes that he would have liked to have made and wouldn't have been able to make without these extra crews.
On our way to Alameda, our plane flew under the Oakland Bay Bridge. And got to Alameda and looked down. There was an aircraft carrier there with 5 or 6 airplanes on the deck. So we landed and taxied right up to the dock, right beside the carrier. Then he used 3 eye bolts to screw into the top of the airplane and then used that to hoist the airplane up onto the deck of the carrier. And I had to be in the pilot's compartment to set the brakes when they set down on the deck of the carrier. So I didn't walk aboard the carrier. I didn't walk off of it either.
Well, as the number of airplanes took up more and more of the deck, it became very apprehensive on how much of the deck was left for us to take off from. But we had taken off from a dry runway in the same distance, fully loaded, at Eglin. In the actual takeoff, we had the carrier speed wind, we had the natural wind, and I think most of us were pretty confident we could get off. As a matter of fact, Colonel Doolittle wrote in his final report that a night takeoff would have been possible.
On April 1st, 1942, the men of the Doolittle Raid walked aboard the Hornet. Waiting for them on the ship was the Navy pilot who had trained them on short-field takeoff techniques at Eglin Field, Bill Miller. I was proud of those fellas that day, Miller recalled. As each man came aboard, he saluted the national ensign and then the officer of the deck and said, "Sergeant," or "Lieutenant," or "Captain, reporting for duty, sir." At 3 p.m. on April 1st, the Hornet unmoored from the dock in Alameda and moved to berth number 9 in San Francisco Bay. The Doolittle Raiders were getting settled aboard the ship.
Well, they treated us pretty well. I was an enlisted man, so we didn't have to sleep in the hammocks. They let us sleep in the bunks.
Doolittle called the raiders together. After a brief lecture on security, he surprised them by letting them go ashore for the evening.
We were told that we could go in, the Doolittle Raider boys, and spend an evening in San Francisco and to meet a boat which would pick them up the next morning at a certain wharf and take us back out to the carrier. So we were very happy about that. And we later learned that the boss, Jimmy Doolittle, went into town and met with Bull Halsey, who had flown in from Hawaii. Halsey was going to be in command of the 2 carriers in Fortress of our whole task force.
From venues like the Top of the Mark in the Mark Hopkins Hotel, the raiders could look down and see their B-25s poised for this top-secret mission in the middle of San Francisco Bay. A cover story had been put out that the planes were being taken to Hawaii. The raiders might not have known exactly what they were headed for, but they were reasonably sure it was not Waikiki Beach. The aircraft carrier Hornet steamed out of San Francisco Bay on April 2, 1942, with 16 U.S. Army B-25 Mitchell bombers on her flight deck, and all 22 bomber crews on board.
I had never seen a carrier before, and I was really surprised by the size of the thing.
2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, whose job was to protect the vulnerable and valuable carrier, accompanied the Hornet. The task force also included an oiler, a floating gas station, that would refuel the flotilla in mid-Pacific. As the Hornet cleared port, Doolittle called the Army crews together. He told them for the first time where they were going and what they were going to do. He told them that their chances of getting back to the States were pretty slim, and that any crew member who wanted to withdraw could do so. No one did. The Hornet was America's newest aircraft carrier, and her crew was as green apples. But they were eager for action. Their skipper, Captain Pete Mitcher, had ordered the words, "Remember Pearl Harbor," painted on the Hornet's smokestack.
When we first got on the carrier in San Francisco Bay, we were very tight-lipped. We had been told, of course, don't tell anybody anything. Now here we were getting on this nice brand new carrier, and these Navy boys were naturally very curious. They wanted to know what this was all about and where we were going. And we, of course, wouldn't tell them. We had strict orders not to tell them. And they were very unhappy with us. I think most of them thought that this brand new carrier was going to be used to transport a bunch of Army boys in their planes to probably Hawaii. And they didn't like the idea at all.
On April 4, 2 days after the task force left San Francisco, the bosun's whistle sounded aboard the Hornet, and Captain Mitcher made an announcement over the ship's loudspeakers. Now hear this. The target of this task force is Tokyo. The Army is going to bomb Japan, and we're going to get them as close to the enemy as we can. This is a chance for all of us to give the Japs a dose of their own medicine. Mitcher's message was sent simultaneously by semaphore Morse code to the rest of the task force. There was wild cheering on every ship.
And from that time on, the Navy and we got along very well. The big cheer went up, and they were, of course, very happy to hear what we were going to do. And they got so friendly then that they invited us into their poker games. And most of the Doolittle Raiders took off 18 days later, flat broke. We left our money with the Navy boys.
Doolittle's crews had plenty of things to keep them busy. The Army bombers were not built for ocean duty, and the salt air caused all kinds of problems. Spark plugs, generators, and hydraulics failed. Fuel tanks leaked. One engine had to be completely overhauled, and there were continuing problems with the gun turrets.
Well, we went up on deck every day to check the airplanes. You've seen pictures of how the airplanes are tied down on the deck, and the salt air would tighten those ropes up. We had to make sure they weren't too tight, but then when it got dry, then they'd loosen up, so I had to check that all the time. And every few days they'd have to take those covers off the engines to run them up, make sure they were running all right. And they had those covers on there to try and keep the salt air from getting to the engines.
In the evenings, the bomber crews explored the ship, read books, listened to records, ate ice cream in the ship's mess.
The rest of the time we'd go up on deck and to exercise, we'd run the whole circle of the deck. And up and down those stairs, there's a lot of stairs on a carrier.
Most of the Army crews had never been to sea before, and several of them were seasick for most of the voyage. On April 8th, the aircraft carrier Enterprise steamed out of Pearl Harbor to rendezvous with the Hornet. Admiral William Bull Halsey commanded the Enterprise. 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and an oiler accompanied it as well. Enterprise and Hornet would rendezvous in mid-Pacific. From then on, airplanes from the Enterprise would provide defensive air cover for the combined task force as it steamed toward Japan. On board the Hornet, the sailors were edgy. They knew that a single Japanese submarine, a Japanese battleship, or a Japanese carrier task force could put their precious Hornet in jeopardy.
The original plan was, if we ran into an enemy task force out there and we were within flying distance of Hawaii, we're supposed to take off immediately so that the Hornet's the carrier could get its airplane in the air. Or if we were within distance of Midway, I think it was, that we'd do that. Or if we were within distance of Japan, we'd take off and fly there. If not, then they were going to push the airplanes overboard so that Hornet could get its airplanes in the air.
I think this is one of the things that's often missed, is the value of the Hornet at the time was just unimaginable to the Navy, because we had Pearl Harbor, where our fleet was gone, and we were down to very, very few aircraft carriers. And to risk one on a mission like this was just really significant.
On April 9th, the day before the Hornet and Enterprise joined up, Allied ground forces fighting on the Bataan Peninsula in the Philippines surrendered to the Japanese Army. The next day, 76,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war began a 60-mile, week-long forced march that would leave 12,000 dead from starvation, thirst, and Japanese brutality. It would be known as the Bataan Death March. As the combined task force made its way toward Japan, Doolittle's B-25 crews were kept busy, but they still had plenty of time to think about the mission that lay ahead.
It was not a suicide mission in the sense that everybody knew they were going to be lost, that there was a one-way trip for them. None of them ever felt that way as far as I know. They were following their leader, and that leader, if he could do it, we could do it, and that's why he was in the #1 airplane.
No, we did not consider a suicide mission. Later, as we had to take off 250 miles earlier than we had planned, and things didn't look so good, we thought, well, this is going to be pretty rough. But I think you more or less always feel sorry for this other guy. He's going to get it, but I'm going to get through this somehow. And you don't take off on a mission like this without a light at the end of the tunnel. We all thought that somehow we'd get out of it.
Halsey's task force and the entire mission was in much greater danger than anyone imagined. The Japanese Navy had intercepted a radio message on April 10th that they knew Halsey was heading east toward Japan with 2 carrier groups. They began planning the destruction of the American carriers. But the Japanese did not envision the Americans putting bombers on an aircraft carrier. They believed the planes to be Navy fighters, planes that would have to launch within 300 miles of Japan in order to reach the islands. They thought the Americans would be close enough to attack by April 14th. They prepared to strike Halsey's task force with land-based bombers 600 miles from Tokyo, then to follow up with torpedo planes. Sinking the American carrier groups would complete the destruction of America's Pacific Fleet. But there were no more radio intercepts, and bad weather kept Halsey's ships hidden from the Japanese. When April 14th, the expected invasion date, came and went, Japanese officials relaxed and assumed Halsey was headed somewhere else. At 3 in the morning on April 18th, radar on the Enterprise picked up 2 small ships about 12 miles ahead. They were part of an early warning network ringing the Japanese islands. The task force went into full alert and changed course to avoid being seen. At 0340, Enterprise signaled all clear. 4 hours later, a lookout on the Hornet sighted another enemy boat. Soon after, Hornet's radio operator intercepted a message in Japanese. Halsey's task force had been spotted. April 18, 1942 dawned bright and clear in Tokyo. Officials prepared for a civil defense drill to be held later that morning. But no one believed that American bombers could reach Japan, and most people just went about their business.
Early in the morning, our task force went between 2 Japanese picket ships 650 miles out. Actually, they were fishing vessels equipped with radios to report just the sort of thing they saw that morning. 2 carriers and 4 cruisers heading for Japan. And before they were sunk, our people realized that they had been able to radio into the main islands of Japan that this task force was heading for them.
Halsey wrote, "Although we were 600 miles from Tokyo, instead of the 400 that we had hoped for, the fact that our task force had been reported left me no choice. At 0800, I sent Pete Mitcher a signal. Launch planes. And to Colonel Doolittle and his gallant command, good luck and God bless you." Halsey ordered the cruiser Nashville to sink the Japanese picket ship, the Nito Maru. In rough seas, Nashville's crew fired 924 6-inch shells, but scored just 1 hit on the picket boat. The Japanese raised a white flag, and their ship promptly sank.
Early in the morning, most of us were probably below deck. We could hear the guns going off. And then almost immediately, it seemed like they announced over the speaker that Army pilots man your planes, so they had to pack up our bag and get up to the airplane as soon as possible.
Like everybody else, it was around, I think, 6 o'clock when we got up. Some of us were down in having breakfast. The first real notification was when the Nashville opened up on the Nita Maru. I, for one, wanted to make sure that I arrived at the airplane before Colonel Doolittle. Well, I was a second lieutenant and he was a lieutenant colonel, and I didn't want to get verbally lambasted for being late. And the other thing is that I wanted to get up in the airplane and go through the checklist and have a lot of the things that I could do that he wouldn't have to worry about. We're pretty much in takeoff position when Colonel Doolittle came.
Doolittle called all the crews on deck and went over their instructions one more time. He offered the men one more chance to step down. There were no takers. Several backup crew members begged for a chance to take someone's place on the mission. Again, no takers. One of the backup pilots did find a place on the mission. Robert Height's plane had been left behind at Alameda in San Francisco.
I always thought that Dad was co-pilot of plane 16. Well, originally he was pilot of one of the 4 planes that couldn't fit on the aircraft carrier. And that Bill Farrow apparently didn't get along with his co-pilot, or his co-pilot decided that he didn't want to go, and Bill came and asked my father to fly with him.
Robert Height, co-pilot of plane number 16, would be captured by the Japanese and would spend 3.5 years in captivity. Mitcher turned the Hornet directly into the wind and ordered full speed ahead.
Well, the weather was the ocean was very, very rough. Water was coming up over the deck of the carrier.
Launching early meant the planes would have farther to go and need more fuel, but their fuel tanks were already full.
After I got in the airplane, they handed me up a dozen 5-gallon cans of gasoline. Then, before we got to Japan, they used the gasoline out of that turret tank first. Then I was able to dump the gasoline out of the dozen cans into the turret tank. Then I used a crash axe to cut a hole in each end of the empty cans, and I kicked them out the window. I did that so they would sink immediately instead of leaving a trail across the ocean from the direction we'd come.
Doolittle's plane was the first to take off. It was at the start line, brakes locked, engines running at 8:20 that morning.
The Navy signalman was twirling his flag to give them the signal to when to take off. They'd run the engines up full power, and the signalman could tell from the sound of the engines when they were at full power. So then, when the bow of the carrier was at the lowest spot, closest to water, he dropped to the deck and flung a flag forward, and that's when they're supposed to start rolling. Then by the time the airplane got to the end of the bow, or the top of the bow, the bow of the carrier was as far as from the water as it could be, so that gave them that much distance between the water and the bow of the carrier.
I was in plane number 9. There was probably 200 feet or more of clear deck ahead of us, but each one of us were pulled up to that same line. We all had 400 feet to take off. And one reason that they did that was because our right wingtip just missed the island by about 6 feet, and our left wheel then was about 6 feet from the edge of the carrier deck. So if we veered to the right or left in a longer takeoff run, we might hit the right wing or the left wheel overboard. So we all took off from the same place, and we all got airborne as planned. And it was a little exciting at first, but plane number 9 that I was on, by the time it was our turn, we were feeling pretty brave about the whole thing. 8 planes had successfully negotiated the takeoff ahead of us.
But I would bet that the average flight time for the pilots on the mission was probably about 500 hours, and in the B-25 maybe 100 hours. So they were, by modern standards, terribly undertrained. But by their standards, they were good. They were proficient. They could fly instruments. They could fly formation, and they knew the nature of the mission. I think that all of them went in knowing exactly what was at risk. Their lives were at risk, but it was worth it. It was the mission they were assigned to do.
In his autobiography, Admiral Halsey wrote, "The wind and sea were so strong that morning that green water was breaking over the carrier's ramps. Jimmy led his squadron off. When his plane buzzed down the Hornet's deck at 0825, there wasn't a man topside in the task force who didn't help sweat him into the air. One pilot hung on the brink of a stall until we nearly cataloged his effects, but the last of the 16 was airborne by 0924. And a minute later, my staff duty officer was writing in the flag log, commencing retirement from the area at 25 knots. Here, let me say that in my opinion, their flight was one of the most courageous deeds in all military history." When the aircraft carrier Hornet turned into the westerly wind to launch the bombers, it pointed almost directly at Tokyo Bay.
Now, each plane went in on its own. It takes gas and time to form in formation. So each plane was on its own. We didn't have gas to waste in getting together in formation. So we were about 4 or 5 minutes apart, which meant that in most cases, we never saw another B-25 on that day. Now, well, when we took off 650 miles out, there was a solid overcast and high winds, and as we proceeded towards Japan, about 2 hours, all that cleared up, and we had a nice sunny day. For the rest of the day, way into late afternoon, it was nice and sunny, so we got a big break there. But we went in right on the deck, so the radar couldn't pick us up so easily.
Flying inbound to Japan, they had no idea of what the Japanese intercept capabilities were. They knew that they had been detected, and so they were obviously cautious. The technique would be to fly low and fast, but the faster you go, the more fuel you use. So they had to compromise in their cruise control techniques to fly a reasonable speed to get them over Japan and subsequently over China. I think that the average pilot flying it was probably exhilarated because it's fun to fly at relatively low levels. And the average co-pilot was probably concerned, A, that he wasn't getting enough stick time, and B, that he had to make sure that the engines weren't getting too hot because he's running the mixtures too lean.
The mixture is extremely important when you're trying to get mileage out of your airplane. You don't care anymore about speed particularly, you're caring about getting a distance out of the engines. So they all practice cruise control in that sense.
The fuel situation was made even worse by the additional fuel tanks, one in the belly and one over the bomb bay of each bomber. The tanks had been poorly designed and poorly built, and they leaked from every corner and from every connection. On every one of the 16 planes, fuel critical to the mission was leaking away. Once they were off the carrier, the crews faced about 3.5 hours of flying time to Japan. They were barely flying, 150 to 160 miles per hour, just above stall speed. They were flying 15 to 30 feet off the water. As the excitement of the launch wore off, they thought about the mission ahead. Most of the crews agreed that they didn't have enough fuel to reach China. Aboard plane number 9, navigator Tom Griffin calculated just how far their fuel would take them.
And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles. So I think all of the planes made some kind of a decision. In our plane we thought, well, we're going to be running out of gas. If we see a ship, we'll ditch next to it and they'll take us aboard. And if it's a friendly ship, fine, we'll sail off with them. If it's an unfriendly ship, we each had 45s and we'll pull out our 45s and take over the ship. Those, you have to have a light at the end of the tunnel, and that was the light we had.
Spread out over some 500 square miles of open ocean, the 16 bombers were heading for targets in Tokyo, Yokohama, Yokosuka, Nagoya, and Kobe. The Japanese people had been told that they were invulnerable. Months of victories had demonstrated that destiny, the gods, and military might were on the side of the emperor. Above all, they believed their homeland was safe from attack. "16 American planes and 80 brave men were about to prove otherwise." Dick Cole was the co-pilot of plane number 1, which was piloted by Colonel Doolittle.
We launched at about 8:20 in the morning. It put us over Tokyo at right around noon. We shored into Japan about 20 miles north. We could see Tokyo Bay, and we turned south and took us on a course over Tokyo, east of the Imperial Palace. We had incendiary bombs, and the reason was that since we were supposed to launch at dusk on the 19th, arrive over Tokyo, drop the incendiary bombs and light up Tokyo so that it would cause a big fire. Also, it would give the following airplanes some kind of a reference to where they wanted to go. But having the launch early put us over Tokyo in the middle of the day on the 18th. A couple of things that may have helped us. The Japanese had just practiced an air raid exercise. And they had a bomber called the Betty that had 2 tails. And for the first airplane, we feel that a lot of the people on the ground thought it was one of their airplanes when they saw the B-25. Because we were not jumped by any other airplane. We flew low level till Fred Bramer recognized from photographs that they had given us on the carrier. At that time, Colonel Doolittle pulled up to 1,500 feet and we dropped our incendiary bomb. And immediately went back down on the deck. The ack opened up on us and it was pretty intense, but was not accurate.
Of the 16 Mitchell bombers, only 2 made landfall where they expected. Inaccurate compasses, overcast skies, and a 40-knot headwind made accurate navigation impossible. Once the planes were over Japan, all 16 navigators were able to lead their planes to their targets, but getting lost, even briefly, burned precious fuel. And the Japanese knew they were coming. Picket boats guarding the coast and patrol planes sent out to search for the Nito Maru had spotted the inbound raiders several hundred miles out.
When we were over Tokyo, we had counted 37 airplanes above us. And they did not see us.
Civilians who saw the Mitchells mistook them for Japanese planes. The morning air raid drill had been ignored by most of the populace, and they assumed that the low-flying bombers were just part of the exercise.
As we came over the coast, it was Saturday, right at noon, beautiful day. There were a lot of people on the beach. They were waving to us, and we were flying so low I could see the expression on their faces. They were cheering. I'm sure they thought we were Japanese airplanes. We followed the Japanese coast all the way southwest until we got to the tip of Japan and then headed west to China.
Plane number 8, still burning too much fuel, hit its target, a factory north of Tokyo. As they sped away on the deck, pilot Ski York, co-pilot Robert Emmons, and navigator Nolan Herndon discussed their options. The Russian city of Vladivostok was 600 miles north. Although Doolittle had ordered that no one land in Russia, the crew of plane number 8 felt they had little choice. York turned the bomber north.
And when we got over the city of Tokyo itself, we went in at rooftop level till we got to what we call our initial point, where we pulled up to 1,500 feet to make our bombing run on our assigned target. Plane number 9 happened to just fly right over Hirohito's house at about 50 feet. And then we proceeded down to the northern section of Tokyo Bay and headed across to bomb our target, which was a factory in the Kawasaki district of Tokyo making tanks. And we made our bomb run. The bombardier in the nose and the top turret gunner could see what our bombs did. The pilot and co-pilot and I couldn't tell, so we had to take their word for it. But they said that we really flattened that target. There was flak in the sky everywhere, and there were Japanese Zeros flying around. And we went in right at rooftop level, which made it very difficult for them to attack us. And they had flak towers, and they had to depress their guns to shoot at our people. And I actually saw their shells exploding in the street as we went across the city as they were shooting at us.
Despite clouds of anti-aircraft fire and swarms of Japanese fighter planes, all 16 Mitchells hit their targets and raced away undamaged. Getting lost on the way in had an unexpected benefit. The bombers hit Tokyo from every possible direction, and the Japanese defenses were thrown into chaos. 15 Mitchells and their crews now headed for China, across the China Sea. Most of them doubted that their remaining fuel would get them there. Behind them, Tokyo burned. Admiral Halsey later wrote, "We had our radios tuned to Tokyo. One of their glibest liars came on and began describing, in English, the wonders of life in Japan. Of all the warring countries in the world, he said, Japan alone was free from enemy attack. It would continue so. Indeed, Japan was blessed among nations." And right there, we heard the air raid sirens. Jimmy's boys had arrived.
We were captured by the Japanese, and they carried us back to Japan, and so they gave us court-martials and all of that, and they condemned us to death, and then they decided to let us live. They executed 3 of the pilots, and so that left the rest of us with the possibility that we could be, later on, could be executed anytime.
So I kept walking, and at dusk I came out on a cliff. And down below I saw a little cantonment of a couple of buildings that had a Chinese nationalist flag flying up above it. On the table was a sketch of on a piece of paper of a two-tailed airplane with 5 parachutes coming out of it.
And the pilot had a deep gash in his left leg and one in his left arm, and most of his teeth had been knocked out. The co-pilot had a gash in his right leg, and I had to use some old dirty rags to try to close up the cuts on the other wounds.
So when we knew we were over the rim of the China, we pulled up to 11,000 feet or 10,000 to clear any mountains in that part of China. and then as we ran out of gas, we just bailed out. By the time we got up there going into China, we could not let down. It was nighttime, we were in a big storm, and there were mountains below us. So all we could do was to head into that storm, run out of gas, and bailed out. That's what 55 men bailed out of 11 planes.
On April 18, 1942, just 132 days after Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, Tokyo was burning. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon when the first B-25 flown by the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders dropped its first bomb. The Japanese High Command and the civilian population was caught off guard. As the raiders approached the coast of Japan, they saw smiling civilians waving at them from fishing boats, beaches, and baseball parks. They were so convinced their island home was beyond the reach of the Allied bombers, they didn't imagine that danger was imminent, even though U.S. Army Air Corps bombers were screaming overhead, just above the treetops. It was one of the most brilliantly conceived operations in aerial combat history. All 16 Mitchell B-25s found their intended targets and delivered their payloads. What the enemy did not know was the Doolittle Raiders were nearly 12 hours and 250 miles early for their rendezvous with history. The USS Hornet and the B-25s had been spotted much farther out than their planned launch distance. Early this morning, 80 Doolittle Raiders had scrambled aboard their airplanes, knowing they did not have adequate fuel capacity to reach any safe haven. It was an act of valor rarely matched in modern military history. Before it was over, a despondent Jimmy Doolittle, not knowing the location or the fate of his gallant crews, would sit atop the wreckage of his airplane and predict his own court-martial. He didn't know the raid he had led would play a pivotal role in turning the tide of events in the Pacific in favor of the Allies. That he had, in fact, just completed a mission that would change the war. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. "27-year-old Richard Cole was seated in the co-pilot seat of Doolittle Raider B-25 No. 1. As a young boy in Dayton, Ohio, he used to ride his bicycle to a levee above McCook Army Airfield to watch the legendary pilots of the Army Air Service test flying the leading-edge airplanes of the day. One of those pilots was James H. Doolittle. Now, Doolittle was seated inches away on Dick Cole's left as they lowered their bomber down to rooftop level in Tokyo's western suburbs. They had hit their targets and were hightailing it for a planned landing field in eastern China near Chuchao.
We flew low level till Fred Bramer recognized from photographs that they had given us on the carrier. At that time, Colonel Doolittle pulled up to 1,500 feet, and we dropped our incendiary bomb. And immediately went back down on the deck. The ACAC opened up on us, and it was pretty intense, but was not accurate. We flew maybe 100 miles south at low level, and not wanting to turn toward China, and alert them of the possibility that they would recognize where we were going. And we turned on a southwest heading and flew open water, just strictly by magnetic navigation.
But they had been bucking headwinds since they had left the carrier. With the extra distance they had been forced to fly, they did not have the gas to make landfall. Then, the weather began to change. It had been severe clear over Tokyo, But now the ceiling was dropping and the wind was swirling. By the time they reached Yakushima, on Japan's western coast, visibility was down to 600 feet. The bad news was, night was falling and they were in a serious storm. The good news was, the headwind was now a 25-mile-per-hour tailwind. It just might provide enough push to get them to the China coast. Tom Griffin was the navigator in airplane number 9.
Now, according to the anticipated wind, we were going to have a headwind, which was the normal wind at that time of the year in particular, across the China Sea. And our best calculations were that after about 5 hours, we were going to run out of gas and we were going to be short of China by about 100 to 150 miles.
And there was another, bigger problem.
There was supposed to be a portable homing station there, so we could use our radio compass and arrive there, land, and gas up and fly on into western China. But the fact that we arrived when we did in the middle of that big storm, there wasn't any chance of trying to make an approach into one of the fields. The other thing is that homing station was in an airplane that crashed on the way to get there, so it was not there. The other thing was that the Chinese, hearing our engines, thought it was the Japanese air raid, and they shut off all electricity. So we were in limbo.
After 13 hours in the air and flying 2,250 miles, the right front fuel tank was showing empty. Doolittle told his crew to bail out. It was about 9:30 p.m.
For me, the most scared and worrisome and whatever other adjective you want to use of the whole mission was standing in the airplane looking down at that black hole, because we ejected the hatch, and outside there was a lot of wind, rain, and lightning, and you were going to have to go through that hole into a foreign country and then having any idea where you were or anything about it. To me, that was the scariest time.
After putting the B-25 on automatic pilot, Jimmy Doolittle shut both gas cocks off and left the airplane. He landed in a rice paddy in a sitting position. He was neck deep in night soil.
The Chinese had been for centuries, nurturing their crops and fertilizing their crops with what they called night soil. This is human waste and animal and human waste to fertilize their crops.
Following a cold, wet night, an elderly farmer he had met on the road took Doolittle to a local Chinese military headquarters. There were some tense moments when Doolittle refused to surrender his sidearm to the soldiers, but he eventually convinced them he was an American ally, and they began to help him. At about 9 p.m., airplane number 7 was nearing an island off the coast at Sangchao. Pilot Ted Lawson thought he could spare the crew the risk and trauma of bailing out by effecting a controlled landing in shallow water.
Just about dark, it was raining. Finally spotted some land, and the pilot spotted a strip of beach, and he thought he could land on that beach. The engines had been running so cool all the time that it stopped at the last second when he was landing, and we had the wheel down. We hit the water with the wheel down, and it immediately turned us over. I was in the back of the airplane. The other 4 fellows were in the front. They were all thrown out through the nose. The pilot and co-pilot were still strapped to their armor-plated seats when they came to in the water. I was knocked unconscious for a little while in the back and sort of came to and could see water running in what I thought was the bottom of the airplane. Well, I finally realized the airplane was upside down and the plexiglass on the turret had shattered, and that's where the water was coming in. So then I was able to open the escape hatch on the bottom of the airplane and crawl out there. By that time I got out of the airplane, the other 4 fellows were already up on the beach.
In one of the countless acts of Chinese heroism performed in the wake of the Doolittle Raid, the resistance leader operating in the area helped Thatcher create bamboo pallets so the injured could be transported.
We found out later that the Japanese landed 65 Jap soldiers on that spot where we crashed, came looking for us, but we had a head start on them, got across the island.
Airplane number 15 had scored a direct hit on the steelworks in the northeastern part of Kobe. It was making its way to the Chinese coast at Sanmen Bay as the weather closed in. It was nearly 9 p.m. The left engine was backfiring, and the right one was generating very little power. The pilot, Donald Smith, had decided on a water landing about 400 yards offshore. It went well. There were no injuries. In the roughly 8 minutes that the plane remained afloat, the engineer-gunner Lieutenant Thomas White scrambled to recover some critically important tools. Thomas White was not an average gunner.
Well, Dr. White was a flight surgeon, but when he found out about the raid, he asked Colonel Hilger, who was the second in command, and Doc White was about his age, the same age as Hilger, in other words, older than the normal or the average raider. And he said, well, I'd like to go on the raid. And Colonel Hilger said, well, you can't go. Doc, we've got 5 men on each airplane. We can't find another seat for you. It just wouldn't be right. So he said, if you want to be a gunner, you could maybe go as a gunner, but you're not a gunner, you're a flight surgeon. He said, well, I could be a gunner, let me have a chance to try. So he went down and shot the guns and I think he came off second best in making a score compared to some of the other gunners. And so he got the job as a gunner. And so here it was a fortuitous choice to have him go on that mission, because he certainly was helpful when he got to China.
After a night in a fishing village, friendly Chinese rowed Dr. White and the rest of the crew to the island of Nandian. Again, the locals put their lives on the line, hiding the crew in a Buddhist temple while 65 Japanese soldiers swept through the area looking for them. On Nandian, Dr. White learned of the injuries suffered by David Thatcher's crew. According to Lieutenant Smith, from the moment he did, he seemed to have only one desire, which was to reach them as soon as possible.
It was the ideal providential meeting of these two crews with Doc White that saved one of the raiders, Ted Lawson, saved his life because Lawson was about to lose his leg, and Doc White amputated it. He gave Lawson blood from his own arms, but Doc himself, when it got too bad, Lawson was about to go, then he gave blood from his own himself, which is, I imagine, a difficult thing to do.
The day began badly for the crew of airplane number 16. As they sat with propellers turning on the deck of the Hornet, a sailor on the deck crew slipped. The prop blast from airplane number 15 blew him backwards into 16's left propeller. His arm was so severely injured, it required amputation. The crew members were Lieutenant William G. Farrow, pilot, Lieutenant Robert Height, co-pilot, Lieutenant George Barr, navigator, Jacob D. DeShazer, bombardier, and Harold A. Spatz, engineer-gunner. In Nagoya, the crew found their targets, a battery of oil storage tanks and an aircraft factory. So far, George Barr wrote, all had gone well. I gave the pilot a new heading, and we started our last leg of the trip. Like the other 15 Raider B-25s, number 16 encountered the curse of the storm and the blessing of the tailwind. And like every other airplane, they experienced the sinking sensation of getting no response from Chu-Chow on 4495 kilocycles. Landfall and nightfall arrived together. Just as the fuel warning lights came on, a break in the overcast revealed the lights of a city. Navigator Barr quickly figured it was Nanchang. They were over an area believed to be in Japanese control. There was no choice now. All hands took to their parachutes. When they landed, it was nearly 1 a.m. By daylight, all 5 would be in Japanese hands. For Robert Hite, George Barr, and Jacob DeShazer, it was the first day of 3.5 years of hell on Earth. Bill Farrow and Harold Spatz would never see their homeland again. The targets for airplane number 3 were industrial buildings and docks on the east side of Tokyo. Once again, the 20-cent bomb site designed by Ross Greening at Eglin Field performed flawlessly. Number 3, which was nicknamed Whiskey Pete for pilot Bob Gray's Pinto pony back in Texas, made its run for the Chinese coast. At 10 p.m., flying in thin overcast, both fuel gauges registered empty. The crew went out in the usual order: engineer, followed by the bombardier, then the navigator, and the co-pilot. The pilot left last. Jacob Manch, the co-pilot, spent a cold night in driving rain, his parachute gathered about him. For 2 days he wandered, trying to find a railroad the raiders were told operated in this part of China. On the 3rd day, tired, hungry, and scratched by thick briars, he sat waist-deep in a stream. Suddenly, the thicket parted, and a smiling Chinese man with several companions confronted him. With sound effects and hand gestures, they indicated they knew where Manch's plane had crashed. They led him to a village where he saw Chinese guerrillas carrying parts of Whiskey Pete. He found something else: the body of his crewmate, engineer Leland D. Factor of Plymouth, Iowa. Factor had either struck the plane after leaving it, experienced a parachute failure, or just hit the ground excessively hard. He appeared to have died instantly. Sadly, airplane number 6 suffered the highest casualties of the raid. Dean Hallmark, the pilot, delivered his bombs on a steel mill north of Tokyo. The airplane, nicknamed the Green Hornet, was running on fumes when the coast of China was still 10 minutes ahead of them. A water landing loomed. The navigator, Chase Nielsen, remembered it was a very hard and fast landing that left him temporarily unconscious. When Nielsen awoke, he realized he was in immediate peril. The wreckage of the plane was being pounded by surf. It was sinking fast. Though he was bleeding and his nose was broken, he climbed up through the windshield, inflating his Mae West life preserver. He joined Bob Meter, the co-pilot, on top of the submerging plane, while the crew struggled to inflate their malfunctioning life raft. William Dieter slipped off the wing. At nearly the same moment, a huge wave washed the rest of them off the now fully submerged B-25. Though they tried to maintain voice contact in the dark, each man was now left to his own fate. Chase Nielsen would later write, "I couldn't do a thing but ride the waves. I half swam and half floated for what seemed like hours. I thought about my family, the fellows back at Columbia, South Carolina, who did not go on the raid. the wonderful Navy men who brought us to the launch point and were probably now being chased by the whole Japanese Navy. I wondered where the crews of the other 15 planes were, and whether Jimmy Doolittle's first combat mission might have been his last. I feared the worst might happen to Dieter and Fitzmaurice, because they seemed to be so badly hurt. Nielsen made it to shore the next morning from a hiding place in the stand of trees. He saw villagers and 2 Chinese soldiers looking at 2 bodies on the beach. It was William J. Dieter from Vale, Iowa, and Donald E. Fitzmaurice from Lincoln, Nebraska. The local Chinese did all they could to hide Chase Nielsen, Dean Hallmark, and Bob Meter, the surviving crew members of the Green Hornet, though the area was swarming with Japanese soldiers. After one Japanese patrol left, the 3 returned to the beach where the Chinese had hidden the bodies of Dieter and Fitzmaurice. They placed their comrades in 2 wooden boxes, chose a spot high on the beach, and buried them. The 3 officers prayed silently over the 2 enlisted men who had given their last full measure.
I bailed out and left Colonel Doolittle. He was the last one out. My chute opened properly, and looking down and to get the ripcord, I pulled the thing so hard that I gave myself a black eye. I was fortunate that my chute drifted over a pine tree, and I ended up about 12 feet off of the ground. So it was like jumping in a feather bed. It was raining very hard, and so I pulled part of the chute in and made kind of a hammock affair and spent the night in a tree. When daybreak came and I could see the ground, I had a compass and started walking west. And at dusk, I came out on a cliff. And down below, I saw a little cantonment of a couple of buildings that had a Chinese nationalist flag flying up above it. And the only reason I knew it was a Chinese nationalist flag was that the same emblem was painted on the AVG P-40s that I had read about before. Anyway, I walked down there and I was accosted by a young lad, and he took me to a building that was empty except for a table. On the table was a sketch of on a piece of paper of a 2-tailed airplane with 5 parachutes coming out of it. So I finally got him to take me where he took whoever drew the sketch, which he did, and I walked into this building and it was Colonel Doolittle. He is the one who had drawn the sketch. I said, "Boy, am I glad to see you."
But Doolittle was far from happy. He recalled the days after the crash landing. When the soldiers found our plane, Paul Leonard and I went to the crash site to see what we could salvage. There is no worse sight to an aviator than to see his plane smashed to bits. This was my first combat mission. I had planned it from the beginning and had led it. I was sure it would be my last. As far as I was concerned, it was a failure, and I felt there could be no future for me in uniform now. Even if we had successfully accomplished the first half of our mission, the second half had been to deliver the B-25s to our units in the China, Burma, India theater of operations. My main concern was for my men. What had happened to my crew probably happened to the others. As I sat there, Paul Leonard took my picture and then, seeing how badly I felt, tried to cheer me up. He asked, "What do you think will happen when you go home, Colonel?" I answered, "Well, I guess they'll court-martial me and send me to prison at Fort Leavenworth." Paul said, "No, sir. I'll tell you what will happen. They're going to make you a general, and they're going to give you the Congressional Medal of Honor. Colonel, I know they're going to give you another airplane, and when they do, I'd like to fly with you as your crew chief." It was then that the tears came to my eyes. It was the supreme compliment a mechanic could give a pilot. "16 B-25s left the deck of the Hornet on the Doolittle Raid. Every one of them reached Japan and bombed their targets. It was true that all the airplanes were lost. Airplane number 8, the airplane that seems to have had its carburetors either changed or reset at the Seattle Air Depot, was forced to seek the quickest landing opportunity available. It went to Vladivostok in Russia, where it was confiscated by the Soviets. The crew was interned for over a year, until the 5 men effected their own escape. As for Doolittle's men, 3 raiders died the night of the raid. Leland Factor, the engineer-gunner on airplane number 3, did not survive his bailout. William Dieter, the bombardier on airplane number 6, was too severely injured to survive the ditching of the airplane off the coast. The same was true for his crewmate Donald Fitzmaurice, the engineer-gunner on the same airplane. 8 raiders became prisoners of the Japanese. Lieutenant Dean Hallmark, Lieutenant Robert Meader, and Lieutenant Chase Nielsen, all crew members of airplane number 6, were captured. The entire crew of airplane number 16, Lieutenant William G. Farrow, Lieutenant Robert L. Height, Lieutenant George Barr, Corporal Jacob Daniel DeShazer, and Sergeant Harold A. Spatz became POWs. The treatment of the prisoners was horrendous.
They interrogated us and all of that, you know, each one individually. And there was 2 airplanes of us that had been captured. And they condemned us to death, and the Emperor reprieved us to life imprisonment. Our sentence was to be kept in solitary confinement.
I think they were very scared. They tortured them brutally. And they don't talk a lot about that in any of the books, where they put a rag over their face and they would pour water until you almost drowned and pass out, and then they would go on. Slaps, beats, socks, punches, common every day. Bamboo shoots between the joints. They would take iron rods and put them behind the break of the knee, and then they would jump on the thighs, which caused, obviously a great deal of pain.
By April 24th, 6 days following the raid, all of the captured raiders had been flown to Tokyo. Their mistreatment continued unabated until August 28th, when they were made to stand trial. The trial was conducted in Japanese. The men had no idea what was being said. A record of the trial concluded that the 8 had been found guilty as charged and are hereby sentenced to death. For reasons unknown, Dean Hallmark, William Farrow, and Harold Spatz were sentenced to be executed. On October 14th, 1942, Hallmark, Farrow, and Spatz were informed they were to be executed the next day. They were given paper and pencil and told they could write to their family and friends. Hallmark wrote to his father, mother, and sister. "I hardly know what to say," he wrote. "They just told me I am liable to execution. I can hardly believe it. I wanted to be a commercial pilot and would have been if it wasn't for this war." To his mother, he wrote, "Try to stand up under this and pray." Bill Farrow wrote his widowed mother, "Don't let this get you down. Just remember that God will make everything right, and I will see you again in the hereafter. My faith in God is complete, so I am unafraid." Harold Spatz wrote to his widower father in Lebo, Kansas, "If I have inherited anything since I became of age, I will give it to you. And Dad, I want you to know that I love you and God bless you. I want you to know that I died fighting for my country like a soldier. The next day, on October 15th, 1942, the 3 Doolittle Raiders were executed by firing squad.
Those fellows were tortured, they were starved, they were put in solitary confinement, they were beaten repeatedly, and nothing they could do about it. I mean, they just lived a very tortured existence.
Each was growing steadily weaker, and Bob Meter was the weakest of the 5. Meter looked like a walking skeleton. On December 1st, 1943, the once sturdily built athletic Meter died quietly in his cell.
The Japanese were completely incensed by the Doolittle Raid. They had been concerned that such a raid might originate in China. General Claire Chennault, head of the celebrated Flying Tigers who were operating in China, recalled that the Japanese drove 200 miles into East China to seek revenge. Chennault wrote, "One sizable city was razed for no other reason than the sentiment displayed by its citizens in filling up Jap bomb craters on nearby airfields. 250,000 Chinese civilians and soldiers were reportedly killed in the 3-month campaign." The Chinese had been at war with the Japanese since 1937. They knew well the brutality they employed against those who opposed them. Yet, time and again, they risked all to try to help the lost American flyers get to their ultimate destination, the wartime capital of Chongqing. Their legacy is typified by a story of Tung Cheng Lu, a Chinese engineering student who was pressed into service to help Airplane No. 2 escape. At the time, he risked his life for the American flyers and undertook this most hazardous of journeys. Lu had a young, pregnant wife, Man Ming Wang Lu, he was leaving behind. During our whole trip under Lu's guidance, our treatment was superb. Navigator Lieutenant Carl Widener was quoted as saying, "He had risked his neck for us." After World War II ended, Lu came to the U.S. to study aeronautical engineering at the University of Minnesota. He maintained lifelong friendships with the airmen he helped in China. Lu became a U.S. citizen in 1954. 4 years later, he began work as a civilian aeronautical engineer at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, where he helped develop the C-5 military transport aircraft. Only 2 men have been named honorary Doolittle Raiders. One is Hank Miller, the naval aviator who taught the Doolittle crews how to pull a B-25 off the deck of an aircraft carrier in less than 500 feet. Tung Cheng Lu is the other. He died May 3rd, 2009. He was honored at the 2010 Doolittle Raider reunion. His children Tom, Sheridan, and Melinda Lu attended. Since 1988, Melinda Lu has been the Beijing bureau chief for Newsweek magazine.
I think it's very hard for people of our generation to understand what our parents went through and the environment that they went through. That was a very special time. My father was basically like millions of other Chinese trying to get through the war, and just happened by happenstance to be in a certain situation that propelled him to heroic actions and very unusual circumstances, and it changed his life forever.
It began as a boost for the sagging morale of a shocked and angry nation. But the Doolittle Raid turned out to be so much more.
And it looked like their next big step might be Australia. Drive down and take over Australia. And that was just the time when we hit. And the Japanese decided they were going to put an end to that possibility in the future. And 6 weeks after our raid on Japan, they got together a huge fleet and headed across the Pacific. They had 4 carriers, They had cruisers and battleships, and they were going to take over Midway first, possibly Hawaii next. And our intelligence had broken their code, knew they were coming, and Halsey had our ship, the Hornet, and the Enterprise, the other carrier that was with us, and a third carrier, the Yorktown. And he had us sitting up north of Midway and waiting. And when the Japanese struck Midway, we flew down there, and the rest is history, what happened. Our Navy boys sunk all 4 of those carriers, and it was a tremendous victory for our side. And from that time on, if you analyze the Pacific War, instead of being on the offensive everywhere, they were back on the defensive until we were just within easy striking distance of Japan in the summer of '45.
Following the Battle of Midway, the Japanese never scored another victory in the Pacific. All 80 Doolittle Raiders received the Distinguished Flying Cross for this mission. The Chinese government decorated all of the raiders. Those imprisoned and tortured also received the Purple Heart. David Thatcher was awarded the Silver Star. Dr. Thomas White was awarded the Silver Star. James H. Doolittle was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Every Doolittle Raider who was able to fly at the completion of the raid did so.
And then so I went back overseas with the 1st Air Commando Group that made the aerial invasion of Burma later on in 1944.
I came back to Billings on furlough for a couple of weeks, and then went to MacDill Field to Tampa, Florida, and began training in B-26s, which is a twin-engine bomber with a single tail. And then we were flying submarine patrol between Oran, Algeria, and the coast of Spain until about the middle of April 1943. Then we moved up to the front, and we were bombing the Italian and German forces until they finally chased them out of North Africa. I was on 26 bombing missions over there.
And we all got 2 weeks leave before we went to our new group. In my case, it was that B-26 group at Harding Field, Louisiana. Captured. This happened in the summer of '43 on the 4th of July. Now, we had a whole big flight of B-26s, and we flew over to Sicily, and they hit us big time. And down we went. And we were on fire, so I bailed out and pulled my ripcord. A little later, when I got to the ground, I was captured immediately by the Germans down there in this field.
13 raiders would ultimately lose their lives later in World War II. In China, Jimmy Doolittle made a promise to his men.
Colonel Doolittle promised the group, he says, if we survive the mission, he says, I'm going to throw you the biggest party you've ever had after it's all over, after the war. Anyway, we had the first reunion, and everybody had a good time. It was all fun and games and so forth. And somebody said, why don't we do this again? And Jimmy said, hey, wait a minute, fellas. This cost me a pretty penny to have this party. He says, I can't afford to do it. And some of the other aviation interests sponsored and the city itself. And after that, it was kind of like Topsy. We began to receive invitations every year.
It's great to see the gang every year.
After 10 years, Mrs. Doolittle said, she put her foot down and said, from now on, the wives are going to go to these reunions. And that changed the whole tenor of our activities, yeah, I assure you. But from that time on, it was a big improvement because we couldn't have kept on the way we were.
It's not just what they did, which was extremely important for the nation at that time, but how they've lived their lives since, really. And they have put together a foundation which supports youngsters coming up in aerospace engineering. And so they continue to make contributions wherever they go, whatever communities they visit. So they are continuing as an inspiration to the next generation of airmen.
It seemed like there was a guiding hand favoring us on that whole mission, because when you analyze the whole mission, everything went our way. And we did the maximum damage that we could do against our enemy with 16 planes, each carrying a ton of bombs. We really accomplished our mission. And of course, we upset them so much that their plans brought on the big defeat of Midway later. So this little raid accomplished quite a bit in the war. After we started having these annual reunions, the city of Tucson had invited us there, and when we got there, we found that they had 80 cups, silver cups, engraved with our names on them in this case. Those who were deceased, the cups were upside down. And so for the years that went on, in all of our reunions, some cadets from the Air Force Academy brought this case of cups to our reunion, and we had a regular ceremony drinking to those that had passed on that year, and the cups were turned over.
Gentlemen, the toast to those who are gone. When we get together, it seems like the raid was yesterday. It's great to see the ones that are still living, and we pay homage to the ones that have passed on. The mysteriousness of the thing, the way it was designed, was that in this case that holds the goblets, there was a bottle of Courvoisier that was laid down the same year Colonel Doolittle was born. As the story goes, at the end of the trail, there will be two raiders sitting together with their goblet and some of the Courvoisier in the cup. And that'll be the end of the Doolittle Raiders.
80 men. 68 years later, only 6 of them are still with us. Yet their tradition dictates that all 80 of them gather, either in body or spirit, every year on the anniversary of that heroic and historic mission. A mission that changed the war.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
The year 1942 was a fulcrum on which the fate of the world was balanced. On June 4th, 1942, the momentum of the war in the Pacific shifted when the U.S. Navy sank 4 Japanese carriers during the Battle of Midway. After Midway, Japan did not have another victory in the Pacific. In the autumn of '42, the British broke out from El Alamein. They prevented Rommel's vaunted Africa Corps from taking control of the Suez Canal. More importantly, they kept Germany from gaining free access to the oil of the Middle East. Rommel's defeat was the beginning of the end for the Wehrmacht. Throughout the merciless Russian winter of 1942, 2 million-man armies held a ghastly death grip on each other in and around Stalingrad. Some contend Adolf Hitler ordered the conquest of Stalingrad because of his hatred for Joseph Stalin. Some contend that Stalin's ego drove his order to defend the city with, quote, not one step backwards, unquote. Whatever the reasons, in 6 months of street-by-street combat, 1,530,000 had been killed, wounded, or captured. On February 2nd, 1943, 93,000 German troops surrounded in Stalingrad surrendered. Only 6,000 of them would live to return to Germany. Hitler's army was in retreat in the east from then on. There was another pivotal battle that took place in May of 1942, one that was little noted or long remembered. Following the fall of Rangoon in March of 1942, the Japanese 56th Brigade, the elite Dragon Division, poured up the Burma Road through China's back door. The last big obstacle between it and the wartime capital city of Chongqing was the Salween River and its mile-deep gorge.
If we had not stopped these people at the Salween River, China would have collapsed. And if China had collapsed, we'd have had a different situation in the world.
On May 7th, 1942, the 56th Brigade seemed unopposed as it flowed up the Burma Road, China's vital supply line, until David Lee Tex Hill and 7 other American volunteer pilots dived their war-weary Shark's Tooth P-40s into the mile-deep gorge of China's Salween River. Fitted with 500-pound Russian-made bombs, the Flying Tigers made a desperate attempt to prevent the complete collapse of China. It was a mission that would change the war in the China-Burma-India theater. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. In a sense, David Lee Tex Hill and the 20th century China he loved and defended grew up together. When Tex was born on the Korean Peninsula on July 13, 1915, the modern Republic of China, formed after the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912, was a struggling 3-year-old.
I was born to missionary parents. I was born in Korea, and I was the youngest child, and Daddy's health broke down. He'd been out there a long time, and I was only a year and a half old, so I don't remember a whole lot about Korea. Daddy came back to Virginia, where all of my people are from, and he worked on Grandpa's farm, and then he bought a place himself. And my early recollections there were working out there on the farm. Well, Daddy was a great preacher, and he got his health back and started back into preaching in a little church called St. Elmo there. And he was called to Louisville, Kentucky, First Presbyterian Church there, and was there a couple of years. And then he was called to San Antonio in 1921. This was a big church, an old church here. And people just loved Dad, and he built it into the biggest Presbyterian church in the Southern Assembly.
One of Dr. Hill's benefits was the use of a church member's home in the Texas Hill Country near San Antonio. Texas, in particular the West Texas of the 1920s, was a place that shaped young David Hill's world ever after.
As I say, my earliest recollections, of course, were my family, and my dad was predominantly remembered because he was a great outdoorsman, and he took me hunting and fishing. He was a great fisherman and hunter. And from my earliest days, you know, learned to hunt and fish and live in the outdoors. In those days, living in the outdoors, you know, wasn't like it is today. I mean, it was primitive. We had our bedding rolls and build a big fire at night and lie down and get up at daylight in the morning. Daddy'd fix breakfast. But that type of life I enjoyed so much, and a lot of my early days I worked on ranches, and I like that type of life, you know. Anybody, I think, that's been in the outdoors, it equips them very well, you know, to do what we were doing later on, you know, as far as fighter pilot operation.
Beneath the boundless Texas skies, another fascination was growing in the mind of young David Hill.
You know, when we first came to San Antonio in 21, we had a Korean that came over, and he lived with us, Dr. Moon, Young Nim, and he taught me how to make kites. And the Koreans are great on kites. And flying kites was really a great hobby. I built many of them. And he had some very fancy kind of kites that you don't normally see. And that kind of got my interest. I had a good-looking sister, and I had a good-looking cousin. And these guys from McKelly would come around with their helmet and goggles on, you know. And I thought that was pretty cool, you know.
David Lee Hill's growing fixation with flying finally pushed him to commit an uncharacteristic act.
A guy by the name of Chet Sluter and I decided that we were going to take an airplane ride. So we took our collection money and slipped off from church and went out here to a place called Winburn Field, but it's right over there near Stinson, actually. We paid this guy $1 to take us around the pattern. A guy named Dick Hare was the pilot. And in the travel area, you could always tell because the aileron stuck out further than the wings, and the pilot sits in the back, and you got a seat, side-by-side seat in the front. I just remember that it was just a real thrill, and then I began to worry about my conscience taking my collection money on Sunday for an airplane ride.
Young David Lee was also intrigued by his father's remembrances of the Far East.
I did want to get back to the Far East, and I'd heard Daddy speak about it.
Tex Hill would indeed return to the Far East. But as a boy hunting and fishing the West Texas Hill Country in the 1920s, he could never have imagined the circumstances under which he would make the journey. A world away from Tex Hill's West Texas, 4,000 years of dynastic rule in China were coming to a complicated end. Modern China was born in October 1911, in a military uprising that led to the abdication of China's last emperor. The birth of the Chinese Republic brought with it great promise and great danger. The nation that rose from the ashes of the old Chinese dynasties would, in the next century, shake the world, not once, but many times. The people of China have shared a common culture for more than 4,000 years, longer than any other civilization on Earth. The earliest Chinese settled in northern China, in the valley of the Yellow River around 3000 BC. They farmed the fertile river valley, made pottery, wove silk cloth, and used simple wheeled carts. The history of China prior to the 20th century could be characterized as a continual struggle against foreign occupation. The first known dynasty appeared in 1766 BC, the Shang dynasty. New methods of agriculture helped give rise to a highly developed system of king, nobles, commoners, and slaves. With well-organized armies, the Shang kings unified the region and defended it against nomadic raiders. Shang craftsmen worked in bronze and jade. The Zhou overthrew the Shang kings about 3,000 years ago, and the Zhou dynasty lasted for 900 years. Iron tools opened more land to farming and created food surpluses. A middle class arose. Zhou kings unified the country, created the first national library in 550 BC, and supported priests, scholars, and teachers. Among the scholars was the philosopher Confucius. His code of ethics, developed around 500 BC, was the foundation of Chinese thought and culture for the next 2,500 years. The Zhou kings worshipped heaven as a deity. They and all of the kings and emperors to follow would be called sons of heaven, and China would be called the Celestial Empire. Ancestor worship emerged during the Zhou dynasty, and it is still a strong influence in all Asian cultures. The early Zhou kings ruled a realm that was divided among some 200 nobles, similar to the feudal system of medieval Europe. Strong nobles overthrew weaker princes until, by 400 BC, there were only 7 states in the kingdom, each ruled by a noble family. In 221 BC, the strongest of these noble families, the Qin, declared themselves emperor. Their reign lasted less than 100 years, but it left 2 important legacies. The Qin gave the country its name, China, and replaced the feudal system with a centralized bureaucracy. For the next 2,000 years, China was ruled by a series of emperors, some strong, some weak. The country was divided and unified many times over. Chinese emperors built the world's first university in 221 BC, built the Great Wall, standardized weights and measures, and created a civil service based on merit and education. The Chinese invented the world's first sundials, water clocks, wheelbarrows, compasses, paper, canal locks, firearms, and super ships, immense seagoing junks that could carry 1,000 passengers. Over and over again, the settled farms and cities of China were attacked by nomadic foreigners from all sides. The Chinese called all such foreigners barbarians. Mongols from the northern plains conquered China in the 13th century. Their short 90-year rule left a much larger legacy in the West. When the Venetian merchant Marco Polo wrote about his travels to China, he described the court of Mongol Kublai Khan. His book, Marco Polo's Travels, was a bestseller in Europe for 300 years. In the late 1600s, China entered a long period of peace and prosperity under the Qing emperors. Western traders and missionaries were welcomed, but the army was neglected, and a population boom brought a shortage of land and a rise in poverty. In the 19th century, 2 wars against Western powers, the so-called Opium Wars, left China defeated and humiliated, forced to open its markets and ports to free trade with the West. Poverty, war, and foreign meddling in internal affairs led to several rebellions that ravaged China's economy and weakened its emperor. The Boxer Rebellion of 1898 was aimed at expelling all foreigners from the Celestial Empire. It failed. The terms of the peace imposed by Japan and the Western powers humiliated the Chinese and rallied support for nationalist revolutionaries. One of the leaders who emerged from the turbulent 1890s was Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a physician who advocated replacing the Manchu dynasty with a republic. After a failed uprising in Canton in 1895, Dr. Sun fled the country and lived in self-imposed exile, traveling and enlisting support for his revolution. In October 1911, Chinese soldiers staged a rebellion in Wuhan. Within 2 months, all the southern, central, and northwestern provinces had declared independence from the emperor's rule. In February, the Manchu emperor abdicated peacefully, ending more than 2,000 years of imperial government. Sun Yat-sen returned from exile to lead a transitional government in the new Republic of China. In March 1912, Sun Yat-sen stepped down from the presidency, and Yun Shikai, former commander of the Northern Army, took his place. Several revolutionary groups merged to form the National People's Party, the Kuomintang. General Wan set up a republican government headed by a premier and cabinet. He drafted a constitution and laid plans for a parliamentary election in early 1913. But behind the scenes, Wan had his opponents assassinated and moved to sideline the parliament and weaken the constitution. Less than 3 years after his inauguration, Wan declared himself president for life and began scheming to make himself emperor. But in 1915, Japan exploited the turmoil with a list of demands for special trading rights and other privileges. The resulting crisis shattered Wan's control, and he died in 1916. Finally, in 1921, Sun Yat-sen succeeded in forming a new Republican government. And in 1921, David Lee Hill was an impetuous 8-year-old attending Traverse Elementary School in San Antonio, Texas.
Well, I was always in some sort of trouble. I went to Traverse School, and I remember Miss Berry, who was the principal, she, back in those days, you know, they believed very much in corporal punishment. And I had a run-in with Miss Berry, and she broke out the switch.
World War I ended with the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. China had joined the Allies in declaring war on Germany. At the peace conference in France, the Chinese demanded an end to foreign treaty ports and other concessions in China. Their demands were ignored, and they felt disillusioned and betrayed. There were angry demonstrations in Beijing and other cities. The government, frustrated with its Western allies, turned to Russia for help. The Communist Party of China, led by a peasant named Mao Zedong, held its first conference in 1921, but it was so small that the Soviet Union gave its support to Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang, or KMT. Soviet aid built up the KMT army. Sun died in 1926 and was succeeded by Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang was born October 31st, 1887, to an upper-middle-class family of salt merchants. He would go on to become one of the most powerful and controversial military and political leaders of the 20th century. Growing up in a tumultuous China, racked by military defeats at the hands of foreign powers and civil wars among warlords, Chiang decided to pursue a military career. Ironically, Chiang entered a preparatory school for Chinese students in Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. It was here that he was influenced to support the movement to overthrow the Qing dynasty and establish a Chinese republic. Chiang returned to China in 1911 to serve as an artillery officer for the revolutionary forces. Over the next decade, with political guile and personal loyalty, he gained Sun Yat-sen's trust. On June 5, 1925, he became Generalissimo Commander-in-Chief of the National Revolutionary Army. In 1926, Chiang launched an expedition to subdue the northern warlords. He accepted Soviet aid but began throwing communists out of the Nationalist Party. By 1928, the warlords were reined in, and the country was once again unified. Chiang continued to suppress the communists. They began organizing in the countryside, and their numbers grew quickly, fueled by anger over the slow pace of land reforms. In late 1931, they declared a separate Chinese Soviet Republic in the south, with Mao as chairman. Chiang began a series of brutal extermination campaigns to destroy the Communist Party, and in Chiang's preoccupation with the communists and disloyal warlords, the expansionist Japanese saw opportunity.
I went to the San Antonio Academy and graduated in 28. Military school, it is the oldest military school. It's something like 120 years old. But at that time, there was a high school level. And the professors, they had to be tough because they had some tough guys in there, my older brothers especially. Like the other day, I was at the Alumni Day, and because I'm a white rabbit, I mean, I'm the oldest living graduate. And I just told these kids, I said, you know, you guys are the hope of the world. I said, if you guys don't make it, I mean, this country's gone. Because well, nothing we can do at our age. And I said, just remember this, to any audience that I've ever talked to, that if you see a guy in uniform, you better get on your knees and thank God, because that is the only guy in the world that can save you.
In the fall of 1928, Tex Hill enrolled in the Macaulay School, another prestigious military school near Chattanooga, Tennessee. His restlessness and pranks earned him many disciplinary restrictions. When he graduated at 17, Tex was ready to enlist in the Navy, but his father had other ideas. He strongly encouraged him to enter college. Tex graduated from Austin College in 1938.
So in the paper where they're looking for pilots. So I went down and took the exam before I graduated. You had to have a college degree. Now, I tried to get into the Army Air Corps earlier, and I was turned down, and I don't know why. You could go in with 2 years, 2 years of college. To this good day, I still don't know why I was turned down. And I don't know whether it was my eyes or what. I just don't know. But anyway, it was kind of funny to wind up after a career in the Navy and everything, and then in July of '42, when our group broke up, you know, the Army Air Corps wanted me bad.
In China, the Japanese were capitalizing on the domestic turmoil facing Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist Chinese. Japan saw Manchuria as a limitless supply of raw materials, a market for her manufactured goods, now excluded from many Western countries by Depression-era tariffs, and as a protective buffer state against the Soviet Union in Siberia. Japan occupied Manchuria in 1931 and set up a puppet government in northern China. There was the growing anti-Japanese feeling in China, but Chiang ignored it. He declared that he would deal with Japanese aggression only after he had dealt with the communists. Finally, in late 1936, the Kuomintang Army forced Chiang to give up his anti-communist campaigns, form an alliance with the Chinese Communist Party, and face the Japanese threat head-on. 6 months later, a skirmish between Chinese and Japanese troops at Beijing's Marco Polo Bridge set off the spark that ignited all-out war between China and Japan. In 1937, when China's resistance to Japanese aggression escalated into the largest Asian land war in history, the military career of Tex Hill was just getting started. The career of an Army Air Corps pilot who would change Tex Hill's life forever was seemingly coming to an end. Claire Lee Chennault was born September 6, 1893, in Commerce, Texas, and raised in Waterproof, Louisiana, a tiny farming town in the Mississippi Delta. He had a pleasant childhood, Tom Sawyerish by some accounts, though he later described himself as something of a loner. He attended a one-room schoolhouse and in 1909 entered Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge. He was a good student and participated in ROTC and in basketball, baseball, and track. He also applied to West Point and Annapolis. As an adult, Chennault always gave his birth year as 1890, adding 3 years to his age. After one semester at LSU, he transferred to a teacher's college and a year later, in 1910, at age 17, went to work as the teacher and principal of a country school near Shreveport. Chennault married Nellie Thompson on Christmas Day 1911 and left teaching to find work that would support a family. The United States entered the First World War in April 1917. Chennault quit his job at a tire factory, joined the U.S. Army, and earned the rank of first lieutenant. Stationed at Fort Travis in San Antonio, Texas, he was near Kelly Field, the Army's pilot training base. Chennault snagged an assignment to Kelly Field as a drill instructor. He was still at Kelly Field when the war ended, and he finally got the assignment he had hoped for, as a U.S. Army aviation cadet. Private flying lessons had taught him some bad habits, and a civilian instructor at Kelly washed him out of the aviation program. A second check ride with a military pilot got him reinstated, and he earned his U.S. Army wings in April 1919. He served a brief tour patrolling the Mexican border and was given a routine discharge into the Army Reserve. When Congress expanded the Army Air Service in 1920, Chennault re-entered active service as a flying officer. He served mostly in non-flying assignments until 1922, when he was sent to the famous Hat in the Ring Squadron, the 94th, at Ellington Field, Texas. Chennault proved to be a superb pilot. After a year in the 94th, he was given command of the 19th Pursuit Squadron, based on Ford Island at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. And Chennault flew coastal patrols and set up an early warning system of aircraft spotters. Deafness was a common problem among military pilots of the day who flew open cockpit airplanes. Chennault was no exception. He flew with a medical waiver for deafness, logging over 1,300 hours in the air. In 1930, with the rank of captain, Chennault was sent to the Air Corps Tactical School and joined the faculty as head of the Pursuit Section. It was the birthplace of the doctrine of precision daylight bombing, the idea that fast, heavily armed bombers would always get through to their targets. A tight-knit group of officers, who became known as the Bomber Mafia, believed that the bombers' speed, high altitude, long-range, heavy armament, and tight formations would overcome any defenses thrown at them. Boeing's new YB-17 bomber seemed to confirm these claims. The prototype that would become the B-17 Flying Fortress could fly faster and higher than the Army's frontline fighters, and it bristled with guns. No anti-aircraft shell can reach it, and no pursuit plane can catch it, so said the advocates of daylight strategic bombing. They claimed that fighter escorts would be unnecessary. Besides, they said, even the best pursuit planes lacked the speed and the range needed to escort the bomber. As a student at the tactical school, Chennault met Captain Clayton Bissell, a World War I ace. Bissell was a true believer in the bomber doctrine. Chennault disagreed. The Army had recently received the new Boeing's P-12 biplane, the world's fastest and most agile pursuit aircraft. Chennault believed that pursuit planes like the P-12 could shoot down bombers. But, said Chennault, progress would also bring faster, more capable pursuit aircraft. Bissell and others believed that the age of the pursuit plane was over. While the bomber mafia won converts in Washington, Chennault practiced aerobatics and thought about pursuit tactics against bombers. He and Bissell would clash again over tactics in China during World War II. The commander of the tactical school asked Chennault to form an exhibition flight team for the Army. Flying P-12s, they put on a three-plane aerobatic show like no other. At the team's final performance in late 1935, there were two men in the audience who would later have profound influence on the life and career of Claire Chennault. One was William Pauley, a salesman who represented the Curtiss Wright Aircraft Company in China. The other was Mao Pang-Chu, a senior officer in the Chinese Air Force. Both men were impressed by what they saw that day. Mao offered to hire all three pilots as flight instructors for the Chinese. Chennault's two fellow pilots accepted the offer and soon left for China. Chennault declined. In Italy, General Julio Douay declared that bomber formations could reach any city and that fighter aircraft would be useless against heavily armed bombers. Douay's ideas became required reading at the U.S. Army Air Corps Tactical School. The U.S. Army's 1931 war games had only strengthened the argument when pursuit planes were unable to catch a single bomber. Chennault's experience on the aerobatic team convinced him more than ever that fighters could shoot down bombers, diving attacks, concentrated gunnery, and teamwork. He argued for better tactics, better communications, and an early warning system that could direct fighters to incoming bomber formations. But in Washington and other places that mattered, the bomber mafia had won the argument. Chennault was seen as a difficult officer, a competent leader who argued too much with his superiors.
The funny thing is that Chennault had been right all along about the requirements for fighters versus bombers, and now he's an outcast in his own Air Force. He's given a foreign Air Force in which he could implement it, and his tactical decision was to use the best fighters he could obtain, which in the event turned out to be P-40s, and use their maximum capabilities. And he knew that from observation, he knew what the Japanese strengths were. He had seen the Nakajimas and the Mitsubishis over China, and he knew that they were good airplanes, but that they had certain qualities which could be offset by the qualities of the P-40. So he was playing a winning hand, although it seemed, that it would be hard to define that to begin with. He actually knew what he was doing. He actually knew what tactics to use, and he was able to achieve what he wanted to do.
Chennault's health was also a problem. He was active and energetic, but he was flying on a medical waiver for his deafness. And his chain smoking, up to 3 packs of unfiltered Camels a day, was catching up with him. Chennault could see that his military career was effectively over. Promoted to major, he was sent to the 20th Pursuit Group as its executive officer. There, flight surgeons grounded him, then sent him to the hospital. The Army invited him to retire, which he did in 1937. He and Nellie had bought a farm near Waterproof, Louisiana. Nellie was content there, but Chennault was not. He had been quietly negotiating with the Chinese to study and analyze the Chinese Air Force, a 3-month assignment at far above his Army pay. The day after he retired from the Army, Chennault boarded a ship in San Francisco bound for China. Tex Hill had a date to keep in Appalachia, Florida. He had enlisted in the United States Navy as a seaman second class. Along with 110 other candidates, he was now going to Florida to try to gain acceptance for flight training.
I rode a motorcycle down there, going through Louisiana. Most bugs hit those goggles and just have to stop and wipe your goggles off to even see. Never seen anything like it. But I got down to Opelika and they wouldn't let me keep it on the base. And so I went through and made it down there. There were 12 of us out of 110. 10 of us out of that 12 were sent to Pensacola for flight training. I rode my motorcycle back and sold it. I'm sorry, because it was the first 61 Harley. It was a Harley 61. It's the first one that came out that had the overhead valves on it. I think they called it a knucklehead. That bike was, today, would be worth a lot of money. And at Pensacola, the training was probably the best in the world. We had almost 13 months training. And when you came out of there, well, you're qualified to do anything. And you're ready to go to the fleet.
Tex's training was thorough and intense. There was 55 hours of aerobatics and gunnery in an F-4B-4, then primary seaplanes, the N-3N on floats, then to Squadron 3 and Stearman's, then to instrument and fighter training. And in training, Tex showed the characteristic self-confidence that would later make him an Air Force legend.
You know, everybody, always sweating. Wondering where you're going to pass these checks or not, because they a heck of a lot to do with the instructor. Or they can teach you to fly, because then they got other check pilots that are going to check you. But I've always, had confidence in myself on that. I mean, I know what I can do and what I can't do. like this old friend of mine gave me some sage advice. He said, Tex, don't ever lie to yourself. I went to the Saratoga and I was flying TBDs. I never will forget when I reported on board, there was a guy who took me in hand by the name of Bob Dosey. He had been in a much earlier class back when they had cadets. On my orientation ride, good God, he was looping that damn thing and doing rolls in it. And boy, I'll tell you, to wash that real fast. If you'd have done anything like that, at Pensacola with that airplane.
Through it all, Tex held his desire to return to the Far East of his birth.
I had no problems, but I did want to get back to the Far East. And I'd heard Daddy speak about it as a missionary, and I wanted to get back over there. And we had a heavy cruise over there called the Houston. The Navy was real good about letting you make a transfer. Well, I'd put in for a transfer to the Houston. Well, fortunately, it didn't go through. Houston got sunk. I was transferred to the East Coast to the Ranger flying SB-2U dive bombers. It was kind of interesting because we actually were involved in war before. We really were. And the way we were involved, we were operating out of Bermuda, where these convoys would make up. The Brits had a task force that would escort these people and kind of shepherd them, you know, the convoys going over with supplies.
As fate would have it, Tex Hill would indeed be involved in the war before we really were, but it would not be as a member of the U.S. Navy, and he would return to the Far East. Unbeknownst to Tex, half a world away, an aviation visionary who had been driven out of his own Air Force was busy readying his accommodations.
We were stationed in Norfolk and walked into the ready room, and there's Gus Whittle. He said, "Here's some guys that'll go with you." He was our operations officer. We didn't even know what he was talking about, you know. And he introduces us Commander Irvine. He said, Commander Irvine said, "We're looking for volunteers to keep the Burma Road open so supplies can flow into China." And we didn't even know where Burma was. He pulled a big map. This is Burma, this is Burma Road, supplies going on up into China. So I was anxious to get back anyway. But Ed Rector and me and Bert Crispin, and there was 7 of us off that carrier that wanted to go. The way we were actually structured, Chennault had come to the States. China Air Force has been decimated. It's in name only. And they needed an instant Air Force if they were going to stay in the war. And Chennault came back, and Hap Arnold, George Marshall, Admiral Tower, Stimson, they were all against it. Said it's just one of Chennault's pipe dreams. So Chennault, through a guy named Joe Allsop, who's kin to the president some way. So he was able to set up a meeting with Chennault and Roosevelt. And Chennault convinced Roosevelt that if you want to keep China in the war, he said, you'll have to have an instant Air Force over there. So they set up all this stuff. And it's a funny thing because his requirement that Chennault he wanted 100 fighter pilots for $500 pursuit experience. And General Arnold told him, he said, Chennault, if I were to give you that many airplanes, that many pilots with that kind of experience, he said, you'd fold up my entire pursuit section. And Chennault always endeared himself by saying, General, if you can't spare that many people with that kind of experience, you don't have any pursuit section to begin with.
1937. For the second time in 40 years, Japan is attempting to make territorial gains within the borders of China. 2 years before the onset of World War II in Europe, and 4 years before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the largest Asian land war in history is raging. The suffering of the civilian population is as horrendous as it is widespread. Much of it is a result of the indiscriminate bombings of civilian population centers, bombings which go virtually unchallenged by the Chinese Air Force. In 1937, conventional military wisdom stated, the bombers would always get through, that modern bombers, self-protected by onboard ordnance, could not be stopped by pursuit or fighter aircraft. Not everyone agreed. As a captain in the U.S. Army Air Corps, Claire Lee Chennault had argued up and down with his superiors that, with the right tactics, pursuit aircraft could effectively defend against the bombers. In fact, Chennault effectively argued himself into a premature retirement from the U.S. Army Air Corps at age 42. In China, theoretical debates meant little. As fate would have it, in the cauldron of the Second Sino-Japanese War, with the whole world watching, Claire Chennault would be given a second chance, a chance to prove the tactical worth of pursuit aircraft in real-time combat conditions. But first, he would have to find airplanes and pilots with which to do it. To save the now decimated Chinese Air Force, Chennault needed trained, experienced fighter pilots from outside China. He needed a cadre of U.S. pilots willing to risk their military careers to help defend a nation and a culture a half a world away. A proud, ancient culture that was being brought to its knees by modern weaponry. Chennault needed men like Triple Ace David Lee Tex Hill, men who were willing to fly combat even though their own country was not yet in the war. Men who were willing and able to fly missions that changed the war. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War.
Well, I think he would have walked through fire for General Chennault. He just almost idolized him. He respected him so and believed in him so that he would have done anything he asked him. And I would have never questioned it, not in the heat of war at all. I don't think people felt that way. I certainly never did.
He just exudes confidence. I know that I was impressed by if it told me to go through that wall, I'd go.
The day after he officially retired from the Army, Claire Lee Chennault, who had been quietly negotiating with the Chinese a 3-month assignment to analyze the Chinese Air Force, boarded a ship in San Francisco bound for China. Just a few days earlier, aircraft from the German Luftwaffe had bombed the city of Guernica, Spain, in support of the nationalist troops of Francisco Franco. The raid killed hundreds of civilians. The world saw it as a terror bombing, a grisly confirmation of the prevailing wisdom about strategic bombers. En route to China, Chennault's ship docked overnight in Kobe, on Japan's main island. Chennault and a companion spent the time ashore doing some amateur spying on Japanese civil defense measures. The next stop was Shanghai, China. A so-called treaty city, Shanghai was governed and garrisoned by several Western countries, including Britain and the United States. Outside of Shanghai, Hong Kong, and a few other treaty cities, China was a patchwork of rulers and alliances. The Soviet Union and Chinese communists controlled northern provinces. The Japanese occupied Manchuria, and independent warlords held the rest of the country. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek was the leader of China's Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang. But his rule was limited to the Yangtze River Delta in central China. Western allies considered Chiang to be China's leader, but to many Chinese, he was merely the strongest of the warlords. In June 1937, when Chennault arrived in Shanghai, China and Japan were not officially at war. There had been intermittent fighting since 1931, local skirmishes that both sides described as incidents. China was racked by civil war. On one side, the Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek. On the other, the Chinese Communists, led by Mao Zedong. In 1931, Japan exploited the turmoil to invade Manchuria. Japanese propaganda presented the invasion as a holy war, aimed at uniting all of Asia under Japanese rule. By 1935, Japan controlled northern China through a puppet government, and the Japanese were exploiting internal conflicts to expand their influence. China appealed to the League of Nations for help against the invaders. The League issued a weak condemnation of Japan's invasion of Manchuria, but appeasement was the policy of the day, and no other country was willing to intervene in any meaningful way. Through the 1930s, both countries had reasons to avoid all-out war. The Kuomintang needed to unify its warring internal factions and defeat the Chinese communists. The Japanese wanted to avoid any foreign intervention, especially by the United States. In Shanghai, Chennault was introduced to Madame Chiang Kai-shek. The Generalissimo's young, charming, and beautiful wife was raised in the U.S. and educated at Wellesley College. She was a modernist, in contrast to her traditionalist husband. And in 1936, she took on the role of Secretary General of the Chinese Commission on Aeronautical Affairs. It was she who had hired Claire Chennault. In 1937, Claire L. Chennault, a recently retired captain in the U.S. Army Air Corps, traveled to China for a 3-month assignment to evaluate the Chinese Air Force for Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and the head of the Air Force, his wife, Madame Chiang. After meeting Madame Chiang in Shanghai, Chennault traveled to Nanking. Chennault met with General Chow Chi-jo, commander of the Chinese Air Force, the CAF. Chow's Italian advisor, General Silvio Scaroni, also briefed Chennault. From there, Chennault went on to visit several CAF airfields and flight schools, including the primary flight school run by Americans at Hangzhou. Early July found him at Luoyang, where Italian pilots ran a flight school, assembled airplanes, and flew combat missions against the Chinese communists. On July 7, 1937, the Imperial Japanese Army stormed the Marco Polo Bridge, a key access point to Beijing. Prior to this incident, the Chinese central government had pursued a policy of first internal pacification before external resistance. But this incident marked the breaking point of Japanese aggression. It was time to focus first on the foreign enemy. Chiang took direct command of the Chinese Central Government Army and Air Force. Full-scale war was now at hand. Claire Chennault immediately offered his services to the Chinese. He was sent to Nanchang, a dusty city in China's interior, to train the CAF pilots for war. On July 23, he sent a discouraging report to the Generalissimo on the CAF's readiness for combat. Its warplanes included 100 obsolete Curtiss Hawk biplanes, 21 Italian, German, and American-built bombers, and 10 Boeing P-26 fighters. Its pilots were poorly trained, barely able to handle docile trainers, much less frontline fighter planes. The Chinese Army's combat readiness was not much better. With very little military-industrial strength, China had few armored forces and no mechanized divisions. Still, Chiang knew that to win international support, he had to prove that his armies could fight. Chiang struck back at the Japanese at the port city of Shanghai. The Japanese cruiser Izumo was anchored there, providing artillery support for the invaders. The Chinese Air Force, with Chennault as advisor, was ordered to silence Izumo's guns. The air attack was a disaster. The Chinese bombardiers failed to adjust and dropped most of their loads on the city, killing some 3,000 civilians. The fighter pilots that Chennault was training had a better day. From Taiwan, the Japanese sent 18 Mitsubishi G-3M Nell bombers to hit Chinese airfields. Chinese fighters jumped them at Hangzhou, destroying 3 with no losses of their own. The next day, another 16 Nell bombers attacked Nanking. They were unescorted, and the Chinese fighters downed 4 and damaged another 6. On that same day, The Japanese aircraft carrier Kaga sent 12 Mitsubishi B-2M biplane bombers to attack Hangzhou. Only one returned. Chennault was earning his instructor's pay. But by late August, Japanese fighters were escorting the bombers. The Chinese biplane Hawks were no match for the fast and agile escorts. Open cockpit monoplanes with fixed landing gear, similar to the Boeing P-26. Chennault, like most Westerners, did not believe that the Japanese could design or build advanced aircraft. The new escorts were at first thought to be German Heikels or French Dugatines. They were, in fact, Mitsubishi A5Ms, allied name Claude, a Japanese design and direct ancestor of the Japanese Zero. Assigned to set up air defenses at Nanking, Chennault established a simple but effective early warning system. Spotters at locations around the city reported by Army field telephones to a map room in the city's stadium, where incoming bogies were plotted. To control the fighters, Chennault put a radio in each leader's airplane, so the plotters at the stadium could vector the fighters to intercept the incoming enemy planes. Shanghai and Hangzhou adopted similar systems. As Japanese bombers and escort fighters began to dominate the daytime skies, Chennault shifted his forces to dawn and dusk raids. He trained his bomber pilots by mocking up Japanese ships with patterns of lights on the runways. When the bombers attacked the ships, their searchlights and muzzle flashes guided the bombers in, and their bombs damaged several Japanese warships. Chennault often accompanied these missions as an observer, evaluating Chinese and Japanese tactics from the cockpit of a Curtiss Hawk. The Imperial Japanese Army captured Shanghai in November 1937 at the cost of 250,000 casualties. The capture of Shanghai opened the way to Nanking, China's former capital city. Nanking fell on December 13th. Japanese troops entering the city embarked on a bloodbath known as the Rape of Nanking. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and disarmed Chinese soldiers were murdered, and between 20,000 and 80,000 Chinese women were raped by Japanese soldiers in 6 weeks of terror in Nanking. An international mix of mercenary pilots descended on China in the wake of the Japanese invasion of Shanghai. Idealists, thrill-seekers, out-of-work airline and airmail pilots, most of them claimed combat experience in World War I. Their flying skills ran from excellent to non-existent. Their skill at carousing was uniformly high. Chennault organized them into the CAF 14th Squadron and began weeding out the incompetents and training the rest. Based at Hangzhou, the 14th was equipped with 30 Vultee light bombers. The squadron flew its first mission with 4 Vultees on 23 January 1938. 2 of the bombers turned back and 1 crashed. The remaining bomber failed to find its target. Soon after that abortive raid, Japanese bombers attacked Hangzhou. The Vultees were lined up wingtip to wingtip, fueled and armed. A bomb hit one of them, and the entire line was incinerated. Chang was frustrated with his German and Italian advisors, and he sacked them. He was sorely in need of serviceable airplanes and competent pilots. Rebuffed by the Western Allies, he turned to the Russians. In exchange for Chinese raw materials, the Soviet Union provided more than 300 aircraft. battle-proven I-15 and I-16 fighters, and twin-engine Tupolev SB bombers. Arriving in China over the winter of 1937-38, half the Russian airplanes came with their own pilots and mechanics. The rest were turned over to CAF units and crews. The Japanese protested to the Soviet Union, which ignored the complaints. The United States, more sensitive to neutrality issues, tried to convince American pilots to leave China and stop others from entering. Other Western nations followed suit. Soon, nearly all the pilots defending China against the Japanese were Chinese or Russian. The Russians did not like or trust Chennault. He was sending regular reports to Washington on Japanese airplanes and tactics. As the Russians suspected, he was also reporting on their strengths and weaknesses. Chiang continued to shake up his headquarters staff. He kicked Chu Chi-jiao off the Aeronautical Commission and sent him to Kunming in the far western province of Yunnan, near the border with Burma. Chennault went with him to help him set up CAF flight schools. Chennault was not happy in Kunming. He was no longer part of Chiang's inner circle, and his health suffered in Yunnan's damp, chilly climate. But with the help of 18 other Americans, he set up primary, intermediate, and advanced flight schools around Yunnan province. The Imperial Japanese Army, numbering 750,000 men, pushed the Chinese west. Chiang moved his capital to Chongqing, about 500 miles northeast of Kunming.
Japan could never have conquered all of China. The Chinese could have just kept retreating, and there would never been enough Japanese available to control the areas. And the Japanese were not interested in doing that. They were interested in controlling the areas that had resources that were useful to them, the ports and the arable areas.
As they retreated, the Chinese burned bridges, tore up roads, and blocked rivers behind them. The two sides settled into a stalemate, their armies separated by a 100-mile-wide no-man's land. Chongqing, a city of 200,000, swelled to 1 million souls as Chinese soldiers, officials, and refugees poured into it. In frustration, Tokyo ordered massive bombing raids against Chinese cities. In the world's first major bombing campaign against civilian targets, Imperial Japanese Army and Navy planes hit every major city in China and left millions of Chinese civilians dead, injured, and homeless.
It was probably counterproductive. It probably caused more ill will against the Japanese around the world than they gained from doing the bombing. But the Japanese at the time, if they had a weapon, they liked to use it.
Chiang avoided any full-scale land battles. His troops were poorly trained, poorly equipped, and often badly led. Warlords whose loyalty to the nationalist government was in doubt commanded many of his divisions. Chiang preferred to let his allies beat the Japanese, while he held back his own troops, saving them for a later fight against the Chinese communists. Chinese units did wage a brutal guerrilla war against the Japanese, and despite terrible losses, Chinese morale remained high. The Japanese now controlled China's seaports. A narrow-gauge railway, built by the French, ran from Saigon in French Indochina to Kunming. But the French closed the railway under pressure from the Japanese government. Supplies for the Chinese Army and Air Force had to come through the British colony of Burma to the west. By sea to Rangoon, by rail, truck, or barge to Lashio, Burma, then over the Himalayas along the ancient Silk Route, 717 tortuous miles to Kunming. The Chinese had begun improving the Lashio-Kunming Road in 1937. 200,000 forced laborers had leveled, straightened, and widened the road and paved it with stones. The new road climbed through mountain ranges 9,000 feet high, plunged into river canyons 5,000 feet deep, crossed gorges on chain suspension bridges, and negotiated steep slopes on miles and miles of wicked switchbacks. When it was completed in 1939, it was China's only major supply route. Journalists called it the Burma Road. A few critical supplies reached Kunming by air from Burma or India, but that was just a trickle. Guns and ammunition, tanks and artillery, fuel, aircraft and spares, virtually everything the Chinese Army and Air Force needed came over the treacherous Burma Road, by truck, mule train, elephant, and on foot. But the British were nervous about the Burma Road. They were worried that allowing their colony to be used as a supply route for China would offend the Japanese. For months in mid-1940, while the British dithered, war materials meant for Yunnan piled up on the docks at Rangoon. Finally, in October, Britain gave up trying to make peace with Imperial Japan and reopened the supply route to China. In the spring of 1940, Hitler's Wehrmacht swept through Denmark, Norway, Holland, Luxembourg, and finally France. A British army sent to oppose the Germans was driven back to the beaches of Dunkirk, and a hasty retreat to England. In Europe, Britain now stood alone against Hitler's dreams of empire. In Washington, President Roosevelt began pushing a reluctant America toward aiding the British. Taking advantage of France's defeat, the Japanese occupied French Indochina with its vast resources of rubber and rice and a strategic airfield near Hanoi. By the summer of 1940, the Japanese were making daily bombing attacks on Chinese cities. Nearly 100 bombers hit Chongqing alone each day. In September, from their new base at Hanoi, Japanese bombers began striking at Kunming and other CAF training fields in Yunnan. Chennault's Chinese pilots were fighting valiantly. Chongqing was beyond the range of Japanese fighters, and the Mitsubishi Nell bombers were unescorted. Chinese fighters shot down 9 of the twin-engine bombers and damaged 300, a serious toll by Japanese standards. Fast, agile, and mounting 20mm cannons, the new escorts destroyed 13 Chinese fighters in one day. The new kid on the block was the Mitsubishi A6M-0. Chennault studied the Zero carefully and sent detailed descriptions to Washington. His dispatches were mostly ignored. Common wisdom declared that the Japanese were not capable of designing and building a superior fighter, but the Zero was far superior to Chinese fighters. It was equal or superior to America's frontline fighter planes. The Imperial Japanese fighters and bombers far outnumbered the small Chinese Air Force. The Generalissimo and Madame Chang began pressuring the United States to provide high-performance aircraft and skilled American pilots to defend China. America was not yet at war with Japan, and the output of its aircraft factories was promised to England. But China and the Changs had powerful friends in Washington, D.C. Madame Chang's brother, T.V. Soong, was China's top lobbyist in Washington. A Harvard graduate and a skilled diplomat, Soong was well-liked and well-respected in the American corridors of power. In communiques to Washington, Chiang Kai-shek warned of the consequences of a Japanese victory in China. 500,000 Imperial Japanese troops, no longer needed on the continent, could sweep southward through the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore to Australia. The situation was dire. Finally, in October of 1940, Chang told Chennault, "You must go to the U.S."
China Air Force has been decimated. It's in name only. And they needed an instant Air Force if they're going to stay in the war.
Chennault went personally to General George Marshall, U.S. military chief, to secure Marshall's support for military aid.
I think that everybody realized that something had to be done for China. They didn't want Japan to be able to have a victory in China and not be occupied there, and to be able to use its forces elsewhere. He wanted to supplement it. And so when there became an avenue to A, sell Curtiss airplanes, and B, provide aid to China inexpensively, and also C, do it covertly, which sort of appealed to Roosevelt.
With the help of several influential Americans, including Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, soon arranged to buy more than 300 American-built aircraft for China. Britain agreed to release its claim on a shipment of Curtiss P-40 Tomahawk fighter planes in return for a more advanced version of the P-40. And in December, the deal was approved. 100 Curtiss P-40s to China by spring. Soon also lobbied for Boeing B-17 bombers, but Army Chief of Staff General George Marshall said no. The B-17s would go to England.
They had hoped for, substantial amounts of airplanes. I think 500 airplanes was their goal. They finally wound up with, I think, less than 100, slightly less than 100, and those were not all immediately assembled. They got a few odds and ends, some faulty P-66s and a few other things that came in that were not useful to them. But as it turned out, he got enough P-40s that he could equip the AVG, but more importantly, he got the pilots.
To persuade the Chinese to buy the P-40s the U.S. was offering, Chennault took a Chinese delegation to Bowling Field near Washington, D.C., where, ironically, a young John Allison demonstrated the airplane with a show of aerobatics. The irony is, it was the same John Allison who would later win the Silver Star in the CBI Theater, flying for Tex Hill in the 23rd Fighter Group.
Tex Hill was one of the outstanding individuals. Tex was a very brave individual, lots of courage, also a good head for what was going to happen and what we wanted to happen and the best way to go about it. So I flew with Tex frequently in the setting up of missions, and then I flew with him also as a member of his fighter team. So I got to know him very well. He was completely honest, tried to do what Chennault wanted to do the way Chennault wanted it done.
And the Chinese official said, we need 100 of these airplanes. And Chennault said, no, you need 100 men like this.
The China lobby also persuaded President Roosevelt to allow Chennault to recruit pilots and ground crews from the U.S. Army, Navy, and Marines.
They made a decision that they would allow American flyers, military pilots, resign their commissions and become part of a volunteer group that would become a sort of foreign legion. And I think in the back of everybody's mind, there's the Lafayette Escadrille was there as an example.
And Chennault came back. He'd been out there since 1937. He came back, and Hap Arnold, George Marshall, Admiral Tower, Stimson, they were all against it. They said it's just one of Chennault's pipe dreams.
American generals and admirals opposed any recruitment of their personnel, and Chennault was almost arrested at one naval base when he arrived to recruit pilots and mechanics. But letters signed by the military chiefs of staff were Chennault's trump cards, and the project went ahead. In December, Chennault also briefed Marshall personally about the Japanese Zero. Marshall was concerned. Chennault described a plane that was better than anything in the American arsenal. The general passed the information to the State Department and to military commanders, but it was scoffed at or ignored. The first batch of 35 P-40s left New York Harbor on the 19th of February, 1941, on a cargo ship bound down the Atlantic, around the Horn of Africa, and across the Indian Ocean to Rangoon. The voyage took 3 months. Each plane was in 2 crates, one for the fuselage and one for the single-piece wing. They came from the factory missing some key components that Chennault or his agents had to purchase separately. Allison engines from General Motors, radios from RCA, guns from the Colt Manufacturing Company, and gun sights from the U.S. Army. These were shipped with the second batch of aircraft. At Rangoon, much of the heavy lifting was done by hand. Mobs of Indian and Chinese workers muscled the crates onto trucks, then opened the crates and muscled the wings and fuselages to the assembly area. And the planes were towed 10 miles to Mingaladon Airport for final assembly. In the tropical sun, the planes became too hot to touch, so the assembly work was done under open-air thatched roof shelters. 2 of the planes were lost before they left the docks. One was missing so many parts it would never be airworthy. And a wing crate was accidentally dunked in the harbor. When it was opened 2 days later, salt corrosion had ruined the wing. Both planes were set aside for spare parts. The first of the P-40s was test flown on June 12th.
The P-40 was, in effect, a lash-up. It took the P-36 and they put an Allison engine on it and converted it from the P-36 to the P-40. And it had a integral wing, a one-piece wing that was very, very strong, and it provided a lot of strength to its structure. So the P-40 was, the greatest quality was that it was available. It had been put into production, and there were a lot of them coming off the production lines, and pilots were familiar with it. And so it had the quality of speed of about 340 to 350 miles an hour, which was not the fastest in the world, but competitive. Not the most maneuverable in the world, but strong, able to dive, and it had 650 caliber machine guns, which gave it a lot of firepower compared to the Japanese airplanes. And so Chennault knew this, and he devised the tactics of climb, dive, and zoom, and get above the Japanese formation, come through the Japanese formation shooting, dive away from it, and recover someplace else, and then make another attack. And in no cases do you dogfight with any of the Japanese fighters, which was absolutely the correct way to fight the airplane.
Recruiting for pilots and ground crews began in April. Chennault hired 3 recruiters for what was now known as the American Volunteer Group, or AVG. Skip Adair had come home from China after his CAF flight school in Yunnan was closed. Rutledge Irvine was a retired Navy commander, and Richard Allworth was an Army pilot who, rumor said, had flown with the Lafayette Escadrille before World War I. Officially, the Central Aircraft Manufacturing Company, CAMCO, set up by William Pauley of Curtiss Aircraft as a front for aid to the Chinese Air Force, hired AVG personnel. CAMCO's employment contracts were masterpieces of ambiguity. Pilots were offered $600 a month, $675 for flight leaders, plus a vague promise for a $500 bonus for every confirmed kill. Ground crewmen were offered $300 a month. These pay rates were far above U.S. military pay.
But we loaned the money to the Chinese, and they contracted with CAMCO to buy the airplanes, to pay the whole thing, to fund the whole operation. Do you know that our biggest cost of the $13 million for that year's operation? We bought our airplanes with that. We paid $7.5 million, $75,000 apiece for the P-40s. And the only reason we got them is because the British were promised the upgraded version of the P-40, and they cut 100 P-40B models off of their line, and they were to get the next generation P-40s. And so that's where we were able to get in business.
Some signed on for the money, some for adventure or for the chance to travel, some out of boredom with peacetime military duties. War with Germany was looming, and some pilots signed up for China because they believed fighting the Japanese would be less dangerous than fighting the Germans. The recruiters often claimed that the Japanese were poor pilots flying second-rate airplanes. Besides, some prospects were told, you'll mostly be shooting down unarmed cargo planes. Chennault wanted qualified fighter pilots. He got some. But the rest were a mixed bag. Seaplane pilots with little time in land planes, and low-time pilots who inflated their flying experience. The quality of the recruits improved only after Chennault ordered his recruiters to be truthful and more selective. One of Aldworth's recruits was Gregory Boyington, part Cherokee and a 28-year-old Marine Corps lieutenant and a flight instructor at Pensacola. Boyington was a hard drinker and a scrappy brawler, qualities that would not always endear him to Chennault. Irvine's first two prospects were a pair of Navy dive bomber pilots, Eddie Rector and David Tex Hill.
We were stationed in Norfolk and walked into the ready room in operations there on shore. And there's Gus Whittle. He said, here's some guys that'll go with you. He was our operations officer. We didn't even know what he was talking about, you know. And he introduces us Commander Irvine. He said, Commander Irvine said, we're looking for volunteers to keep the Burma Road open so supplies can flow into China. So I was anxious to get back anyway. Irvine made it very clear the contract was very lucrative that he explained to us, you know. But we did, in the Navy, you got a complete discharge. I mean, there wasn't any reserve status or anything. You lost a year's service. Of course, we eventually got it back, but at the time, the Navy washed their hands of all of the volunteers that came out of the Navy.
100 pilots signed up. 99 went to China. One pilot, Ajax Baumler, was held back. He had violated an earlier passport by fighting in the Spanish Civil War, where he shot down 6 German and Italian fighter planes. The first batch of 31 AVG personnel, ground crews, clerks, and a chaplain sailed from San Francisco in June and reached Rangoon on July 28th. The main group, 37 pilots, 84 ground crewmen and staff, and 2 female nurses, sailed on July 8th.
And I was on the second boat on the Bloemfontein. And very interesting trip over there. Half missionaries, half AVG people. And I don't know who converted who on that trip, I can tell you. But those missionaries had a fertile field to operate in, that's for sure. And we met a couple of heavy cruisers in Salt Lake City and the Northampton. And they were coming out of Australia when we were going in. And the ambassador met us. We went into Brisbane. But the funny thing about it is, the ambassador said, man, he said, if I had a headache, he said, I've been rounding up sailors here for a week. See, the diggers were all off fighting the war, you know, and the ratio of women was about 5 to 1 to one man. And when those sailors went ashore, man, these women swarmed on them. They thought they'd died and gone to heaven.
The liner and her escort slipped south of the equator toward Australia to avoid the Caroline and Marshall Islands occupied by the Japanese. They arrived in Singapore on August 11th, where the AVG contingent waited for transit to Rangoon. Chennault arrived back in Chongqing on July 18th, his Chinese DC-3 landing in the midst of a Japanese bombing raid. He took careful note of Japan's new G-4M Betty bombers and studied the wreckage of a Japanese Zero fighter shot down during the raid. Months earlier, Chiang Kai-shek had asked for American fighters and pilots in part to protect Chongqing, his capital city. That help had not arrived in time. Imperial Japanese bombers pounded Chongqing again and again and again. But across the mountains, at airfields in Burma, an American tiger was waking, and a legend was about to be born.
I don't think people have ever really understood the significance of that Halloween mission. You know, the people who were involved in that do, but none of the historians have really picked up on it and understand that this could have been an entirely different world, you know, if that mission had failed.
Summer 1941. The eyes of the Western world are on Europe. German armies had overrun much of the continent. President Roosevelt signed the Lend-Lease Act to aid Britain, which stood alone against Hitler's ambitions. The Western Allies paid little attention to events in Asia. Desperate for natural resources, especially coal and oil, Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931. Its occupation gradually spread into Greater China until 1937, when a skirmish at Beijing ignited a full-scale war. Imperial Japan's well-trained and well-equipped armies and air forces swept aside the Chinese defenders to occupy all of China's ports and major cities. The nationalist Chinese government, under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, retreated to Yunnan province in far western China. In 1939, Japan invaded Indochina for its rich deposits of coal and oil. If China fell, all of Asia and the Western Pacific might fall to the Japanese sword. That year, Madame Chiang Kai-shek hired Claire Chennault, a fighter pilot recently retired from the U.S. Army Air Corps, to train and lead China's struggling and outdated air forces. In Washington, war with Japan was looking increasingly likely. President Roosevelt gave Chennault permission to recruit 100 U.S. Army and Navy fighter pilots, along with ground crews, to fight for China as the American Volunteer Group, or AVG. Under provisions of the Lend-Lease Act, Chennault was given 100 P-40 Tomahawk fighter planes, just rolling off the Curtiss Wright assembly lines. Living and working at primitive jungle airstrips, enduring shortages of planes, pilots, and supplies, and fighting against a vastly superior enemy, the AVG Flying Tigers would give the Japanese a series of staggering blows that would tip the balance in the war in China. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. The first American volunteer group of the Chinese Air Force was officially created on 1 August 1941 by order of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. Pilots and ground staff began arriving in Burma from the States in early August by ship to Rangoon, then on the narrow-gauge Burma Railway to Takeoff Field at Tonggu, 175 miles north of Rangoon. What the newcomers found at Takeoff Field didn't please them. They griped about the tropical heat, the torrential rain, the millions of bugs, the primitive bamboo huts, the uncomfortable cots, and the British-supplied cigarettes and food. AVG chaplain Paul Frillman feared a mutiny.
It was a real harsh environment. Tungu, the Brits wouldn't even be there. They'd move out of there in the summertime.
Butch Carney, who had been with Chennault in Yunnan, China, appointed 3 squadron leaders. Robert Sandy Sandell, a former Army flight instructor, got 1st Squadron. 2nd Squadron went to Jack Newkirk, a Navy fighter pilot from the carrier Yorktown. Arvid Olsen, a veteran P-40 pilot, got 3rd Squadron. Each squadron leader chose 12 pilots. Newkirk chose mostly Navy flyers. Olsen picked only Army pilots. With more pilots filtering in through August and September, Chennault began the task of turning them into an effective fighting unit. He established what came to be called Chennault's Kindergarten. Daily classes on geography, jungle survival, and most importantly, on tactics.
Training curriculum would be 60 hours of lecture, tactical lectures, and 60 hours of familiarization in the P-40. And of course, the Navy guys, we'd flown nothing but round engines, so, you know, it was a challenge on the checkouts almost.
Forget everything the Army Air Corps has taught you about fighting, Chennault told the men. Instead, they were to adopt the battle-proven tactics used by the RAF in Britain. That meant 2-plane formations against fighters for maneuverability and mutual protection, and a 3-plane flight for firepower against bombers. The Japanese planes turn much faster than our Tomahawks, he told them. Never get into a turning fight with the Japanese. Hit their formations from above, out of the sun, to scatter and confuse them. Then pick them off one by one, he told them. These were the tactics the Japanese would try to use against the Americans, as described in a captured Japanese training manual. Japanese pilots, he told the men, were well trained and disciplined. They knew how to fly, and they knew how to shoot. But they could be beaten by hit-and-run diving attacks.
One of the characteristic things of all the leaders of all the air forces of the world, for the most part, was that they're wrong about almost everything they did. But you had a few people, like Claire Chennault and a few others, who had a journeyman's view of the problem. They looked at it not from some abstract Julio Douay point of view, but from the standpoint of, I've got a tool in my hand, how do I use it? And if you were as an experienced fighter pilot, as Claire Chennault was, you knew exactly what climb and dive tactics would produce, you knew what turning tactics would produce, and you knew what the airplane in your inventory would produce. So he looked at the P-40 and he knew it was not a dogfighter, and he tailored his tactics to it, and it served beautifully.
He obviously knew a hell of a lot about the Japanese tactics, because after observing them in these tactical lectures, he was able to impart the things to us that is what really made us, were the tactics that he taught us. You see, the people down in the Pacific, they had the same airplanes we had, but they lost practically all of them. And the reason they did is because they did not use the tactics that Chennault taught us. And those tactics were sent back to the War Department, but they never disseminated to the guys down in the Pacific. But they were very simple, and I guess they thought they were so simple that it didn't mean anything.
Back in the States, some of the recruits had been told that they would mostly be shooting down unarmed Japanese transports. Some of them signed on with the AVG because they thought that fighting the Japanese would be safer than fighting the Germans. 2 of the pilots were killed in training accidents in September. At the end of the month, 7 pilots and a crew chief quit and sailed for home. Tex Hill, Eddie Rector, and 15 other pilots reached Tanggu on September 15th and were assigned to squadrons the following day. Navy pilots Hill and Rector went to the 2nd Squadron.
First time I met Chennault, I could never have been more impressed. I mean, the features on that guy, if you've ever seen pictures of Chennault, he's a craggy, wrinkle, and those black eyes, which come from somewhere. They must have some Indian blood in them somewhere back down the way. I know he's from French Huguenot background, but anyhow, he's the kind of guy that immediately instills confidence in you. I know that I was impressed where if it told me to go through that wall, I'd go. He was a great guy. He was very loyal to the people that worked for him. He had a lot of people above him that didn't like him because he made them look like Ned and the Third Reader.
More pilots arrived in October. Worried about a possible air attack on Takeoff Field from nearby Thailand, Chennault sent his 3 squadron leaders on a recon flight. Thailand was officially neutral, but it had almost certainly been penetrated by the Japanese. The 3 pilots scouted as far east as Chiang Mai, but saw no signs of the enemy.
We had no nav aids. Everything was dead rusting. The maps we had originally were French maps, and any relation between that map and the terrain would be a coincidence. And the first maps that we got that were any good were the first Japs we shot down. Then the Japs had pretty good maps. Then later on in 1943, of course, they mapped our country mapped the area and got very good maps then.
On 26 October, an unidentified aircraft flew over Kai-Dao at 6,000 feet, and the next day, a group of 6 aircraft scouted the field from high altitude. AVG pilots scrambled, but their Tomahawks could not climb fast enough to catch the intruders. Chennault believed they were Japanese planes flying from Thailand. In fact, they were Mitsubishi Ki-15s flown from Hanoi, Vietnam, 600 miles to the east, sent by the Japanese Army Air Force to photograph airfields in Burma. Designed as a fast civilian mail plane, the Mitsubishi Ki-15 Wild Goose served the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy as a light attack bomber and reconnaissance aircraft. It was amazingly fast for an airplane with a fixed landing gear, with a top speed of 298 miles per hour. The Allies codenamed it Babs. November 3rd would be remembered as Circus Day at Kai-Dao. 2 Tomahawks ran off the end of the runway, one of them a total loss. 2 pilots taxied their planes into parked aircraft. Another pilot hit the brakes and stood his P-40 on its nose, while 2 hapless mechanics sat on its wings. 7 planes damaged in one day. 2 days later, Ed Conant, a veteran Navy flying boat pilot with little time in land planes, cracked up another P-40, his 3rd in a week. 2 more, the mechanics said, would make Conant a Japanese ace. Chennault sent an angry letter to his stateside recruiters, demanding that they weed out the timid and incompetent. 26 more pilots arrived in mid-November, among them a feisty, hard-drinking Marine fighter pilot named Greg Boyington.
It was just real primitive. But our guys adjusted to that. You know, the environment we were in, our guys were very resourceful. And Chennault didn't put a lot of restrictions on us. He just told us to let us use what ingenuity we had and go out and kill as many Japs as we could.
A few days after they arrived, one of the new pilots was flipping through a magazine and saw a photo of a British P-40 with a shark's mouth painted on its nose. He showed it to his squadron mates, and they asked Chennault for permission to adopt it as their squadron marking. Chennault said it should be the group's emblem. Within a week, every Tomahawk on the field had a shark's face. It looked, said one pilot, mean as hell. Squadron emblems also appeared. The first squadron chose a green apple and a uniformed Adam chased by a naked Eve, symbolizing the first pursuit, nickname Adam and Eve's. Second squadron's planes sported a black and white panda, the symbol of China. And third squadron, Hell's Angels, chose a bright red nude with wings and a halo. Every plane also carried the insignia of the Chinese Air Force, a white 12-pointed star. The last group of AVG personnel, 4 pilots and 9 flight instructors, reached Burma on November 25th. The pilots went to Kaidaw. The instructors were sent to Yunnan, China, to train Chinese Air Force pilots. November also brought promises of greater support for the AVG. More planes, more spares, more supplies, more pilots and ground crews. In Washington and London, everyone who mattered now understood that the war with Japan was coming. The British offered Chennault a squadron of Brewster Buffalo fighters from Singapore, along with their pilots and ground crews. And there were promises of British and American bombers. The Brewster Buffalo was the U.S. Navy's first monoplane fighter. Introduced in 1939, it never lived up to its promises. By early 1941, the Buffalo was already considered obsolete, outperformed by the new Grumman F-4F Wildcat and by most Japanese and German fighters. By the first week of December 1941, the American Volunteer Group had 60 combat-ready P-40s at Kaidaw Field. 3 more pilots quit, leaving 82 pilots on the AVG roster in Burma.
Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Without warning, Japanese forces attacked Pearl Harbor, Hong Kong, Malaya, and Wake Island. From his headquarters in Kunming, Chennault immediately put the AVG on a war footing. He assigned the 3rd Squadron, Olson's Hell's Angels, as the assault squadron, armed, fueled, and on alert. 2 days later, an alert at 3:30 a.m. sent 4 P-40s into the air. It was a false alarm. Landing in the dark, Tex Hill overshot the runway. His mates found him standing dazed near his wrecked Tomahawk, with an unlit cigarette in one hand and an unlit match in the other, his clothing soaked in gasoline.
It's true that we were mercenaries, but then when the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, then we were involved. Our country was involved in the war. And what brought us together is that was necessity, you know. It was teamwork. We had a hardcore that had flown together. We didn't have people rotating through us. We're all in the same boat over there for this year.
The British asked Chennault for a squadron to help protect Rangoon's harbor and its airport at Ming Aladan, both staging points for supplying British forces in Singapore. On Thursday, December 12th, the 18 Tomahawks of the 3rd Squadron, the Hell's Angels, left Kaidaw and flew to Ming Aladan. Their ground crews, support staff, and 3 more pilots traveled by truck or train to Rangoon. In mid-December, Brigadier General John Magruder sent a message to Chennault asking him and his pilots to return to the U.S. military. The question of Chennault's rank was left open. Chennault was not unwilling to return to the Army, but he wanted the rank of general, he sent a message to Madame Chiang Kai-shek asking her opinion. There would be advantages to making the AVG a U.S. Army unit, he told Madame Chiang, in aircraft, supplies, reinforcements, and discipline. The only disadvantage, he said, was that a commander might replace him with less experience in China. Takeoff Field was less than 100 miles from the Thai border and barely 300 from Chiang Mai, Thailand's second largest city. With no effective early warning system, Chennault worried that Kaido was too vulnerable to a Japanese airstrike. He sent out P-40s to look for Japanese planes in and around Chiang Mai. The patrol found nothing, but Chennault was still jumpy. He wired Chung King, asking to move the AVG out of Burma, back to China. Madame Chiang replied that the AVG could leave Kaido and move to Kunming, but that the Hells Angels would have to stay at Ming Aladan, near Rangoon. Kaido would be manned as a backup field and repair station between Rangoon and Kunming. The P-40s of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons, 34 planes in all, flew the 700 miles to Kunming on December 17th, arriving just hours after Japanese bombers hit the city. Most of the AVG ground crews and supplies traveled by truck over the Burma Road to China, a slow and dangerous journey even after the road had been widened and leveled in 1940. It took them 2 weeks to reach Kunming.
What Chennault did, he had in every village in the areas that we operated on, he had people who had radios. They either had mostly CW, die-to-die-dit, but they had these lookouts in every village. So when we'd move into a base, like this would be the map, take the map, and this would be the base we're going to operate out of. Then you draw concentric circles on out to 300 kilometers. And so when all these villages would have to do, any village that heard something, like engine noise, I hear engine noise, and put a flag right on that village. And pretty soon, you wouldn't believe it, but pretty soon these flags began to line up, and you knew they were coming in. It was so accurate. And we knew, and when we had hit that 150 kilometer circle, well, that's when we'd launch, and that'd give us time to get to 18, 20,000, which was our best altitude. And they'd be there. And the other thing that stood us in good stead with that system was if a guy got lost, which was real easy to do, first village you'd come to, you'd get scattered, you know, in a fight or something. You'd come down over that village and shoot a short burst. That information would go immediately back into your base. Well, you didn't know where you were, but the base knows where that village is. When they give you a vector, then you can come in on it. It was real simple, but by God, it was effective.
Three days after the P-40s arrived in Kunming, Chennault's early warning net reported Japanese bombers coming from Vietnam. 1st Squadron took to the air, 16 P-40s, and turned southwest to intercept the bombers. 2nd Squadron flew backup. While 4 of the Pandas stayed close to Kunming, 4 others patrolled the northwest to catch any bombers attacking in a hook approach. Jack Newkirk, leading the group northwest, spotted a formation of 10 bombers below him, with no fighter escort. They were Kawasaki Ki-48s of the 21st Hikkotai based at Hanoi. Introduced in 1939, the Ki-48 was fast and maneuverable, but carried a light bomb load. With no armor and only 3 machine guns, it was vulnerable to attack. In Burma, it was often used as a dive bomber, Its Allied code name was Lily. Newkirk's P-40s dove out of the sun, firing at the Lilies from far out of range. The bombers jettisoned their loads, turned tail, and ran. Newkirk led his Pandas back to Kunming. A few minutes later, the Adam and Eves spotted the same group of Lily bombers south of Kunming. Sandel ordered 2 pilots to fly top cover. The P-40s attacked the bombers from every direction in a disorganized melee. They seemed to have forgotten all of Chennault's lessons about hit-and-run attacks, 2-plane formations, and Japanese tactics. The 2 pilots flying top cover also ignored their instructions and joined the fight. The enemy formation was a Diamond 4, flanked by 2 Vs of 3. The right-hand V was hit first by a mass of P-40s, and all 3 Lilies were shot down. The AVG was credited with 4 Lilies at the cost of 1 P-40. Heading home, Eddie Rector ran out of fuel and bellied into a field near Kunming. Japanese records for the flight show 3 Lilies lost and 7 damaged, including some that crash-landed at Hanoi. 14 airmen died on the mission. For the Japanese unit, it was their worst bloody nose in a long time, shaken by the loss of 30% of the planes and a third of the airmen on a single raid. The 21st Hikkotai never returned to Kunming. The people of Kunming greeted the AVG pilots as heroes. For months, the city had endured near constant bombing by the Japanese. The Americans had driven off the attackers and saved the city from another dose of devastation.
You can't believe how grateful they were. Those poor people had been bombed all these years, you know, just killed thousands. I mean, just the cities used them as a target.
Chinese civilians saved many Allied pilots who were shot down in China in spite of cruel and severe reprisals by the Japanese.
You know, the guerrillas were the Chinese communists. They never committed any large forces or anything, but they joined together with the nationalists against a common enemy. And they were the guys, they were responsible for saving a lot of our troops. Unless you just fell right on top of the Japanese, right, they'd get you out of there. The Chinese people are just such wonderful people, really. I mean, a Chinese friend is the best friend you'll ever have.
In America, a nation hungry for good news of the war and desperate for heroes, Time magazine picked up the story and christened the AVG as the Flying Tigers. The name was probably suggested months before by one of the young men working in Washington, D.C. on the AVG's behalf. Back at Kunming, Chennault was not pleased by the Tigers' performance. He sat them down, listed off their mistakes one by one, and told them, next time, get them all. At Ming Aladan, the AVG 3rd Squadron was joined by 34 British Buffaloes and 4 Blenheim bombers, but only half of the Buffaloes were combat ready. With no real reserve closer than Kunming, 900 miles to the northeast, Olson's Hells Angels began calling themselves the Lost Squadron. On December 23rd, the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force struck Rangoon. From airfields at Bangkok, Thailand, and Phnom Penh, Cambodia, 60 Ki-21 heavy bombers took off for Burma without fighter escort. The Mitsubishi Ki-21 carried more than a ton of bombs, 6 machine guns, and a crew of 5 to 7 men. It was used with great success in China, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Allied codename Sally. 15 Sallies were headed for the airfield at Ming Aladan. They were to be joined by Mitsubishi Ki-30 light bombers, Allied codename Anne, escorted by Ki-27 fighters, codenamed Nate. The three groups were supposed to rendezvous over Thailand and strike Rangoon in one large formation, but their timing was off, and the attackers reached the city in three separate waves. The Sallies came first, in tight V of V's formation. A few miles behind them came the Anns, escorted by a disorganized gaggle of Nates. About a dozen P-40s rose to meet the attackers. RAF Buffaloes damaged one bomber before the Tomahawks joined the battle. In the melee that followed, 2 Tomahawks were shot down. Paul Green bailed out and survived. 5 of the Sallies were shot down, 1/3 of the formation, with the loss of 30 crewmen. South of Rangoon, 6 other Hells Angels faced a tight formation of 18 Sallies heading for the oil refinery at Syrium. Leading one 3-plane flight, Neil Martin's P-40 was caught in a hail of fire from the Sallies' machine guns and went down in flames. 2 of the Sallies were shot down. A third group of 27 bombers hit Rangoon, killing more than 1,000 people, mostly civilians. One of those bombers crashed on the way home. It was another bloody nose for the Japanese. At the end of the day, they had lost 7 bombers, with many more damaged, though the Allied claims were higher. Japanese pilots and gunners claimed to have destroyed 43 Allied fighters that day. In fact, the RAF lost 5 Buffaloes with their pilots, and the AVG lost 3 planes and 2 pilots. On Christmas Day, the Japanese struck at Rangoon, launching a mass formation of 63 bombers, escorted by 25 fighters. Again, their battle plan came apart, splitting the attackers into 3 groups. At Ming Aladan, there were only 12 Tomahawks and 14 Buffaloes ready for battle, against an armada of 88 enemy planes. 2 AVG replacement pilots arrived from Kaidaw on Christmas Eve with a truckload of ammunition. As the Japanese formation crossed into Burma, Olson sent his Hells Angels up to meet them. The first fight occurred over Syrium, south of Rangoon. 20 Sallies, escorted by 15 Hayabusas, were heading home after bombing the city. The Nakajima Ki-43 Hayabusa was one of Japan's most successful fighters. Highly maneuverable, Ki-43s shot down more Allied aircraft than any other Japanese fighter, and most of Japan's aces flew Ki-43s, Allied codename Oscar. 7 P-40s tore into the Japanese formation, 7 against 35. They shot down 12 bombers and 3 fighters, which they mistakenly identified as Zeros. 2 P-40s crash-landed, but both pilots escaped with minor injuries. North of the city, the RAF and the rest of the AVG tangled with a much larger mass of bombers and fighters. Leading a fight of 3 P-40s, Parker Dubois dove on a Hayabusa. Overtaking the enemy fighter, he rolled sharply to avoid ramming it. His wingtip sliced through the Oscar's wing, severing it at the root, and the Oscar spun away. Dubois landed with 4 feet missing from his own wing. The Allies claimed 28 Japanese planes destroyed on Christmas Day. Japanese records put their losses at about half that number. In the chaos of aerial combat, several pilots or gunners might claim the same kill, each thinking it was his own. The excitement, the panic, the adrenaline, and the confusion of combat made such errors inevitable. On Christmas Day, the Japanese pilots and gunners who attacked Rangoon claimed a whopping 38 Allied fighters shot down. Half again the total number of Allied fighters in the air. Actual Allied losses were 2 Tomahawks and 5 Buffaloes. The men at Ming Aladan were nervous and worn out. In less than 2 weeks, the Hells Angels had lost a quarter of their pilots, dead, wounded, or missing. Their planes were badly shot up. Leaflets dropped by Japanese planes warned of an airborne invasion. Olson wired Chennault, send reinforcements or move the squadron to Kunming. Chennault assigned Newkirk's 2nd Squadron to reinforce Hell's Angels at Rangoon. Then he sent an appeal to President Roosevelt for more fighters and pilots, and for 36 twin-engine bombers with American crews to form the 2nd American Volunteer Group. The president responded with a promise of more pilots and 50 of the new Curtiss P-40E Kitty Hawks.
The AVG had several follow-ups in the concept, and the second AVG, they had a bomb group, and they had 3 more fighter groups. But they didn't get any further than Australia, and they stopped them there because the war was going on and they needed them down there, and they never got to China.
At Rangoon, in the days after Christmas, the pilots braced for another Japanese attack. But the skies were quiet. The Japanese fighters and bombers were standing down and licking their wounds. On December 31, General Magruder sent a cable to Washington recommending that the AVG should become the 23rd Fighter Group. Despite the AVG's unquestioned success in its first 3 battles, Magruder offered a very negative assessment of the unit's potential. Unless it was completely reorganized with U.S. Army officers, enlisted men, and logistics support, the AVG could have little military value. Newkirk's Panda Bears, including Tex Hill, all arrived in Rangoon by New Year's Day. Frustrated that no Japanese planes were rising up to fight, Newkirk decided to take the fight to the enemy. The target was a small airfield about 50 miles inside Thailand, near the village of Tak. 4 Pandas took off from Ming Aladan before dawn on January 3rd. Newkirk led the mission with Bert Chrisman on his wing. Hill flew on Howard's wing. The Pandas arrived at sunup to find 9 Nate fighters idling on the ground, like sitting ducks. Unknown to the Pandas, the Nates were just returning from their own pre-dawn mission.
We were going over there and going to surprise the guys. Went out there at daylight and catch them on the field. Well, unfortunately, we forgot to look up. Bert Chrisman had engine trouble. He had to turn back. So there were 3 of us in string headed down to straight to the field of the airplanes that were lined up. Well, first thing I know, this guy slid in between me and Howard. And I was just, I'm right behind this guy. And I was so excited that I didn't even bother to look through the sight. We had a ring and bead sight on the airplane. But the way our ammo was loaded was they were fixed around with an incendiary. So it looked just like a hose coming out. I just was just right behind this guy, wasn't no 50 yards. And he just blew up. But simultaneously, a guy I didn't see made an overhead pass on me, and he shot 33 holes in my airplane. I never saw him. Just when I pulled off, this guy just shot down. I'm pulling into another guy coming this way head on. When he shot head on, these little I-97s, they had what was equivalent to about a 30 caliber, 7.7 or something like that. And those bullets stuck in the prop. And when it did, well, I threw my prop out of balance. Well, I throttled back and got down, and we were scattered at that time and separated, and I came on back to Rangoon. And I got there, and Jim Howard came in, and Newkirk. Newkirk had shot down 2 airplanes. Jim had gotten these on the ground. He didn't even know this. Other guy got on his tail. I said, you go look at your airplane. I went over there, and he had 11 bullet holes in his airplane.
Early the next morning, the Japanese struck back at Rangoon with Nate fighters and AN bombers. The Nates shot down 3 Pandas, though all survived. It was the Japanese' first clear victory over the AVG. So began a pattern of daylight raids by the P-40s against Japanese airfields in Thailand, and pre-dawn raids by the Japanese against Rangoon's airfields. In mid-January, hard-pressed American and Filipino troops were preparing for a last stand on the Bataan Peninsula. Foreseeing victory in the Philippines, the Japanese transferred 2 Nate squadrons and 2 bomber groups, about 75 aircraft, from the Philippines to China and Burma. General Sugawara Michio commanded the Japanese air forces in the region. In Malaysia and Singapore, his bombers could operate with little or no opposition. But in Burma, his losses were staggering, and he had no taste for more. He left a small force in Thailand and transferred most of his fighters and bombers to other, less troublesome battlefronts. Although Newkirk's Pandas were well outnumbered by the Japanese, they gave better than they got. Before long, 2nd Squadron could only put 10 P-40s against the much larger Japanese raids. On January 16th, the ground crews and staff of 3 British Hurricane squadrons docked at Rangoon. With these reinforcements, Rangoon appeared secure. But the Japanese Imperial Army had other plans. At the end of 1941, the Japanese were pushing south through Malaysia, driving the British and Commonwealth troops ahead of them. In the Philippines, American and Filipino units were retreating under the Japanese onslaught. Beyond Malaysia, Australia lay open to Emperor's armies. From New Guinea, the Japanese could threaten not only Australia, but the main British and American supply routes to East Asia. To the west lay India, Britain's greatest colony. If India fell, Japan could reach the oil fields of the Mideast and link its Asian empire with Germany in the west. But to reach India, the Japanese had to cross Burma, a country protected by mountain ranges like fortress walls. The British believed that their navy could protect Burma from an attack from the sea, and that the mountains would protect it from an attack over land. But on January 19th, far down the narrow tail of Burma that runs along the Malay Peninsula, a small Japanese detachment overran the airfield at Tavoy, 300 miles south of Rangoon. And the next day, 35,000 Japanese troops entered Burma near Tak, east of Rangoon. Abandoning their trucks for pack horses, the Japanese 55th Division had crossed the mountains on foot to invade Burma. The British Burma Division had 18,000 soldiers on paper, but its fighting corps was just 4,000 British and Indian troops against 35,000 Japanese.
The Japanese had to conserve their forces, and so they knew they couldn't occupy every square mile of China, so they took the best real estate all down the coast, all the ports. And this meant that the Chinese were then fighting without any external means of support, except for the one supply line that ran through Burma.
The Burma Road was China's only remaining link to its allies. If the Japanese could capture Burma and cut the fragile lifeline, China would stand or fall alone.
And I've always said that if he had put out his hand and said, "How do you do? Will you marry me?" I would have said, "How do you do? Yes, I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Tex was a big deal because he'd been in Life and Time and a lot of newspaper stories about the Flying Tigers. And John Wayne had made a movie and played Tex's part in that movie, and that was early in 1942. So he was, the town was excited about having the Reverend Sam Hill's brother come into town.
January 1942. The armed forces of Imperial Japan are advancing throughout Asia and the Pacific. Nearly 1 million Japanese forces occupy China's coastal ports and bomb her inland cities. In an uneasy alliance, the nationalist and communist Chinese fight a guerrilla war against the invaders. From their bases in China, Indochina, and Thailand, Japanese forces are advancing south along the Malay Peninsula to New Guinea. If New Guinea falls, the Japanese can threaten the Allies' Pacific supply lines, and without Allied arms and supplies, Australia would be cut off, and the main line of defense against Japanese aggression would move to the west coast of the United States. At Rangoon, in Burma, in early 1942, a small group of American fighter pilots is fighting back against the Japanese, far outnumbered by their enemy. The American Volunteer Group, commanded by Claire Chennault, is destroying Japanese bombers and fighters in the air and on the ground.
We're the first guys that defeated the Japanese. And that's why there's a lot of focus on us, because we were losing everywhere, you know. And it's just like the Doolittle Raid, you know. It was a morale thing. It's just like the John Wayne movie, corny as it was. It was a timely movie, and people needed to get a hold of something, because these were real dark days in our history. And we're the first guys that ever defeated them. They were rolling over everybody.
The Allies need China to stay in the war, to tie down 500,000 Japanese occupation troops, and to provide a base from which to strike at the Japanese homeland. A single supply route from India through Burma to Kunming is China's only remaining lifeline to the west. If the Japanese cut that lifeline, China will fall. The Burma Road is the key. And for a few critical months in 1942, the American Volunteer Group stands virtually alone against the Japanese. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. Through the spring of 1942, the military forces of Imperial Japan appeared unstoppable, and on nearly every other battlefront around the world, Allied forces were digging in or falling back. The British believed Burma was safe. The British Navy stood guard against any seaborne invasion from the south. Britain's Burma Division, commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Howard Alexander, had a fighting force of just 4,000 British and Indian troops, but Alexander believed it was sufficient. The Japanese had forces across the border in Thailand, but along the border was a rugged, nearly trackless rampart of mountain ranges. No army, said Alexander, could cross that barrier in force. The Japanese would prove him wrong. On January 19th, 300 miles south of Rangoon, on Burma's long tail that stretches down the Malay Peninsula, Japanese troops slipped across the mountains, overran the Allied airfield at Tavoy, and began moving north, sweeping the opposition aside. The next day, the main invasion force, 35,000 Japanese troops, entered Burma 100 miles east of Rangoon. They advanced quickly toward the city through the jungle the British thought was impassable. When the Japanese forced a crossing at the Sitang River, Rangoon's last defensive line, Alexander abandoned the port city and moved his Burma division north to try to block the Japanese on the road to Mandalay. While the battle was lost on the ground, the Flying Tigers were mauling the Japanese in the air. Throughout the Japanese advance, the AVG shot down Japanese fighters and bombers and strafed and bombed the Japanese ground forces. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised the AVG for its fierce defense of Rangoon, comparing it to the Royal Air Force and its defense of the British Isles. The victories they have won over the paddy fields of Burma may well prove comparable in character, if not in scope, to those won over the orchards and hop fields of Kent in the Battle of Britain. the AVG suffered few losses compared to the mauling they were inflicting on the Japanese, but one loss in particular hit them hard. In mid-March, Jack Newkirk led 10 P-40s to raid Chiang Mai and Lampang, two heavily defended Japanese airfields in Thailand. 2 nights before the raid, Newkirk told Tex Hill that he feared the mission would be his last. Hill offered to take his place, but Newkirk said no. At Chiang Mai, Newkirk's raiders caught the Japanese flat-footed and destroyed several aircraft on the ground, despite a storm of anti-aircraft fire. At Lampang, as Robert Keaton pulled his fighter out of a strafing dive, he saw a fireball blast 100 yards through the jungle below. It was Newkirk's P-40.
Newkirk, and he had a premonition. I had 2 guys that had premonitions, and he was one of them. And he sat down and wrote that letter that night and said if anything happens to him, he'd like for me to have that squadron. And Chennault honored that. And I brought Ed Rector up as my vice squadron leader.
Chiang Kai-shek sent 3 divisions of the Chinese Army to Burma under the command of U.S. Army General Joseph Stilwell to try to halt the Japanese advance and protect the Burma Road. But Stilwell's efforts were frustrated by a stream of contradictory orders from Chiang and by the Chinese troops, who were poorly led and reluctant to fight. The Japanese advanced northward, and the Allied retreat became a rout as British, Indian, Chinese, and Burmese soldiers and civilians fled along the escape routes to India and China. The Japanese overran Taungoo in early April, capturing intact the crucial bridge across the Sitang River near Burma's east border with China. Tex Hill's 2nd Squadron was stationed at Loy Wing, about 75 miles north of Lashio. They had been flying missions in support of the Chinese divisions fighting in Burma. Their airstrikes against Japanese columns and truck convoys were successful, but did little to slow the enemy's advance.
I was a senior guy, and I had to make a call. That's that picture up there. I had a real burden because we had lost all of our early warning system. And the Jap came in just at daylight, and I was going on a different mission. I stepped up on the side of my airplane, and I looked up and I saw these 8 fighters peeling off, coming down, and just stepped down off the airplane, and they were coming right over there where I actually fired a pistol at them. If I'd had enough lead on the guy, very easily knock one down with a pistol. They're that close.
The next day, 29 April, the Japanese 56th Division captured Lashio, the end of the rail line from Rangoon and the western terminus of the Burma Road. The Chinese 6th Division, in a desperate fighting retreat, was virtually destroyed as a fighting unit. Alexander ordered all Allied personnel to leave Burma. Hill needed to evacuate his squadron to Pao Shan, an airfield on the Burma Road east of the Salween River, about 125 miles into China, but the weather at Loy Wing was socked in and the Japanese were not far away.
There's a trail from the last show, a jungle trail that they could come up. So I figured on a forced march they could be there in a day. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened to that base. We had no defense there at all as far as ground personnel.
A jungle trail led from Loy Wing to a point on the Burma Road a few miles east of the Japanese advance. Hill prepared to send his men, pilots, and ground crew up that trail to join the mass of refugees heading for China. As he was about to give the order, the fog lifted to 800 feet. Only a handful of the Panda Bear fighters were flyable. Before they left, the crews set fire to 22 precious P-40s that were waiting for repairs.
And we got out and got into Pao Shan, and the mass of humanity, the only way you could travel is on that road. I mean, you couldn't get off either side. And this mass of refugees stacked in there is unbelievable.
A few days later, Chennault called Hill and the rest of his squadron back to Kunming. The Japanese drove north, threatening to trap the Allied forces in western Burma, including the commander, General Stilwell. From his headquarters at Shuibo, west of Lashio, Stilwell led his staff west toward India. The Japanese were rushing to cut off all escape routes. Stilwell set a grueling pace of 14 miles a day over steep and rugged mountain trails. Cut off from the world, listed as missing in action, the 59-year-old general led the column on a 10-day trek to safety without the loss of a single life. The Burma Road was China's only lifeline to the west, and now it, too, was blocked. It was critical to the Allies that China should remain in the war. Nearly half of Japan's army, some 750,000 men, were fighting in China, holding the coastal cities against Chinese counterattacks and exploiting China's vast natural resources. If China sued for peace, Japan could shift its troops in China to battlefronts in the Pacific Islands, Malaysia, and Burma. The Emperor's armies could threaten Australia. They could attack India, Britain's most important colony in the region. Grinding across India to the Middle East, Japan might forge a geographical link with its principal ally, Nazi Germany.
That's sort of a what-if proposition, that what if the Japanese had pushed on through India and India had come to their sides as certainly the Japanese had hoped and certainly some of the Indians had hoped, and the Germans on their hand had broken through the Suez Canal and linked up with the Japanese. Actually, I think that had that happened, both nations have been so exhausted that they would have probably collapsed because it was really beyond their reach. But there was a danger that the Japanese might get to India, and there were two types of people who opposed the British. There were the Gandhi types, who were nonviolent, and then there was a Chandra Bose, who it's spelled B-O-S-E, but it's pronounced something like Bouget. And they were violent. They wanted to use arms against the British. So it's conceivable that there could have been a link up there and they could have gotten some help from the Indians. Japan had an opportunity early in the war perhaps to make a thrust into India, and they elected not to because of British resistance. Also, I don't know that the Indian population would have responded to Japan any more readily than they were responding to the British. I don't think they wanted to trade one conqueror for another. There was an element in India under Bose who were wanting independence for India and who subsequently collaborated with the Axis. But as a mass uprising of the Indian people or a mass movement of the Indian people against the British, I just don't see it happening.
China's supply line had to stay open. With all land and sea routes blocked, the Allies proposed a daring plan to supply China by air. The task was assigned to the United States 10th Air Force. The U.S. Army Air Force had no experience creating a continuous airlift, an air bridge, so it called on officers who had experience with the new Air Corps Ferrying Command, or with civilian air carriers. On 8 April 1942, launching from the RAF airfield at Dinjan in India's Assam state, 2 borrowed DC-3s carried 8,000 gallons of aviation fuel for the Flying Tigers, the first trip over the Himalayas to Kunming, China. By the end of April, the Army Air Force had established a more or less regular air service between India and China. With a ragtag fleet of 27 aircraft, they hauled in supplies and brought out wounded. Pilots flying the hump from India to China faced winds of up to 200 miles per hour, violent turbulence, aircraft icing, and instrument weather conditions. With cargo loads far above their rated weights, the C-47s and DC-3s clawed their way to altitude, skirting mountains that soared to 25,000 feet.
The men who flew what we now call the hump were extraordinary in that every flight could have wound up as a fatality by something as simpler as a bird strike into your carburetor, taking out one engine, because they were forcing the airplanes that they had, and initially largely C-47s, later C-46s, to fly almost at their maximum capability. To fly at that altitude, you had to use a supercharger on the C-47 engines, and that's a laborious process that you go through, and you feel as you do it that you just hope the engine keeps running, because you've got to make the control manipulations in a certain way. But you're flying at an altitude in which the air is thin, you're on oxygen, and the weather can be suddenly catastrophic. And the losses were terrible. They would lose airplanes and with no hope of recovery. I mean, you didn't land in a meadow and somebody flew a helicopter in to rescue you. You went into a mountain peak and were killed. And they called it, as you know, the aluminum trail, because of so many aircraft crashes across it.
In March 1942, Allied Command designated the Far East as the China-Burma-India Theater, or CBI, under the command of General Joseph Stilwell. But the European and Pacific theaters of war would continue to get the lion's share of men, materials, and press coverage. By late April, the Japanese controlled most of Burma. British forces were fleeing to India. The Chinese forces in Burma were scattered and on the run. The Japanese had captured Laogai, the western end of the Burma Road, and the road lay open to China and Kunming. 400 miles beyond Kunming lay Chongqing, China's capital and Chiang Kai-shek's headquarters. At Laogai, in Burma, the 56th Red Dragon Armored Division, an elite Japanese unit, was fat with captured supplies and ready to strike. If the Japanese chose to drive east toward Chongqing, only weak forces would oppose them. Chongqing would fall, and with it, all of China. In early May, the 56th Armored Division turned eastward. Chennault sent reconnaissance flights down the Burma Road from Kunming. His pilots reported that the Japanese armored column was moving toward the Salween River, slowed only by mobs of refugees and fleeing Chinese soldiers. On 4 May, the Japanese vanguard was near the west bank of the Salween River. East of the river, the road to Kunming lay open to the invaders. Chennault was seriously alarmed. He knew the power of the 56th Armored Division, and he knew that if Kunming fell, the AVG's supply line over the Himalayas from India would be cut off. The transport planes flying over the hump could reach Kunming, but Chongqing was out of range. And without that supply line, the AVG could not fight, and China would fall.
Essentially, Japan could never have conquered all of China. The Chinese could have just kept retreating, and there would never been enough Japanese available to control the areas. And the Japanese were not interested in doing that. They were interested in controlling the areas that had resources that were useful to them, the ports and the arable areas.
But if the Chinese lay down their arms, Japan could shift vast armies out of China to the Pacific Islands, Malaysia, and the Indian frontier. The Salween River is one of the longest free-flowing rivers in the world. It tumbles 1,750 miles from glaciers high on the Tibetan Plateau through China, Burma, and Thailand to the Andaman Sea. It is an untamed river, navigable only in the last 50 miles from its mouth. From China into central Burma, it flows through the Grand Canyon of the East, a magnificent gorge up to 13,000 feet deep. Where the Burma Road crosses the Salween, the canyon is several miles wide and a mile deep. From the canyon's west rim, the Burma Road plunges down 20 miles of narrow, tortuous switchbacks to reach the Hoi Ting Bridge across the river. From the east bank, the road climbs another 20 miles of switchbacks to escape the canyon. On 4 May, the head of the Japanese column reached the west bank of the Salween River. Chennault knew the Japanese advance had to be stopped, and the Salween was the place to stop it. But he was reluctant to send the AVG to bomb and strafe the enemy column without orders from Chongqing. The Japanese armored column was moving up the Burma Road between lines of fleeing civilians and unarmed Chinese soldiers. An aerial attack would kill or injure scores, if not hundreds, of the helpless refugees crowded along the road. There was little choice. If the Japanese were to be stopped, Chennault's fighters had to attack. But Chennault did not want to make that decision alone. From Kunming on 6 May, he sent an urgent telegram to Madame Chiang Kai-shek. "I consider the situation desperate," he told Madame Chiang. If the Japanese crossed the Salween, they could drive to Kunming in their captured Chinese trucks. The Burma Road and its bridges must be destroyed, he told her. The Japanese advance must be blocked. That same day, Chennault sent 6 Tupolev bombers to strike Japanese truck convoys that were heading toward the Salween from the west. Deep in the gorge, the remnants of the Chinese 36th Division failed to stop the Japanese at the river. Chinese soldiers blew up the bridge, then fled. A few advance elements of the Red Dragon Division crossed the Salween, but the main column was halted, waiting for an engineer battalion to erect a pontoon bridge that would carry its tanks, trucks, armored cars, and artillery across the water. From the west bank, the huge column stretched up the 20 miles of switchbacks to the plateau and beyond, to the west. Madame Chiang replied to Chennault's telegram early the next day, the 7th of May. She ordered him to attack the Japanese column with all available AVG. Immediately, Chennault ordered Tex Hill to attack the vehicles on the west wall of the gorge. Hill chose 3 other pilots from his Panda Bear squadron, Ed Rector, Frank Lawler, and Tom Jones, all ex-Navy pilots.
On May the 7th, when I was asked to lead a mission, the Chinese had blown the bridge, the main bridge there, but the Japanese had started building a pontoon bridge across. So I took a force of 8 planes. 4 of us were Navy guys that come out of a dive bombing squadron. And we were loaded up with these big Russian bombs of 550 pounds roughly, and some frags on the wings.
The P-40 is not a dive bomber. A bomb released in a near vertical dive would hit the plane's propeller before it hit the target. Most of the Flying Tiger's P-40s weren't even equipped to carry bombs. But a month earlier, 1st Squadron had received a few of the new P-40E models, equipped with bomb shackles. The AVG mechanics had modified a few of the older P-40Bs so their belly tank shackles could carry 550-pound bombs. Hill and his companions took off that morning carrying fragmentation bombs and heavy demolition bombs. 4 P-40Bs from Arvid Olsen's Hell's Angels squadron flew top cover for Hill's fighter bombers. The 8 fighters flew the 200 miles to the Salween through drenching rain. They landed at Yunnan-Yi to refuel, then took off again into more rain squalls. Near the gorge, the fighter formation broke into the clear. Bright sun and blue skies revealed a river and landscape of breathtaking beauty. And hundreds of armored vehicles and trucks and thousands of Japanese troops packed onto the switchbacks from the river to the canyon's west rim and along the road on the plateau above. Nates and Oscars should have protected the massive Japanese armored column, but to Hill's surprise, no Japanese fighter planes were visible. The engineers had already completed part of the span that would carry the column across the river. At a signal from Hill, the 4 Flying Tigers slid into single file and roared into their attack. Massed together, the Japanese could put up a storm of small arms fire. The Tigers' only defense was speed. Hill and his companions pushed their throttles to the stops and dove toward the canyon. From a 60-degree dive, Hill released his demolition bomb to strike just beneath the canyon's rim, where the road began its twisting 20-mile descent.
I got up there and I saw that that pontoon bridge wasn't all the way across. Where that road winds down, that gorge is about a mile deep, and the road is cut back into the mountain. And so I was lucky enough to hit the road above with a bomb and knock the edge of the road off.
The 550-pound bomb slammed into the cliffside, precisely on target, and exploded. As Hill's P-40 peeled away, in a gut-wrenching turn, huge slabs of rock and earth tumbled onto the roadway, crushing and burying men and vehicles on the upper switchbacks. The blast from Hill's bomb destroyed the roadway at the canyon's rim, trapping the densely packed Japanese column in the gorge.
And but I hit above it, and I had a landslide that could shovel it off. And it wouldn't be any big problem, but when I knocked the edge of that road off, now they got to excavate back into that mountain, and that's rock, you know.
Behind Hill, Rector and the others, one by one, loosed their bombs and bullets onto the hapless Japanese column. Boulders, rock slides, earth, and vehicles tumbled down the slope, crushing trucks and men below, or sweeping them off the roadway into thin air. The canyon gave the Japanese no cover from air attack. Like stair steps, each loop of the twisting roadway offered only a sheer wall on one side and a precipitous drop on the other. The column's only defense against the Tigers was to shoot back, but confusion and panic blunted that response. Again and again, the four panda bears swept into the canyon, raining fire on the Japanese. When their guns were empty, they signaled to Olson's Hell's Angels flying top cover. Olson's boys roared into the gorge, making pass after pass to strafe the enemy until their ammunition was exhausted. As the P-40s climbed away and turned toward Kunming, the Japanese were already struggling to open a way back to the plateau. Below them, the switchbacks and the cliffs were littered with crushed and burning vehicles and dead and wounded men. In single file, the Kitty Hawks attacked in a straight line to avoid careening into the canyon walls, sometimes passing a mere 100 feet from their targets. Pulling up sharply at the end of a strafing run, the P-40s tended to mush, and each pilot held his breath, hoping his plane would not pancake onto the river instead of climbing to safety. When the four P-40s from the 1st Squadron had exhausted their fragmentation bombs and ammunition, the 8 Kitty Hawks flying top cover dove in to take their turns at the killing ground. Like the day before, the Japanese fighter planes that should have been protecting the armored column were nowhere to be seen. All of the Flying Tigers returned safely to Kunming, though some of their planes were riddled with holes from Japanese ground fire. In the canyon, the Japanese remained trapped in the open.
For 3 days, they had no place to go. I mean, we slaughtered these guys. I don't know how many people we killed there, bombing and strafing them for 3 days.
Over the next few days, Chennault's P-40 fighters and Tupolev bombers attacked the Red Dragon Division in the gorge and west on the plateau. On the 9th of May, 2 days after Tex Hill's first attack, the Chinese 36th Division crossed the river north of the Burma Road to harass the Japanese on the plateau west of the Salween. By the 12th of May, the battle was over. The pontoon bridge that the Japanese had tried to throw across the river was a useless wreck. The roadway from the river's edge to the west rim of the canyon was all but destroyed. The canyon's western slope and the road leading west from the gorge were littered with the hulks of Japanese vehicles and the corpses of Japanese soldiers. The Chinese army dug in on the east bank of the river and stayed. The Japanese never again ventured into the Salween Gorge on the Burma Road. they placed a token force on the western rim and lobbed cannon shells across the river until they were driven off 2 years later. The American transport planes continued to fly over the hump from India to Kunming, bringing in vital supplies for the AVG and other Allied units fighting the Japanese in China, Thailand, and Burma. Chongqing did not fall. Nationalist China continued to fight on the Allied side, though Chiang Kai-shek kept most of his forces in reserve, saving them for a war against the Chinese Communists. For the Allied military and the American public, both hungry for good news of the war, the battle at the Salween River offered a rare victory and heroes worth celebrating. The Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, steamrolling their way across Asia and the Pacific, could be stopped. They would be stopped.
Here was news coming from a group that was defeating the Japanese in the air. We weren't getting beat by them. We were establishing victory. So it was a wonderful moral tonic.
Did the battle at the Salween River Gorge really change the war? Did it turn the tide in China and Asia? Some historians argue that it did not. The Japanese, some say, had stretched their supply lines to the limit and could not advance farther east. Some argue that the Japanese meant only to trap the Chinese army at the Salween, that they never intended to attack Kunming or Chongqing. In truth, no one still living knows for sure what the Japanese intended, or what an elite Japanese armored division would have done or been ordered to do if it had bridged the Salween and reached the plateau on the eastern bank. But certain facts are clear. Japanese units in China operated with far more autonomy than the highly centralized German military.
The Japanese government didn't have the same control over its armed forces. The onset of the Chinese invasion was entirely engineered by the army without the approval of its superiors. And in the conduct of the war in China, the army maintained itself with the standard light Japanese division instead of following it with the footsteps that it saw in Europe of the heavier divisions with heavy tanks and heavy artillery. And it conducted campaigns in China almost without regard to the national policy.
The Japanese had overrun Burma, capturing supplies along the way at Rangoon, Toungoo, Lashio, and other Allied bases. Kunming would be a similar prize. The Red Dragon Division did try to cross the Salween River. Its huge armored column, poised on the western approach, clearly intended to reach the plateau on the eastern side. The Japanese had taken the measure of their enemy, and they knew that the Chinese soldier was poorly trained, poorly equipped, and poorly led. No match for the Imperial Army. Kunming was just 200 miles up the Burma Road, defended by Chinese troops. It was the anchor in China's only remaining supply line, a fat war prize just waiting to be taken. If Kunming had fallen, the Allies' only lifeline to China would have been cut. The Flying Tigers would have been declawed, and Chiang Kai-shek would probably have sued Tokyo for peace. The Americans and the British needed China to continue to fight, to tie down huge Japanese armies, and to provide the base from which to attack Japan itself. At that critical moment, Japan's iron spear was aimed at China's exposed jugular vein. That spear was blunted and turned back at the Salween River Gorge by the men and the airplanes of the American Volunteer Group.
I don't think people have ever really understood the significance of that Salween mission, and I understand that this could have been an entirely different world, you know, if that mission had failed.
Here was 1942. War had gone badly for the Allies on every front. There wasn't anywhere where things were going well. And all of a sudden we have this victory in China at the Salween Gorge. And had it been publicized the way it might have been, it would have had about an equal amount of effect on American morale as the Doolittle Raid. It would have been a wonderful thing to have really exploited. But it didn't have the propaganda clout that it should have had.
Through early summer, the AVG continued to harass the Japanese. On July 4, 1942, the American Volunteer Group officially ceased to exist. It became the 23rd Fighter Group, U.S. Army Air Force. Chennault was promoted to Brigadier General commanding the 14th Air Force in China. His new superior, General Clayton Bissell, offered immediate commissions to any Tiger who would stay on in the 23rd Fighter Group. But the men disliked and distrusted Bissell, and only 5 pilots stayed on: Tex Hill, Ed Richter, and 3 other Panda Bears. It was the same Clayton Bissell with whom Chennault had so openly disagreed during the pre-war bomber mafia days. Hill returned to the States on New Year's Eve 1942. After 10 days in Washington, reporting on the situation in China, he was assigned to Eglin Army Air Force Base in Florida. On a brief trip home to Victoria, Texas, he met 19-year-old Maisie Sale.
I saw this good-looking blonde over there in church, and I told Brother Sam, I said, man, I need to meet that gal. So he made arrangements for it, and I went over to their home in Victoria.
Tex was a big deal because he'd been in Life and Time and a lot of newspaper stories about the Flying Tigers. And John Wayne had made a movie and played Tex's part in that movie. And Tex came in, and he walked in the front door and put out his hand to shake hands with me. And I've always said that if he had put out his hand and said, "How do you do? Will you marry me?" I would have said, "How do you do? Yes, I want to spend the rest of my life with you." And that's been almost 63 years, and I feel that very same way to this day.
Maisie broke a date with a Navy cadet to spend the evening with Tex.
We had 2 air bases there, and all those cadets running at this sweet young thing, you know. And boy, she was having a ball with them. She had so many boyfriends, and she was a hell of a tap dancer. She could jump off the floor up on the table and tap. And so anyway, I said, well, you guys are trying to contaminate that sweet young thing. I better get her out of here.
10 days after their first meeting, Tex and Maisie were married. After just a few months in the States, Tex returned to China. Chennault had asked him to come back to command the 23rd Fighter Group. Through the end of the war, the 23rd Fighter Group was in the midst of much of the fighting in China. Always small and ill-equipped, the group took a heavy toll on Japanese aircraft, shipping, and armies. Home on leave, Tex was at the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, 1945. There he met General Hap Arnold, Chief of Army Air Forces, at a pre-game gathering. Arnold told Tex he was disappointed in the way the Air Force had lost so many bases to the Japanese in eastern China.
He said, I think you guys could handle this situation over there. And I said, well, we could have if we'd had anything to do it with, and that started it. I said, we couldn't get replacement airplanes, and the ones we did get were a bunch of junk, war-weary stuff that came out of Barstow, Florida. He said, we've never given used airplanes for replacement airplanes. I said, well, General, I don't know where you get your information. I sure as hell know what I got. And so then I told him we couldn't get pilots. He said, we got 3,000 surplus pilots. I said, well, if you don't get them in the hands of people who can use them, you might as well not have trained them. Boy, I was hot. I'd lost some awful good guys because we could, you know, just flying them to death. But so about that time, Mosley pulled him off of me. And he said, I want to tell you something. He said, General, I don't want to forget that. Sure enough, the next morning, boy, they had me out of bed at 5:30 in the morning, wanted me back in Washington. He had already had guys checking into it. I found out what I told him was true. And they covered us up. with P-51Ds. He took care of it right away, and he just flooded that area with pilots. But, you know, the war's almost over.
In 7 months of combat, the pilots of the American Volunteer Group claimed 297 enemy aircraft destroyed, including 229 aerial kills. 19 Flying Tigers became aces. In combat against the AVG, the Japanese lost 400 pilots and crewmen, including 4 group commanders. The Flying Tigers lost just 14 pilots killed, captured, or missing, plus 6 more who died in training accidents. In its fight against the Japanese, the AVG was more successful than any other fighter group in the CBI theater.
They established an American presence. They showed that the American guys were brave, that we were willing to die for our country, and it inspired people, and it continues to inspire people. The shark nose insignia still elicits the same response. People go in and analyze the combat records and minimize the number of Japanese airplanes that were shot down. And none of it really makes any difference. The important thing is that they were there. They were only people who were being successful during a period in time in which we were being shellacked by Japan from one end of Asia to the other, and for that they were invaluable.
Well, it's true that we were mercenaries, but then when the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, then we were involved. Our country was involved in the war. And what brought us together is that was necessity, you know. It was teamwork together, and we had a hardcore that had flown together. We didn't have people rotating through us. Chennault molded us into with 3 different branches, and one of the finest fighting outfits in the world. The hardcore to this good day, really outstanding guys, and we're like family, and we cooperated in everything once the war started, and we got involved in it, and our people really turned to win this thing.
Tex Hill's favorite saying was, "If you want to have a friend, you have to be a friend." In its darkest days, China had no better friend than Tex Hill and the Flying Tigers of the American Volunteer Group.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
Summer 1945. The war in Europe is over. But the world is not yet at peace. In the east, Japan fights on. Her Imperial Navy is all but ruined. Her armies are destroyed or cut off on isolated islands. Her air forces are crippled by the loss of her experienced pilots. Japan's dream of empire is shattered, but her military leaders refuse to surrender. The battle for Okinawa ended in mid-June after 82 days of ferocious fighting. From there, the Allied forces of America and Britain planned to attack the home islands of Japan. But their victory on Okinawa had come at a terrible price. More than 50,000 Allied soldiers, sailors, and airmen were dead, wounded, or missing. More than 100,000 Japanese soldiers were killed or committed suicide. And more than 100,000 Okinawan civilians, perhaps a third of the population, were dead, many of them by suicide. As Allied leaders prepared for a massive invasion of Japan's home islands, military leaders in Japan swore to fight to the very last man, woman, and child. In late July, United States President Harry Truman and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill made a fateful decision, one that they hoped would end the war as soon as possible and save both the Allies and the Japanese from the bloodbath of an invasion. On 6 August 1945, the Americans unleashed a weapon the likes of which had never been seen before, the atomic bomb. 6 years and $2 billion in the making, the atomic bomb would, finally, bring an end to the Second World War. Perhaps no mission has ever changed the course of war more definitively or abruptly than the one undertaken by the 509th Special Squadron of the U.S. Army Air Forces and the B-29 bomber called the Enola Gay. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. 6 August 1945, 8:10 a.m. local time. 32,000 feet above the city of Hiroshima, Japan, a lone American B-29 bomber made its way toward a point over the city's center. Dutch Van Kirk was the navigator of that lone B-29. Today, he is the last surviving member of her 12-man crew.
To the day Paul Tibbets died, he and I would argue about whether or not I volunteered for this job. He'd say, well, when I called you, you volunteered. I'd say, yeah, when I got my damn orders, I noticed they're dated 2 days before your telephone call. So much for the volunteering part.
I was flying with the crew that, the captain in charge of that crew couldn't handle him. His name was Rocket. And nothing the matter with him, but he had two characters in his outfit he couldn't handle. One of them was Theodore J. Van Kirk, and the other was Thomas W. Farabee. And so I said, that's the crew I want. They'll do what I want them to do. Well, it worked out that way. Of course, that's the beginning of a long relationship between the two of us. We didn't fly together too much, but we knew where each other was and all that sort of thing. When I got the bomb project, of course, they're the first two people I asked for.
On that fateful morning in Hiroshima, Japanese authorities ignored that lone bomber. It was too high for fighters or anti-aircraft fire. And besides, a single enemy bomber was not much cause for concern. At precisely 8:15 and 17 seconds, Bombardier Tom Farabee released a single 5-ton object from the aircraft's bomb bay. Freed of its heavy load, the B-29 surged upward. Sergeant Wyatt Dusenberry, the flight engineer, pushed the throttles forward, and the pilot, Colonel Paul Tibbets, banked the aircraft left into a gut-wrenching turn that would take it far away from the target as quickly as possible. It was an evasive maneuver the crew had practiced many times. The object fell for 43 seconds through the clear air toward its aiming point, the T-shaped Aioe Bridge. At 1,890 feet above the waking city of Hiroshima, the object, known to its builders as the Little Boy, erupted in an unimaginable burst of heat and light. A single weapon with the power of 13 to 18,000 tons of high-explosive TNT. In an instant, its 1,200-foot fireball reached 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Near ground zero, sand melted into glass, and every living thing was vaporized or turned instantly to carbon. A full mile from the center of the blast, the shockwave turned buildings into shrapnel. In the cockpit of the Enola Gay, 9 miles from the blast, it was as if 1,000 flashbulbs had popped off all at once. In the tail, Gunner Bob Karen winced in pain and tore off the special goggles issued to the crew. Even through the polarized welding glass lenses, he feared he had been struck blind by what he later described as the fire of 1,000 suns. Of all the Enola Gay's crew, Karen had the best view of the blast. To the rest of the crew, he described a roiling, fiery mushroom-shaped cloud that boiled up 30, 40, 50,000 feet. A moment later, the first shockwave from the blast hit the airplane, shaking the huge bomber like a leaf in a gale. The aircraft was shaken a second time as the shockwave rebounded off the earth below, but the Enola Gay held together. Deke Parsons, the Enola Gay's weaponeer and bomb commander, sent a coded message to Tinian. The mission was a success. Below, the city had vanished beneath a boiling pall of dirty brown smoke. Flames were erupting everywhere. Karen likened it to bubbling molasses or the fires of hell. Colonel Tibbets turned the plane broadside to the blast to give the crew a better view. While Karen wrestled with a bulky K-20 camera, the rest of the 12-man crew was mostly silent.
The first thing we saw was a mushroom-shaped cloud, so-called mushroom-shaped cloud. All different colors within the base of that cloud. And on top of it was a mushroom you could see. It was up well above our altitude already, I'd guess, 40,000 going higher. And then as we turned on around and everything, we could see the city of Hiroshima, and we could make absolutely no visual observation because the entire city was covered with thick black smoke and everything. You want the description of it? I say it looked like a pot of boiling oil down there.
As Tibbets turned the Enola Gay toward Tinian and home, many of the men on board shared a single thought. This could be the end of the war. As they headed back to their base at Tinian, 6 hours away in the Marianas Islands, the men aboard the Enola Gay were awestruck by what they had seen. They struggled to find the words to describe it. From the tail, Karen could see the mushroom cloud for more than an hour. Finally, 400 miles from Hiroshima, he reported to the rest of the crew that the cloud was no longer visible. As the plane flew southward across the featureless Pacific Ocean, conversation dwindled among the crew as the excitement of the mission wore off.
We were also damn tired of coming back. It didn't make any difference what mood we were in, for crying out loud.
From Tinian, Captain Parsons' radio message was forwarded to the Pentagon. President Harry Truman was aboard the USS Augusta returning from a meeting with Britain's Winston Churchill and Russia's Joseph Stalin. During lunch with a group of enlisted men, Truman was handed a copy of the message from Tinian. "This," he exclaimed, "is the greatest thing in history."
The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
Aboard the Enola Gay, the crew talked of the end of the war. Some speculated that it might be all over by the time they landed at Tinian. How could the Japanese fight on?
Everybody said they not possibly stand up to force like this. In fact, Dick Nelson made it much simpler. He said, "This war is over."
The atomic bomb was an entirely new weapon, more complex, more sophisticated, and more deadly than any weapon system that had come before it. The airplane that delivered the atomic bomb was equally innovative, a technological marvel. At the time, it was the largest and most sophisticated aircraft ever flown. With its large bomb load and very long range, the B-29 was designed and built for just one purpose: to strike at the very heart of Imperial Japan. In 1939, with the threat of war gathering in Europe, the Army Air Corps requested design proposals for a very long-range super bomber.
Things looked so bad in Europe that it would look like Great Britain would be defeated and occupied by the Nazis, and the United States would have to bomb Europe from the United States. And so there came into being the idea of the intercontinental bomber. Now, it was ultimately realized in the B-36, but it set everybody's minds thinking.
Boeing Aircraft Company had a set of brilliant engineers.
They had done a whole series of design studies that led ultimately to the B-29. They incorporated in it so many things that would otherwise be regarded as too risky to involve into a single design to get the performance that they thought they would need. They incorporated pressurization in a bomber. They incorporated new engines, new propellers, new fire control systems, new metallurgy, new types of aluminum in it. Everything was pushed to an extreme. When it came into being, it had a very checkered career. There were constant problems with engine fires and so on. And yet, without a doubt, it was the most advanced bomber of the war. So it was the supreme bomber of World War II.
Boeing's B-17 bomber could carry up to 8,000 pounds of bombs and had a maximum range of 2,000 miles at a top speed below 300 miles per hour. For its new super bomber, the Army Air Corps specified a bomb load of 20,000 pounds, a top speed of 400 miles per hour, and a range of over 5,000 miles. The B-29 would be the largest and most complex aircraft of the Second World War. It would extend the range of strategic bombing over distances never before seen in combat. With its pressurized compartments, automated gun controls, huge engines, and immense size and range, B-29 was, in its day, one of the most complicated pieces of movable machinery ever manufactured. And it was designed, built, tested, refined, and ready for combat in just 4 years. Building the B-29 was not a simple task. Thousands of subcontractors fed parts to the 5 main assembly plants, 2 in Washington state and 1 each in Georgia, Kansas, and Nebraska. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on 7 December 1941 and brought the United States fully into World War II, the XB-29 prototypes were not yet completed. But the Army was already impressed with the design. 1 month after Pearl Harbor, the B-29 went into full production with an order for 500 aircraft. The prototypes had not yet been flown. In the first months of the war, it was clear to American military planners that no other bomber had the necessary range to strike decisively at the heart of Japan, and the Army pressured Boeing to complete the B-29s in record time. But the Air Corps requirements for the B-29 were challenging. Its design was highly advanced, and the aircraft was plagued with problems. Throughout the B-29's development, and for much of its service life, the most common source of problems was the engines. The Wright R-3350 duplex Cyclo was one of the most powerful radial engines ever built. With its 18 air-cooled turbocharged cylinders in 2 rows, this mammoth produced up to 3,700 horsepower. But it had problems. The rear cylinders tended to overheat and cause engine fires. The crankcase was made of high magnesium alloy. It burned so intensely that it could burn through the main wing spar in seconds, with predictable and catastrophic results. Once it was airborne, the B-29 could fly on just 2 of its 4 engines, but the failure of a single engine during takeoff could be disastrous, with a full combat load of bombs and fuel. Other problems included uneven distribution of the air-fuel mixture to the cylinders and the engine's tendency to eat its own valves. During World War II, nearly all B-29s operated in the tropics, where high temperatures on the runway increased the risk of engine fires and reduced aircraft performance. Engineers at Boeing and Curtiss-Wright tried many fixes, but the B-29's engine problems continued until the introduction of the 28-cylinder Pratt & Whitney R-4360, which came too late for World War II. During the war, mechanics in the field scrambled to keep up with the fixes ordered by the engineers, including replacing the 5 top cylinders on each engine every 25 hours of engine time and replacing each entire engine every 75 hours. It was hardly standard practice to put an airplane into production before its prototype had been built and flown. Through 1942 and 43, as bugs in the design were discovered and fixed, many changes were applied on the production line. The B-29 is just one example of progress being accelerated by the demands of war. By the end of 1943, production was in full swing, but there were so many changes that the B-29s coming off the production line were flown straight to modification depots for extensive refits. Bad weather and other delays meant that in early 1944, Boeing had built nearly 100 B-29s, but fewer than 15 were airworthy. General Hap Arnold, commander of the Air Corps, stepped in to tighten the screws, and by mid-April, 150 B-29s were ready for deployment.
At B-17, you always put your oxygen mask on. When you wore your oxygen mask continuously, if you moved around, you had to take a portable bottle with you, and it was cold, it was uncomfortable, it was noisy. I could give you a lot of things wrong with it.
Power settings had to be calculated precisely and frequently for best performance. Getting the right takeoff and landing speeds was especially critical, based on weight, air temperature, and field elevation. But all the extra charts and arithmetic paid off in more speed and longer range. The most revolutionary feature of the B-29 was its Central Fire Control System, or CFCS. Each of the 4 gun turrets mounted 2 50 caliber machine guns. Each turret could be controlled by any one of 4 analog computers, 1 in the nose and 3 in the pressurized waist compartment. The 5th gunner, in the tail, could control his own pair of 50 caliber machine guns or the guns in the rear ventral turret. The crewman in the rear dorsal turret was the central fire control gunner, who assigned the turrets to each of the other gunners. The computer-controlled gun sight for each turret compensated for the B-29's speed, the target's speed and angle, temperature, humidity, and gravity. The analog gun sight computer was highly advanced for its time and gave B-29 gunners an effective kill range of 1,000 yards, twice the range of a manually aimed gun turret. Paul Warfield Tibbets, Jr., the man who would later become a U.S. Air Force and aviation icon as the commander of the first ever atomic bomb mission, was born in Quincy, Illinois on 23 February 1915. The family moved to Iowa in 1918, where Tibbets' father worked in his family's grocery business. When young Paul was 9, his father moved the family to Miami, Florida, and, with a partner, started a successful wholesale candy company. In the summer of 1927, Doug Davis, a barnstorming pilot, was under contract with the Curtis Candy Company to fly over county fairs, horse races, and other public events and drop its new Baby Ruth candy bars from his airplane. In Miami, Davis came to see the elder Tibbets, who was the distributor for Curtis Candies. Young Paul sat in on the meeting and was enthralled by the dashing pilot. Davis needed someone to ride along in his airplane and drop the candy. Young Paul volunteered. Reluctant at first, his father agreed.
He looked at my father and said, "Mr. Tibbets, I have to have somebody fly with me in the front seat and throw these bars out. While I fly from the back seat, I'll throw them out there." And of course, I held my hand up right away. My father looked at me and he said, "No, not you." And my dad's business partner said, "Paul, let him go, for God's sake, let him go." And Doug Davis spoke up at the time. He said, "Mr. Tibbets," he said, "I'm married. I got a lovely wife and 2 lovely girls, daughters." And he said, "I'm going out there fly this airplane just like it should be flown. And I'm not going to hurt myself, and I'm sure not going to hurt him." And my father relented and said, "Okay." That was gave me my first ride, throwing candy bars out over Hialeah racetrack. Well, I'm fascinated by that machine. I'm telling you, there's nothing like it.
As they flew over the local racetrack just after the second race, Paul threw out handfuls of the sweets. The Baby Ruths landed on target, and as the crowd scrambled for the goodies, Davis made 2 more bomb runs over the track before heading downtown to the beach. They flew similar missions every day for a week before Davis moved on to another city. He later joined Eastern Airlines and became its most famous pilot, helping to pioneer air travel in the U.S. Young Paul Tibbets never forgot the excitement of those flights over Miami. In 1928, as young Tibbets prepared for 8th grade, his father sent him to Western Military Academy in Alton, Illinois, where he would spend the next 5 school years. At first, Tibbets rankled at the discipline of the academy, but eventually he chose to make the best of it. He became a good student and an average athlete. He had a few run-ins with the cadet commander over various infractions, but the fairness with which he was disciplined made a lasting impression, and it would influence his own style as a commander in World War II. In later life, he described his 5 years at the academy as distasteful, but he also believed that they were useful in preparing him for the challenges he would face as an adult. The summer before he started college, Tibbets hung around Miami's Opa-locka Airport, fueling planes and doing chores to earn money for flying lessons. He soloed that summer in a Taylor Cub after 6 hours of dual instruction. After 5 years of military school, Tibbets had trouble adjusting to the freewheeling college life, and he nearly flunked out of the University of Florida. As a pre-med student at the University of Cincinnati, he helped out in a local clinic and spent his free time flying for the fun of it. Tibbets found himself less and less enthusiastic about his chosen career in medicine, and more excited about aviation. As Tibbets pondered his future in late 1936, Douglas Aircraft Company introduced the DC-3 airliner. Suddenly, commercial air travel went from daring to safe and reliable, and Tibbets found his calling. Lacking the funds for a commercial pilot's license, he applied to be a cadet in the Army Air Corps and was inducted in February 1937.
I said, Dad, I'm going to be leaving school. He tried to look at me, leaving school, what for? Well, I'm going down to San Antonio to become a flying cadet and learn to fly airplanes in the Army Air Corps. He said, well, you're over 21, I guess that's all right. But he said, I want to remind you of something. He said, going back for a long time, I've supported you pretty well. I bought your clothes and done everything for you, put shoes on your feet and all that. But he said, now that's finished. You're on your own.
The Army, he reasoned, would teach him to fly and launch him on a career as an airline pilot. It never occurred to him that he might fly in combat. At Randolph Field in Texas, he was determined not to wash out. His 5 years at Alton had taught him all about military discipline and spit and polish. If following the rules was the key to success, he would follow them to the letter, avoiding every temptation to slack off or show off. Tibbets finished basic training at the head of his class and received the Army Air Wings in February 1938. As a top graduate, he was given his choice of assignment: pursuit, as fighters were called then, or observation. There were no bomber pilots in the Air Corps in those days. On the advice of one of the tactical officers at Randolph, he chose observation. That would open the door to solo missions and multi-engine training. During advanced training at Fort Benning, Georgia, Tibbets met a pretty department store clerk named Lucy Wingate. They were married in June 1938. After completing his advanced multi-engine training, Tibbets stayed at Fort Benning, flying the Martin B-10 bomber, mostly towing gunnery targets. In early 1940, the Air Corps' 3rd Attack Group received the new Douglas 820 Havoc. To fly the high-performance attack bomber, the Army searched for pilots with 1,000 hours or more of multi-engine time. Tibbets' name was on that list. He was transferred to the group's base at Hunter Field near Savannah and assigned as engineering officer for the 90th Attack Squadron. In 1940, the focus was on Europe, not Japan and the Pacific. In occupied Europe, the Germans were building flak towers up to 100 feet high and mounting anti-aircraft guns on top of them. Pilots in the 3rd Attack Group learned to fly their 820 Havocs at high speed in tight formations at 100 feet or less above the ground. That would allow them to fly below the German flak towers, hugging terrain to avoid enemy gunners and plane spotters. Tibbets enjoyed the challenge. It required steady nerves and precise flying skills. By 1941, it was becoming clear to many Americans that the war was coming. The U.S. was organizing its civil defense system for warning of air attacks. Tibbets' 90th Squadron was charged with putting the new system to the test. Their simulated low-level attacks on cities like Boston and New York showed that the system was woefully inadequate. Theoretically, Tibbets later wrote, he and his squadron destroyed most of the East Coast. Attacking coastal cities, roaring in on the wave tops in tight formation at 200 miles per hour, the A-20s would sometimes nudge each other, a wingtip denting a fuselage or propeller nibbling at an elevator. But there were no serious accidents, and the pilots of the 90th Squadron became experts at low-level tactics. Tibbets was on a return flight to the squadron's base at Savannah when he heard the news that the Japanese had attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. Tibbets was selected for training in the new B-17 bomber, and the B-17s were slow in coming. He was temporarily assigned to form an anti-submarine patrol unit flying Douglas B-18 bombers. As American war production geared up, the big flying fortresses began to arrive, along with the crews that would fly them. The B-17 was the largest land plane of its day, and some people thought it was too big and too complex for regular Army Air Corps crews to handle. Tibbets was given command of the 40th Squadron of the 97th Heavy Bomb Group at MacDill Field in Tampa, Florida. It was his task to prepare his green B-17 air crews for combat. It was an exhausting job. Tibbets sometimes flew 18 hours a day checking out the new pilots. There was little time and few resources to turn the raw airmen into effective combat crews.
Now, the training was nothing. You just flew the airplane around. You'd take barrels out in the Gulf of Mexico and drop them into water, and they'd fly around and shoot at them. That was our training. We had no gunnery training or anything. Most of the time we didn't have ammunition to train. When we got to England, we were the blind leading the blind. Believe me, we were.
Too soon, Tibbets' squadron was ordered to the West Coast, bound for the Pacific.
We got orders to go to Fresno, California. Now, the group commander was not with me, but he got on the telephone. He called me. He said, Paul, you're going to get orders to go to Fresno, California. I am in Pennsylvania here at Olmsted with the other two squadrons, which I knew. He said, I will get the message. I will send one message to you about where to go, and I will join you later. I got my message. We got in the airplanes, and we started for Fresno, California.
During their few weeks in Fresno, California, Tibbets drilled his men constantly in formation flying, navigation, and other critical skills. But when their orders came, the 97th Bomb Group was sent back across the country to Bangor, Maine. In early June, they were finally ordered to England. On 17 August 1942, Tibbets led 18 B-17s on the first daylight raid by American bombers on German-occupied Europe. Their target was the railroad marshalling yards at Rouen, France. Prior to that raid, British and American bombers had been striking German-occupied targets only at night. The Germans at Rouen were not expecting a daylight raid. Tibbets and his bombers caught them by surprise that day. About half the squadron's bombs hit their targets at Rouen. Their accuracy was less than was hoped for, but it was still much better than nighttime raids were achieving. 2 of Tibbets' bombers were damaged by flak. Their Spitfire escorts drove off 3 German fighters. All the bombers returned safely to England. The only injuries were caused by a pigeon that smashed through the nose of one plane, pelting the bombardier and navigator with shards of plexiglass. In October, Tibbets led B-17s and B-24s to Lille, France. It was the first time more than 100 bombers were joined in a single raid. Dutch Van Kirk would become Tibbets' navigator, entered the Army Air Corps cadet program in October 1941, and earned his navigator's wings 6 months later at Kelly Field in Texas.
After about a week there, maybe 2 weeks, they called out a bunch of names of 30 people, and they got us together and they said, you people are going through here in half the normal time. Well, they forgot to and doubled up on the calisthenics as well as the classes and everything else. They almost killed us, for heaven's sakes. So we finally convinced them they only needed the regular calisthenics, but we went through in double time, and we almost all went to the 97th Bomb Group. Look at that. My first combat mission, we didn't get any enemy action. So I come back and I thought, oh, this is a snap. No nothing to it. And I think it was maybe the 3rd or 4th mission that I changed my mind. I've been looking out the window on the right-hand side. We had 2 guns up there, one out the right, one out the left, and a 30 caliber out the nose. And we never hit a damn thing, but that's okay. I was looking out the window on the right-hand side. I turned around and looked, back a little bit, look out the window on the left-hand side. The time I turned around and looked back out the window on the right-hand side, there were 4 bullet holes where my head had been. And I decided, they're shooting at me. I earned my money today. So from that on, we knew we were in a war.
That October, Tibbets, now a lieutenant colonel, was given the job of flying General Mark Clark from England to Algeria to meet with French commanders prior to Operation Torch, the American invasion of North Africa. Tibbets stayed in North Africa flying bombing missions when it moved to Algiers. In January of 1943, he became Chief of Bomber Operations for General Jimmy Doolittle, who commanded the 12th Air Force in Africa. Less than a month later, General Hap Arnold, commander of the Army Air Forces, asked Doolittle to send back to the States his best field grade officer with the most experience in B-17s. The Air Forces had a problem, and Paul Tibbets was just the man to fix it. Arriving in Washington in late February 1943, Tibbets learned that the Army Air Force's newest bomber, the B-29, was in serious trouble. The aircraft was plagued with problems, mostly related to the newly developed Wright R-3350 engines. In July, Tibbets was sent to New Mexico to test the B-29 bomber's combat characteristics, with P-47 fighters making simulated attacks. The big bomber was hard to control in the thin air at high altitudes. It would be impossible to fly in tight combat box formations. Tibbets began to doubt the airplane's ability to survive in combat. On a day when his regular test plane was out of service, he borrowed a stripped-down B-29. Without its 7,000 pounds of guns and ammunition, the plane flew higher and faster and was much easier to control. Above 30,000 feet, the lightened B-29 could turn tighter than a P-47 and could outrun the fighters. It was an important lesson that he would later put to good use. In September 1944, Tibbets was called to Colorado Springs to organize and train a bomber group for a super-secret mission, one that might end the war. The Manhattan Project, America's program to develop an atomic bomb, was far enough along that figuring out how to deliver the weapon and training the crews to do it had become an urgent concern. The Army Air Force did not want a suicide mission. Tibbets' job was to figure out how to deliver the bomb safely and to assemble a bomb group specially trained to drop the weapon. He was to prepare 2 special bomber squadrons, one for Japan and one for Germany. Tibbets would get whatever men and resources he needed. If anyone refused, the code word silver plate would breach all barriers. As his base, Tibbets chose Wendover Field in Utah. The facilities were adequate and very isolated. USO comedian Bob Hope called it Leftover Field. The men called it the end of nowhere. As the core of his 509th Composite Group, Tibbets chose the 393rd Bomber Squadron, a combat-ready B-29 unit. And he began bringing in the best crewmen from his B-17 days. Bombardier Tom Farabee, navigator Dutch Van Kirk, flight engineer Wyatt Dusenberry, and tail gunner Bob Karen. These men formed Tibbets' own B-29 crew and helped to train the other crews.
It really came home to me when you saw, when they were describing what you were going to do, that you were going to do something that would destroy an entire city. It could be you're going to shorten the war or end the war. And you saw a bunch of guys running around who you knew were nuclear physicists. How many people in the organization knew enough about atomic energy at that time to guess that we were working on an atomic bomb is beyond me.
Security was extremely tight. Only Tibbets knew the unit's true purpose, and the men were cautioned, don't talk to anyone. and don't even be curious.
You didn't talk about it, because if you did, you would get sent up to the illusions. There's no place like that.
How does one drop an atomic bomb and get away safely?
The scientists came to us and right at the beginning, and one of them said, "We think you will be okay if you're 9 miles away when the bomb explodes." I can remember looking at the guy and saying, "What the hell do you mean you think?" We could be wrong. Some guys are saying it could be 50 miles away. Some people are saying you can't get far enough away.
The bomb would be released from 6 miles high. A steep turn of 155 degrees and a shallow dive for speed would put the plane about 9 miles away from the explosion.
Immediately we decided we wanted to use stripped-down B-29s. These were B-29s that had all the turrets taken out, all the guns taken out except the tail guns, as much of the weight as we could get out of that B-29, take it out and get rid of it, so it could get up higher and go faster. We could not have done this mission in a regular B-29.
With stripped-down B-29s, the crews dropped dummy bombs and practiced navigation and the evasion maneuver that Tibbets had worked out. Germany surrendered on 8 May 1945. The 509th Composite Group now had only one target: Japan. They were ready, but at Los Alamos, the scientists argued about the odds. A 1 in 10,000 chance that the bomb's trigger would fail. They wanted 1 in a million. Tibbets said he would take 10,000 to 1 any day, and he gave the order to move the bombers to Tinian, 1,500 miles from Japan. The pieces were in place for a mission that might end the war.
Most people have no concept of why we dropped the bombs at the time we did. They just assume that we dropped the bombs in order to cause those large casualties. They do not take time to read it and understand it. And no matter what you tell them, I don't think most people will never understand it. You go to high schools today, and the high schools today don't understand anything about World War II. I think I did describe how I was introduced at one's high school as a veteran of World War XI.
There had been no other mission like it in history. The use of an atomic bomb for strategic purposes in time of war. The complexity and destructive power of the weapon is well documented. That the little boy dropped on Hiroshima and the fat man dropped on Nagasaki 3 days later caused the Japanese leadership to change its policy of defending the home islands to the last man, woman, and child to one of immediate surrender is a matter of historical fact. It is a singular story of technological genius and the fog of war, magnificent courage and terrible suffering, diligent planning and unpredictable happenstance. The mission of the B-29 bomber called the Enola Gay and its crew on August 6, 1945, not only changed the Second World War, it changed the face of warfare as we know it until this day. It was, in fact, a mission that changed human history. I'm Gary Sinise, and this is Missions That Changed the War. The Boeing B-29 Superfortress, the airplane that dropped the atomic bomb, was as much a technological marvel as the bomb itself. It featured innovations like a pressurized cabin, an electronic fire control system, and remote-controlled gun turrets. Its wingspan, 141 feet, was nearly twice the span of Boeing's B-17 Flying Fortress. At 155,000 pounds combat weight, the B-29 was one of the largest aircraft to serve in World War II. It went from drawing board to combat in less than 4 years. It went into full production before its prototype flew, and the first B-29s to come off the assembly line were full of problems. But eventually, it became a very capable strategic bomber, and it served the U.S. Air Force through the end of the 1950s. In late 1944, the United States was well on the way to developing an atomic bomb. The U.S. Army Air Forces created a special B-29 bomber group to deliver the bomb. The 509th Composite Group. Its leader was Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tibbets, one of the 8th Air Force's most experienced B-17 pilots and a test pilot for the B-29 program. Tibbets was tasked with organizing and training 2 special bomb units, one for Germany and one for Japan. As the core of his 509th Composite Group, he chose the 393rd Bomber Squadron, a combat-ready unit of 15 B-29s. In an archival interview, Paul Tibbets talked about the mission.
You got a tremendous amount of responsibility there. You got a tremendous amount of authority. Be careful of how you use it. We're in General Ent's office, and he is instructing me as to my assignment. You are going to organize and train a unit to drop these atomic bombs simultaneously in both Europe and Japan. And he told me about using my code word of silverplate, but he said General Arnold had advised his entire staff in Washington that any requisition with the word silverplate would be honored without question. I reflected back over the things that had been said, knowing that it was going to be the most important thing that I ever did in my life.
He added 3 more factory-fresh B-29s to the group, personally selecting his own aircraft from Boeing's production line. One of his main concerns was how to drop an atomic bomb and get away safely. The bomb would be dropped from 30,000 feet, and it would explode 43 seconds later. Tibbets worked out an evasive maneuver that would get his bomber 9 miles from the blast.
The scientists came to us and right at the beginning, and one of them said, "We think you will be okay if you're 9 miles away when the bomb explodes." I can remember looking at the guy and saying, "What the hell do you mean you think?" We could be wrong. Some guys are saying it could be 50 miles away. Some people are saying you can't get far enough away. So you just paid your money, you took your choice.
The 509th trained at an isolated airfield at Wendover, Utah. Their mission was super secret. Only Tibbets and a handful of officers knew what they were training for, though others may have guessed.
We had every telephone coming into Wendover, Utah, or going out, it was tapped. Security was the most important thing that we had to maintain, because they didn't want anything to get out.
Tibbets cautioned the men of the 509th not to talk to anyone about the unit and not to speculate about its purpose. Violators quickly found themselves transferred to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, where they could talk as much as they liked to the walruses and seagulls. The air crews practiced navigation and dropped practice bombs called pumpkins that were shaped like the bulbous atomic bomb but filled with conventional high explosives. For maximum altitude and speed, they stripped their B-29s, dumping 7,000 pounds of gun turrets, ammunition, and other gear. Their only remaining armaments were their tail guns. By April 1945, it was clear that the war in Europe was in its final days. The bombers of the 509th now had just one target: Japan. In early May, they began shipping out to Tinian, an island in the Marianas Group, 1,200 miles from the Japanese homeland. Tinian is a 39-square-mile coral island, roughly 5 by 13 miles, in the northern Marianas island chain, 3,700 miles from Hawaii. Claimed by Japan after World War I, it was mainly a sugar plantation under Japanese rule. During World War II, the Japanese built 2 small airfields and launched fighters and light bombers from the island. U.S. Marines invaded the island in July 1944 and secured it on August 1st. 8,000 Japanese soldiers died in the 9-day battle. The Marines lost 328 dead and 1,500 wounded. Several hundred Japanese soldiers remained hidden in Tinian's semi-tropical jungles. The last survivor was captured in 1953. With Tinian secured, 15,000 Seabees moved in to build runways and prepare camps for 50,000 personnel. They built 2 airfields for the B-29s, a total of 6 8,500-foot runways, said to be the longest runways in the world at the time. Tinian became the busiest military airfield in the war. Massed bombing raids from Tinian began in November 1944. On the night of 10 March 1945, 279 B-29s, flying below 6,000 feet, dropped 1,700 tons of bombs on Japan's capital city, Tokyo. The bombs ignited a firestorm that destroyed 16 square miles of the city and killed at least 100,000 Japanese. 14 B-29s were lost. These massed raids continued until the end of the war. On Tinian, the 509th was again shrouded in secrecy. While other B-29 units flew low-level airstrikes on Japan, from which some crews did not return, the planes of the 509th flew milk runs, dropping their pumpkin-shaped bombs from high altitude far out of reach of enemy fighters and flak. Other units began to view Tibbets' crews as pampered misfits who contributed nothing to the war effort. When word slipped out that the group's mission might end the fighting, someone wrote a satirical song called "The 509th is Winning the War." In truth, the group's station on Tinian was not hardship duty. The hours were long and the work was hard, but there were white coral beaches and a hospital full of pretty nurses to provide recreation. In mid-July, the 509th began flying missions to Japan, dropping their pumpkin bombs on military and industrial targets. In contrast to the huge low-level raids, the 509th sent only 2 or 3 bombers at a time over Japan and bombed in daylight from high altitude, around 30,000 feet. The Japanese began to ignore these daytime attacks. After all, 2 or 3 bombs did little damage compared to the massive nighttime raids. On 17 July, Tibbets received a coded message from General Groves, head of the Manhattan Project. The atom bomb test had been successful. Scientists had set off the world's first atomic explosion at Alamogordo, New Mexico. Up to then, it had all been theories and high hopes. Now, the super weapon was a reality. From Tinian, Colonel Tibbets made 3 round trips to Washington between May and July to work out problems and to discuss target selection for the atom bomb. At first, the list of possible targets included the cities of Kyoto, Hiroshima, Yokohama, and Kokura. All of these cities were important industrial or military centers, and all had been spared from conventional bombing. Kyoto was taken off the list when Secretary of State Henry Stinson pointed out that it had great historic and religious significance to the Japanese.
Remember, up to this time, they had a target committee, and there were a lot of people picking out targets and everything else. These targets, which had never before been bombed by any other means. I knew the 5 of them beforehand, but I didn't know which one it would be. But we were all in favor of Hiroshima. That was where we could do the most good with one bomb that we were going to drop and everything else. That's because the Second Army was there. You probably don't realize it, but 25% of the people killed in Hiroshima were military people. And then you had materiel that was going over to Shikoku for the defense of Japan and everything else. You could probably do more good at bombing that than you could have any other city.
The 509th continued to fly practice missions to Japan, dropping their black powder bombs configured in shapes similar to the anticipated atomic bomb. In mid-July, Tibbets learned that the atomic mission might be given to a different B-29 unit. Colonel Butch Blanchard, the senior operations officer on Tinian, had argued that other B-29 crews were more experienced and more qualified. Tibbets countered that the 509th had been training specifically for the atomic bomb mission and were fully competent to fly it. He offered to take Blanchard on a practice mission to prove his point. With Blanchard in the jump seat, Tibbets flew to nearby Rota Island, still held by the Japanese. The Tibbets plane arrived at its target precisely on time and dropped its simulated atom bomb precisely on target. With the bomb away, Tibbets snapped the big bomber into the evasive maneuver his crews had practiced. Blanchard turned pale as the G-forces pinned him to his seat. He declared that he'd seen enough. The 509th would drop the atom bomb.
The B-29 was not supposed to hold together under that maneuver, we later found out. Make the turn when you're coming off is steep enough so your tail starts to stall. Then you know you have the turn steep enough. And just push the throttles forward, lose a couple thousand feet in the turn, and just run like hell.
In the second half of July, the 509th made a dozen conventional raids on Japanese cities, dropping the simulated atom bombs, bulbous, pumpkin-shaped casings filled with black powder or other conventional explosives. The raids avoided cities that were on the atom bomb target list. Their strange tactics, just 2 or 3 bombers at high altitude, confused the Japanese. Fighters almost never tried to intercept the bombers, and anti-aircraft fire couldn't reach the B-29s at 30,000 feet. Gradually, the Japanese became accustomed to seeing small groups of bombers that didn't cause much damage. Although some of the pumpkin-shaped bombs were aimed by radar onto cloud-covered targets, it was decided that the atomic bomb would only be dropped if the target were clearly visible to the bombardier. Colonel Tibbets was prohibited from flying these practice missions to Japan. General Curtis LeMay, who commanded all B-29 combat operations against Japan, declared that Tibbets was too valuable to the atom bomb mission and knew too much to risk falling into Japanese hands. The pumpkin raids proved to Tibbets that his crews were ready for the atom bomb mission. They could deliver the bomb precisely on time and precisely on target. The practice bombing missions also revealed a potentially serious problem in the bomb's design. The fuse that ignited the bombs was a radar-actuated proximity fuse that was supposed to detonate the bomb at 1,890 feet above the ground. But on 2 occasions, the fuse detonated its pumpkin bomb too soon. Once over Wendover and once over the Pacific, the bombs detonated just after leaving the bomb bay at 31,000 feet. The premature explosions did no damage to the planes, but they caused some serious worry among the crews. Tibbets made the last trip to Washington in mid-July. There, it was decided that everything would be ready by the first week of August. Tibbets flew back to Tinian to oversee the final preparations for the mission. On the morning of 26 July, the cruiser USS Indianapolis arrived at Tinian to deliver the firing mechanism and a small slug of uranium for the atomic bomb. The second slug of uranium was delivered by a B-29 from the United States. Halfway between Guam and the Leyte Gulf, in the early hours of July 30, the Indianapolis was hit by 2 Japanese torpedoes. Of the nearly 900 men who went into the water on July 30, only 317 were rescued. It was the worst sea disaster in the history of the U.S. Navy. Back on Tinian, the technicians continued to prepare what some were calling the device. Its final assembly would be done on the day before the mission.
We never called it an atomic bomb at all. How many people in the organization knew enough about atomic energy at that time to guess that we were working on an atomic bomb is beyond me. But if you guessed it, you didn't talk about it. Because if you did, you would get sent off the illusions. There's no place like that.
Fat Man, like the atomic bomb tested at Alamogordo, New Mexico in mid-July, was an implosion-type plutonium bomb. A sphere of shaped explosive charges surrounded a smaller sphere of radioactive plutonium. When the explosive charges detonated, the pressure of the explosion compressed the plutonium sphere to critical mass, setting off an uncontrolled atomic reaction. Fat Man would be the second atomic bomb used in combat. The bomb that would be dropped on Hiroshima was of a different type than the one tested in New Mexico. This was a rifle-type bomb in which one slug of uranium would be fired into another. The pressure of their impact would push both slugs of uranium to critical mass and trigger the explosion. Little Boy was a simpler design, and the scientists considered it more reliable than the implosion-type Fat Man. But in fact, a rifle-type atomic bomb like Little Boy had never been tested. Its first use as a weapon would also be its first trial run. America, China, and Britain sent the so-called Potsdam Proclamation to Japan on 26 July. Surrender, it said, or face prompt and utter destruction. The Japanese ignored it. Three days later, General Carl Toohey Spatz arrived on Tinian to take command of the U.S. strategic forces in the Pacific. He brought with him a signed order from General Leslie Groves, the head of the Manhattan Project. The order authorized the 509th Composite Group to, quote, deliver its first special bomb as soon as weather will permit visual bombing after about 3 August 1945, unquote. The target was to be one of 4 cities: Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, or Nagasaki. Paul Tibbets favored Hiroshima. In a handwritten note on the margin of the order, President Truman wrote, quote, release when ready, but not sooner than August 2, unquote. Truman was meeting in Potsdam, Germany with Allied leaders Churchill and Stalin in early August and did not want the bomb dropped until that meeting was over.
I was never challenged. Nobody ever asked me, can I drop the bomb? Or, have you made a decision who's going to drop it? If they had, I'd have told them yes. Decision was made the first day I heard about it, and that's going to be me.
Colonel Paul Tibbets would fly the first atomic bomb mission with a hand-picked crew. Captain Bob Lewis, age 25, from Richfield Park, New Jersey, would be Tibbets' co-pilot. Lewis had often commanded the aircraft when Tibbets was busy with other duties. Theodore Dutch Van Kirk, navigator, age 24, from Northumberland, Pennsylvania, and Major Tom Farabee, bombardier, age 24, from Mocksville, North Carolina. Both men had been part of Tibbets' regular B-17 flight crew in England.
Tom Farabee was the best poker player I ever saw in the Army, and that's saying a lot. Best crap shooter, too. We met in the nose of a B-17. We were best friends until he died.
Captain William Deke Parsons, age 44, from Chicago, was a U.S. Navy ordnance expert who had worked on the Manhattan Project. He would be responsible for arming and monitoring the atomic bomb during the flight to Japan. He was assisted by Lieutenant Morris R. Jepson, 23, of Logan, Utah. Tech Sergeant Wyatt Dusenberry was the Enola Gay's flight engineer. He had flown in B-17s with Tibbets.
Dusenberry could really get more out of engines than anybody else. He was a master at engines and that sort of thing. And best flight engineer I ever saw.
Lieutenant Jacob Besser, 24, of Baltimore, Maryland, was a radar specialist.
These bombs operated on radar proximity fuses. They had to very accurately measure the height above the ground to get their explosion. If the Japanese had gotten onto the frequency on which they had operated, they could have exploded the bombs in the airplane. But we didn't think that was a very good idea. So we took Jake along, and Jake was our radar countermeasures expert.
Filling out the Enola Gay's 12-man crew were PFC Robert Chamard, assistant flight engineer, Sergeant Joe Staborik, radar operator, PFC Richard Nelson, radio operator, and Tech Sergeant Bob Karen, tail gunner. During the first few days of August, Tibbets gave considerable thought to a name for his airplane. He had no doubt that the first atomic bomber would become a celebrity of sorts, and the current identifier, plane number 82, didn't sound very heroic. He finally decided to name the plane after his mother, Enola Gay Tibbets. She was a strong, caring woman who had much influence on Tibbets' life and values. Bombardier Tom Farabee and navigator Dutch Van Kirk both knew Tibbets' mother and both heartily agreed with his choice. On the 3rd of August, the final order came from General Curtis LeMay, who commanded all B-29 operations in the Pacific. The official order for Special Bombing Mission Number 13 listed Hiroshima as the primary target, followed by Kokura and Nagasaki. If the number 13 worried any of the crew, they never mentioned it. Over the next few days, Tibbets and Farabee pored over huge aerial photographs of the 3 targets, especially Hiroshima. Farabee chose a landmark east of the city as his initial point where he would begin his bomb run. For the aiming point, he chose a bridge in the center of Hiroshima. Of the many bridges across the Ota River, the T-shaped Aioi Bridge would be the easiest to spot from 31,000 feet above the city. With orders to drop the atomic bomb only if the target were visible, Tibbets wanted to be sure of the weather over each city. Not content to rely on long-distance weather forecasts, he decided to send 3 B-29s ahead as weather reconnaissance planes. The planes would leave Tinian about an hour before the Enola Gay. They would fly over the primary target and the 2 alternates and report on weather conditions. 3 other B-29s would leave Tinian with the Enola Gay. One carried scientific instruments to measure the intensity of the atomic explosion. Another carried cameras to photograph the mission and the blast. The 3rd B-29 was a backup plane. It would follow the Enola Gay to Iwo Jima, about halfway to Japan. There, it would land and wait. If the Enola Gay had mechanical problems on the way to Japan, Tibbets would return to Iwo Jima, transfer his crew and the atomic bomb to the backup B-29, and complete the mission. On the morning of the 5th of August, 1945, the forecasters said the weather looked good for a mission the next day. Final preparations went into high gear. The Enola Gay was moved to a loading pit while the bomber crew attended a mission briefing. By noon, the atomic bomb was loaded in the B-29's specially modified bomb bay.
And then they told us to go get some sleep. How they expected to tell you you're going to go out and drop the first atomic bomb, which might blow up the airplane, and go get some sleep is absolutely beyond me. I know Tibbets didn't sleep, I knew Farabee didn't sleep, because we were all three in the same poker game. And I don't even know who won. It was that bad.
The crews of the 3 strike planes were summoned again about 11 p.m.
They came and got us, final briefing, latest weather information, all that sort of stuff, air-sea rescue, everything of that type. And then over to the final breakfast. And I remember vividly what we had for the final breakfast. Paul Tibbets loved pineapple fritters. I hated the damn things. We had pineapple fritters for breakfast that evening, I should say.
The Japanese were known to be torturing B-29 crewmen who had been shot down over Japan. As Tibbets left the mess hall, the flight surgeon handed him a small pillbox containing 12 cyanide capsules. Tibbets gave one of the capsules to Parsons, but kept the rest to be handed out only in an emergency. Paul Tibbets made it clear to the crew that if the plane were shot down, each man should decide on his own whether or not to commit suicide to avoid capture. The crew arrived at the flight line about 1:45 a.m. to find the Enola Gay bathed in floodlights. General Groves wanted the plane's departure from Tinian to be recorded on film.
We got in trucks, went down to the airplane, and I think when we all got down there, we were all surprised because the plane was lit up by keg lights. It was like a Hollywood premiere, for heaven's sakes. Dick Nelson, who comes from Southern California, said, looks more like a supermarket opening to me. Point I want to make, if all the interviewing is being done, all the pictures are being taken and everything of that type, were being done by the Manhattan Project. There was no media on the island at all.
The crew boarded the aircraft and went carefully through their checklists. No one wanted to make the mistake that would jeopardize the mission.
We were very heavily loaded on takeoff. We were about 250,000 max gross weight. Normal max gross weight of a B-129 over there. At that particular time, it was about 235,000.
At 2:45 a.m., Tibbets began his takeoff roll on Tinian's 8,000-foot runway. As the aircraft reached 140 knots, its normal takeoff speed, co-pilot Bob Lewis reached for the control yoke.
I was confident that this was the only way to do it so that I could control with the tail if I had to. So when I'm going down there and I kept it past that magic 140 that Lewitt was used to, he started to grab the yoke and pull back on it. He said, lift it off. And I told him, I said, keep your goddamn hands off of that yoke. I'm flying this airplane.
And he was in charge, absolutely. No. That was Paul Tibbets on an airplane. I don't know what speed we came off on it, but I know we used every damn foot of that runway.
At 2-minute intervals, the camera plane and instrument plane took off behind Tibbets, followed by the backup B-29. Conventional bombs were usually armed on the ground, but if the Enola Gay were to crash on takeoff, Parsons worried that a fire could set off the atomic bomb's black powder trigger. As the Enola Gay reached its initial cruising altitude of 4,700 feet, Deke Parsons and Lieutenant Jepson climbed into the bomb bay to arm the atomic bomb. While Jepson held a flashlight, Parsons inserted a small slug of uranium and a small explosive charge that would fire one uranium slug into another and trigger the atomic explosion.
I was worried to beat hell. The fact that we had an atom bomb right behind me, didn't concern me a whole lot. The fact that Deke Parsons was back there in the bomb bay, fooling the black powder, that worried me, because I knew what black powder would do.
the arming task completed, the crew relaxed. Many of them slept, making up for the sleepless days leading up to the mission. The 6-hour flight to Japan seemed routine and uncomplicated in spite of their unique payload.
Use celestial navigation to get up to Iwo Jima, and if you get lost between Iwo Jima and Japan, you are the lousiest navigator in the world. I'm sure there's some people who have done it already, but not many. Because you had a volcanic island sticking up above the ocean, and you could pick them up on radar and lead your way right in.
At 5:55 a.m. Tinian time, the crew sighted Iwo Jima, halfway to the target. The backup airplane, a B-29 named Top Secret, landed there. Tibbets circled the island once to allow the 2 other B-29s, Great Artiste and an unnamed number 91, to form up on Enola Gay, and the 3 planes headed for Japan, 3 hours away. At about 7:45 a.m. Tinian time, the Enola Gay climbed to 32,700 feet, her intended bombing altitude. Half an hour later, Tibbets received a coded message sent from Major Etherly, the pilot of Straight Flush, one of the B-29 weather reconnaissance planes. The weather over Hiroshima was suitable for a visual bomb strike. The other 2 weather planes also sent messages. The skies over Nagasaki were clear, but Kokura was hidden under ground fog. The skies over all 3 cities were empty of other Allied aircraft. Orders kept them well clear of the possible targets. About 9 a.m. Tinian time, the city of Hiroshima came into view, its white buildings gleaming in the morning sun. Dutch Van Kirk's navigation was near perfect, and the Enola Gay reached the initial point almost precisely on time. Tibbets turned the plane left to a heading of 263 degrees to begin the 3-minute bomb run.
We made the turn to the west. We wanted a bomb on a heading of 270. I missed it. We got on a heading of 263, and we just went in and dropped the bomb. Bomb run was very long. We were having conversations while we were on a bomb run. And Tom Fairby turned around to me once and he said, "Christ Dutch, if we'd have sat on a bomb run this long over Europe, we wouldn't be here." Well, I said, "Is it still on the target?" He says, "It's gone right down the track." He says, "Nothing I can do." You see, when the bombardier is making his bomb run, he's flying the airplane. It's on automatic pilot, everything of that type. And Tom was extremely good at it.
An hour earlier, the B-29 weather plane, Straight Flush, had set off air raid sirens in Hiroshima, but no fighters rose to attack it.
The Japanese had no defense against high-flying airplanes up until that time, and we were going to be as high as we could get. So we didn't expect any enemy action of any type on this particular mission, and we didn't get any.
10 miles out, Bombardier Tom Farabee spotted his aiming point, the T-shaped AEOE bridge. At 90 seconds from bomb release, Tibbets switched the autopilot and gave the plane to Farabee. The city of Hiroshima was one of Japan's principal seaports. It was an important shipping point for soldiers and equipment. It was also one of the landing points for the Allied amphibious invasion that was planned for November 1945. It was the headquarters of the Imperial Second Army, the Chigoku Regional Army, and the Imperial Army Marines. There were large military supply depots and many small factories for military goods in this city of 420,000 people. The Enola Gay's pneumatic bomb bay doors opened automatically. At 9:15 and 17 seconds Tinian time, the atomic bomb tumbled away. Its burden gone, the Enola Gay pitched sharply upward. Tibbets now had to fly the world's largest bomber as if it were a nimble fighter plane.
We made a right-hand turn, 60-degree bank, lost about 2,000 feet in the turn, pushed the throttles forward, just ran like hell.
Tail gunner Bob Karen felt like the last man in a wild game of crack the whip. Dutch Van Kirk recalls one particular thought as the plane sped away from the release site.
I hope it works. Because, you know, it had never been dropped before. 2 days before, the fusing mechanism didn't work. And I think if I'd have been a betting man, I would have bet before we dropped that bomb it was going to be a dud. So everybody was waiting to see whether it did explode and did it work. And then suddenly we saw the bright flash in the airplane. Hallelujah, it had worked. After we were certain we weren't going to get any more shock waves, we turned around to look what had happened. The first thing we saw was a mushroom-shaped cloud, all different colors within the base of that cloud. And on top of it was a mushroom you could see. It was up well above our altitude already, I'd guess, 40,000 going higher. And then as we turned on around and everything, we could see the city of Hiroshima, and we could make absolutely no visual observation because the entire city was covered with thick black smoke and everything. You want the description of it? I say it looked like a pot of boiling oil down there.
The initial fireball incinerated or vaporized everything in the immediate area of the blast. Beyond that, buildings were flattened, then set on fire. 4 square miles of the central city were destroyed, about 60% of the city's area. The firestorm that erupted after the blast widened the destruction. Estimates put the human toll at 60 to 80,000 dead, and an equal number injured. In Tokyo, many in the civilian government argued for surrender. The Russians were poised to attack Manchuria. The Allied blockade was strangling Japan. There were food shortages. Victory was no longer possible. But Japan's military leaders vowed to continue the war. America, some said, had no more atomic bombs. On 9 August, a B-29 called Boxcar, piloted by Major Charles Sweeney, dropped an atomic bomb on Nagasaki. The mission was flawed. The bomb missed its target by nearly half a mile, causing less destruction than at Hiroshima. That same day, the Russians invaded Manchuria. 2 days later, a group of Japanese military commanders met in a plot to seize the government and continue the war. The plot failed when senior officers refused to join the coup d'etat. On 14 August, more than 1,000 American Army and Navy bombers hit Japanese cities. Faced with the total destruction of his nation, the emperor ordered the unconditional surrender of Japan. The atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki changed the nature of warfare forever. Atomic weapons elevated the role of the strategic bomber and helped give birth to the U.S. Air Force as a separate service. They shaped much of the military and political landscape of the second half of the 20th century. The decision to use atomic bombs on Japan, made jointly by Truman and Churchill, has remained controversial. But one fact cannot be disputed. The use of the bombs was intended first and foremost to end as quickly as possible a terrible war against a ruthless enemy who was determined never to surrender.
Let me say emphatically that there's no way in those days that I could have even considered not wanting to do it. I was anxious to do it. I wanted to do everything that I could to subdue Japan. And in other words, I wanted to kill the bastards. That was the attitude of the United States in those years.
The Battle of Okinawa in early 1945 produced 50,000 Allied casualties and up to 150,000 Japanese casualties. If Japan fought on, Allied leaders feared a score or more of Okinawas to be fought all over Asia.
If you were over there in around Tinian, Saipan, Guam at that particular time, you knew that an invasion was going to have a lot of casualties because they were building hospitals all over those islands. We wanted a war to be over. We wanted to stop the killing.
The atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was instrumental in ending the Second World War. Tibbets, his crew, More than 1 million American servicemen and women and the American public were overwhelmingly grateful for the peace that followed. And the memory of Hiroshima and Nagasaki has helped to ensure that such weapons have never again been used in anger.
I'd just like to say to all people that before you say anything critical about what we did and the casualties we caused, or anything of that type, study the history of the war, study the history of that people, find out what was really going on back in those days, and then make up your mind.
I was quite astonished to know what it was because it had no propeller.
And John replied, "Oh, it's easy, old boy, it just sucks itself along like a hoover." There was the awful race against time. There was the skullduggery.
She used to say, "Oh, well, Daddy's doing something very hush-hush."
I thought, my goodness, why didn't I think of this before? And it seemed so obvious then.
A small English church is the last resting place of a man who didn't just change the face of the earth. He enabled us to see what it actually looked like. His name was Frank Whittle. This is the story of how he invented the jet engine. He overcame all the odds, only to see the British government almost throw his idea away and miss a chance to shorten the Second World War.
I was born on June the 1st, 1907 in Coventry. My parents were working class. My father was a foreman in machine tool manufacturers. I lived there in Coventry for 9 years, went for an elementary school there. And then the family moved to Leamington Spa because my father bought a small, very small, engineering outfit called the Leamington Valve and Piston Ring Company. And I really did get my first engineering experiences there because I helped him sometimes for, I think it was about twopence an hour or something like that, making slots in valve stems.
In Leamington, Frank also won a scholarship to the town's secondary school.
I was very lazy with homework and got a series of raspberries for that. But at the end of term, I would often do quite well. For instance, I'd come top of maths, something like that. I never did win a prize at school. But I did an awful lot of private study. I used to go down to the library in Leamington Spa and study all sorts of things which were not in the school curriculum. And that was where I first started to learn about gas turbines. I was always attracted to flying from my earliest years almost. When I was 4, my favourite toy, and this was 1911, was a tin model of a Blériot, And my heroes were people like Captain Albert Ball and Major McCudden and so on, the VCs of the First World War, and I just wanted to fly. And also I thought that boys in the uniform of aircraft apprentices looked very good, so I decided I'd like to wear that uniform and applied to join as an apprentice.
The Royal Air Force, however, rejected young Whittle. He was too small.
I was sunk for the time being, but before I left the camp, a very kindly physical training sergeant, if you can imagine such a thing, took pity on me, and he gave me a diet to follow and a series of exercises, Max Alding exercises. I did all that for 6 months. I put on 3 inches on height and 3 inches on my chest. So I thought, well, I'll have another shot. And I wrote to the ministry, but they said, no, once you've been turned down, you've been turned down forever. So I thought, well, I'd go through the whole process again as though I'd never happened, in the hope that the bureaucracy wouldn't pick it up. And I was lucky that time, and ended up at Cranwell in number 4 wing.
Whittle didn't enjoy life as an Air Force apprentice. In that rank, he would never get to fly. What brightened Whittle's life was the Model Aircraft Society, where he became the leading light at building working replicas.
So much so that the initials BWMAS, which stood for Boys Wing Model Aircraft Society, was, most people said that meant Boy Whittle's Model Aircraft Society, because we were known as Boy Whittle, Boy Smith and so forth in those days.
Whittle's skills at making model planes singled him out to the authorities. Perhaps he might be officer material.
There were to be 5 cadets selected from number 4 wing at Cranwell, and I was number 6 in the passing out list. So when the number 1 boy failed because of his eyesight, it made me eligible.
The founder of the Royal Air Force had his doubts, though.
Lord Trenchard nearly stopped it, because I hadn't been a leading boy and I hadn't made no kind of a name in sports, on which a lot of weight was put in those days.
Whittle's CO had a compelling reason to make Trenchard think again.
He thought that he'd got a mathematical genius.
It was this natural gift that got Whittle a cadetship. Less than 1% of apprentices made the huge step to join the elite in the Officers' Training College at Cranwell. Although this was next to the apprentices' wing, it was socially another world, one that shared the culture of the public schools from where most of the cadets then came. In the bleak Lincolnshire countryside, Frank Whittle's life now took a new direction. Cranwell provided a very intensive education for Whittle. For the cadets, just as it is today, the highlight of the course was the flying lessons.
I learned to fly on the Avro 504K. That was a very ancient type of aeroplane, 1911 type, and it sort with a toothpick between the wheels, you know, to prevent it tipping over on its nose, which in reality it helps it to tip it over on its nose, or even turn upside down.
Whittle was soon a daring, even overconfident pilot, and one who had his fair share of accidents.
I have to confess that I wrecked 2 or 3 aeroplanes. 3 at least, yes. The first one, I got lost and wanted to get back to Cranwell when the visibility had deteriorated very badly. It was the day, incidentally, of the cross-country run at Cranwell, which all cadets hated. And most of my fellow cadets thought I'd done it to get out of the cross-country run.
In between learning to fly and studying at Cranwell, Whittle first conceived the idea that would make him famous. It all started with a student thesis.
All cadets had to write a thesis, and I chose future developments in aircraft design, rather ambitious, and rather concentrated on the engine side. But the main thing in that thesis was that I arrived at what I now know was the well-known Breguet formula. I wasn't familiar with it at the time, connecting speed, range, engine efficiency, and so forth. And to me, that meant that if you wanted to go very fast and far, you would have to go very high, heights of 50,000 feet, that sort of thing, at heights where the piston engine obviously wouldn't work, and at speeds where the propeller wouldn't work. So I started to look for a new kind of power plant.
Whittle prepared this paper during the first half of 1928, but his findings at Cranwell were the fruit of the 5 years he had by now been training there.
My Cranwell thesis, when the professor marked it, he wrote on it, in effect, he didn't really understand it, but he gave me 30 out of 30, which I thought was quite satisfactory.
Whittle envisaged flying speeds of 500 miles an hour, at a time when propeller planes struggled to reach 150. These machines were noisy and shook the pilot terribly. That's because their engines were actually car motors on a bigger scale, with many moving parts. Whittle felt an aesthetic dislike for such power plants.
The problem with the piston engine as you go up height, even though you supercharge it, is that the power drops off as the air gets thinner, and there eventually comes a point where it won't generate enough power to turn itself over against its own friction.
Whittle's idea would use the same principle as a balloon filled with air. When this escapes, every child knows what happens. But it wasn't clear how an engine might recreate such a force.
I considered a piston engine driving a fan inside a hollow fuselage, and then thought, well, why not throw that piston engine away, up the compression ratio of the fan, and substitute a turbine for the piston engine? And there was the turbojet.
By now, Whittle had left Cranwell, but his search for this solution had preoccupied him ever since.
It didn't come to me out of the blue for the simple reason that I've been trying to find it for 18 months. But just the thought, get rid of the piston engine and substitute a turbine, you might say that came out of the blue. Whether I was having a bath or whatever at the time, I couldn't tell you.
Whittle's plan proposed just one moving part. This would be a shaft with a compressor, driven by a turbine at the other end. It would work like this. The compressor spins round, sucking air into combustion chambers at many times atmospheric pressure. Here, this air is mixed with vaporized fuel and ignited. The hot gas created expands through the turbine, turning the shaft, and escapes into the atmosphere. It is this continuous force which propels a jet aeroplane along. The turbojet concept brought with it so many natural advantages.
A very big factor in favour of a jet engine was that when you went up high, the air temperature was very low, very cold, and that benefited the compressor a lot. It meant that you could get much better conditions for the compressor. And the other thing is that in a normal turbine, the velocity coming out of it is wasted. In the case of the jet engine, that was completely used. After the idea had come to me, I thought, oh, my goodness, why didn't I think of this before? And it seemed so obvious then.
This was Whittle's moment of genius. He had seen the future of powered flight, and he was a pilot officer, aged just 22.
I was at the Central Flying School at Wittering, doing the flying instructors course. One of the instructors there was W.E.P. Johnson, who became a very good friend and colleague in later years, and he'd been trained as a patent agent. And he became very interested in my proposal. He thought it would work, and he helped me to draft a patent.
Have you ever patented anything?
No, I don't know a thing about it. Does a patent both publish and protect?
That is the whole point of patents. But one thing's essential. File a patent application before touting the thing round. Otherwise, you haven't a hope. I'll tell you what. Let's rough out a specification now.
What? Fine. What do we do?
Well, you make a rather better sketch, and I'll get on with the clever bit, the writing.
Okay.
Armed with his patent, Whittle offered his idea to industry. No one thought it could ever work.
According to the theories of the time, there was this fundamental difficulty with gas turbines, inefficient compressors, inefficient turbines, and the other big snag was the materials then existing in 1929 wouldn't stand temperatures of more than, say, about 500 degrees centigrade. But I knew, or felt pretty confident, that they would evolve in the normal course of development, and of course they did.
The positive young officer also went to London to put his revolutionary concept to the Air Ministry. Whittle fared no better when he met A. Griffith, one of the ministry's top scientists.
I went to see Dr. Griffith and another scientist at South Kensington, explained the idea. It was very coolly received. Griffith pointed out an error in my calculations, and it was all rather depressing, you know. And then after that, I got a letter from the Air Ministry saying, in effect, that they weren't really interested and so forth. It didn't help that I hadn't then received an engineering degree.
Soon after this rejection, Whittle seemed to have more bad news.
After I completed the flying instructor's course, I very nearly got posted to number 4 FTS, Abu Sweir in Egypt. That would have been a real nail in the coffin of the jet engine if that had happened.
Fortunately, the posting was changed. Whittle remained in Britain and served a year as a flying instructor. These were happy times for him. In May 1930, he married Dorothy Lee. During this period, he also got the chance to develop his exceptional flying skills. He was now one of the RAF's best pilots, and was chosen to fly in the Hendon Air Pageants, where he thrilled spectators with his skills at crazy flying. These were the red arrows of the day, and Whittle loved entertaining the public this way. At this time in Germany, a young scientist was eagerly looking forward to his first trip in an aeroplane. His name was Hans von Ohain.
I always dreamed about the beauty of flying. My first flight with a commercial airplane, I believe it was a 3-engine Yonkers, was a great disappointment. It was so noisy and so vibratory that I felt the piston engine and propeller is not the good propulsion system. The elegance of flying is destroyed by it.
The sight of smoke rushing from chimneys inspired von Ohain to think, if that force could be created by a turbine, maybe he could make a smoother aero engine.
High speed was not the primary goal. To me, the smoothness and low noise was more the starting point of my thinking. But as I thought about it, I noticed that, as a matter of fact, it will be capable of driving the airplane faster.
Britain's Air Ministry had declined to keep Whittle's patents a secret. Freely available, they quickly made their way to Germany, just as the Nazis came to power. These patents were widely read in German aviation circles, at the same time that Hitler was rapidly building a new Luftwaffe. Whittle's idea aroused no such interest in Great Britain, and his own jet engine remained stillborn. Yet the Royal Air Force was certainly keen to nurture its inventor.
After 4 years, every general duties officer had to specialize. He was given a choice between engineering, radio, navigation, physical training, and so on. But I didn't get a choice because, having been pestering the Air Ministry with inventions, they just said to me, "You will be an engineer." Though they'd stopped sending officers to Cambridge, they decided that I should go. So I went to Cambridge in September 1934 to take the mechanical sciences tripos.
Once at university, Whittle applied every piece of learning to his idea for jet propulsion.
I had got the feeling, rather, that I might be ahead of my time. With the extra knowledge I gained at Cambridge, I did become rather more aware of the difficulties.
Then this letter arrived in the post, which says, "My dear Whittle, this is just a hurried note to tell you that I have just met a man who is a bit of a big noise in an engineering concern, and to whom I mentioned your invention of an aeroplane sans propeller, as it were, and who is very interested." He's jotted a note at the top of the original letter. He says, "This letter changed the course of my life and triggered a revolution in aviation." And it did, because this letter rescued the turbojet idea in this country from oblivion.
The writer was Rolf Dudley Williams, an old friend from Cranwell. He visited Whittle at Cambridge with another former officer named Collingwood Tinling.
And they approached me with the idea of forming a company and getting on with it, and they succeeded.
A merchant bank was the catalyst.
Falcon Partners were approached by an intermediary, an engineer named Bramson. Williams and Tinling got in touch with him, and he got in touch with Falcon Partners, and Falcon Partners commissioned him to write a report on the whole project, which he did, and it was wholly favourable. Bramson's report, you might say, was another of the big key points in the whole story. He'd been very much involved with aviation. He was a pretty skillful aeronautical engineer. And his report inspired Falcon Partners to go on with the job. And in March 1936, they formed the company called Powerjets Limited.
Whittle told his backers the project had a 1 in 30 chance of success. The Air Ministry quickly added another obstacle.
One clause said that I was not to work more than 6 hours a week on the job. But of course, that didn't operate as an effective control on me. I worked practically full-time.
At Cambridge, Whittle also had to fit in the task for which he'd gone to university in the first place.
And I very much wanted first-class honours, so I had to work like hell because I was designing the jet engine and preparing for my finals at the same time. And that was a very difficult thing to do. I succeeded in getting my first, happily, and then was able to turn back to the jet engine.
Whittle approached a manufacturer in Rugby to build the world's first jet engine. British Thomson Houston made steam turbines. Whittle drove over from Cambridge, rehearsing what he'd say to persuade the huge company to accept a contract. He succeeded, when all he could offer them was £2,000, well below what his project really needed.
The proper scientific way to go about the job would be to build a compressor and test it, build a turbine and test it, build combustion chambers and test it, and then put them all together when the results from each were satisfactory. But the cost for that would have been about £30,000, and there was no hope of getting that amount of money. So the only thing to do was go ahead with the complete engine. What we were doing was trying to prove the engine right from the word go.
In a cavernous Rugby workshop, Whittle set to work on this huge challenge.
The BTH built the engine, and I stood over it more or less while it was going on. I felt that we were going to be all right as far as the simple centrifugal compressor was concerned. I felt that the turbine was going to be all right, but I was uneasy about the combustion problem because we were aiming at 24 times the kind of combustion intensity that was obtainable in those days. But the engine became ready for running proper on April the 12th of 1937. A lot of people said it wouldn't even turn itself over. What did happen proved the very opposite. I gave a signal with my hands to raise the speed with the electric motor to 2,000 RPM, and that was done. And then I opened the main control, and it It started all right. It accelerated out of control, and so did everyone standing around it. They all went down the factory like the wind. I didn't, because I was petrified with fright. I just couldn't move. It seemed like perpetual motion, but of course it wasn't. The fact was that a pool of fuel had accumulated in the combustion chamber, which we didn't know about, and that was keeping it running after I'd switched off the control. Well, that sort of thing happened day after day. We had about 4 of that kind of runaway. Just after the engine first ran and we'd submitted a report to the Air Ministry, this was the subject of another report by Griffith, the man who turned the job down in the early days, and his report damned it with faint praise. He brought in all the difficulties, said that no propeller meant that we wouldn't have the slipstream to help us take off, and so forth.
Whittle didn't know that in Germany some people were by now far more willing to bet on his idea. One of them was Ernst Heinkel, a legend in his country's resurgent aviation industry. Von Ohain had been introduced to him.
He was alone in his villa in Warnemünde. He explained to me that he wanted to finance the whole thing by himself if it works. And he said, I have the best aerodynamicists, I have the best and best designers, and I want you to tomorrow to speak with them and explain your ideas. I loved the Baltic Sea coast very much. I sure would think that would be a nice place to work, and so I choose Heinkel. Additionally, I felt I was afraid to go to engine companies. I thought they were too much ingrained in their recip engines, and my model didn't work sufficiently good.
Heinkel's company was attractive for another reason.
The whole development was very inexpensive, but when we would have asked for more money, we would have gotten it. So money was not a problem.
By contrast, the power jet's kitty was empty. As the Nazi threat grew, Whittle had a war winner, yet Britain was set to abandon it.
There were several things which hampered progress. In 1937-38, the worst was the tight financial situation. Our financial backers began to get cold feet. They had, quite unrealistically, expected that within a matter of a month or two, we would have an engine capable of flying in the stratosphere. Well, of course, we had breakdown after breakdown, and they began to lose heart. And they did not produce the money that they promised. The Air Ministry were very hesitant to help because we were in financial difficulty. After we'd first run the engine and shown that it at least was self-driving, they did agree to a very limited contract.
The ministry's grudging help only created new problems.
As soon as they gave us a contract, we came under the Official Secrets Act. That meant that we couldn't tell people what we wanted their money for. You can't go to someone and say, look, we've got a damn good idea, would you let us have some money? We can't tell you what it is, but it's very good. No, we couldn't do it.
By 1939, Britain had spent just £7,000 on Whittle's jet. His very position on the project was perilous. At the end of June, he was actually due to leave power jets. On his last day there, Whittle had to impress an important visitor with his engine.
On June the 30th of 1939, we managed to get a big breakthrough in the attitude of the Air Ministry, in that Pye, Director of Scientific Research, came up to see the engine run, and we managed to keep it going for about 20 minutes in his presence, and he became a complete convert. So much so that he agreed that an engine for flight should be ordered, and that an aeroplane to use it should be ordered too. When I drove him back to the station to catch his train back to London, I had the curious experience of him explain to me all the advantages of the engine, that it could run on any fuel, that it was vibrationless, etc., etc. And I just sat quietly. I was only a squadron leader at this time. I thought, yeah, you're telling me, old boy. This, of course, was the big turning point in the whole job.
The turbojet was saved for Great Britain, but Germany, unaware of Whittle's breakthrough, already had a jet plane.
I was very certain that it would work. But, of course, you always feel there's a danger. And we had made not too many pre-tests. We ran the engine before it flew perhaps several hours at the very most.
The support of a huge aircraft company had enabled Hans von Ohain to overtake Whittle. Heinkel's HE-178 was ready just days before war broke out. Test pilot Eric Varsitz was eager to take off.
He started and then he disappeared. And after a while he came back and we thought, oh, he's landing. He didn't. He made another round and we said, oh my God, he must like it. But we didn't have the airplane very filled up with gasoline. He landed and stopped the airplane just where Heinkel stood. And he said everything functioned beautiful and the engine worked well, and he was really himself, very enthused. We had a nice festival.
A jubilant Heinkel rang General Ernst Udet at the German Air Ministry.
I learned later on he called Udet and he said, hey, congratulations, but let me sleep. That's an ungodly time.
By now, Frank Whittle had been forced to move power jets from Rugby to a scruffy foundry at nearby Lutterworth. Ladywood Works was the name of the site. Today, there's nothing to show that history was once made here. But in these buildings, Britain slowly expanded its jet program.
In 1939, we only had just a handful of about half a dozen. And then at the beginning of 1940, we began to build up a team, and I was very careful in picking real quality. You know, first class honours Cambridge, first class honours Oxford, Imperial College of Science. We were advertising. Of course, we couldn't say what we were advertising for. And when we were interviewing them, we couldn't tell them what we wanted them for, though I think some of them guessed from the questions we asked.
Whittle's charm and enthusiasm at once inspired his new team to strive for the impossible. The noise and lack of space at Ladywood forced Whittle himself to work at Brownsover Hall, a country house nearby. Here he worked through the night, desperately aware that his work could shorten the war, and drove himself to nervous exhaustion.
My memory of him really was just somebody always working. And when he was at home, if he took any time off, say Sunday, he would sit in his chair by the fire at Broomfield, and we'd be there with his slide rule, which of course people used in those days to do their calculations, and bits of paper all over the place, working, and a little bit of time for myself and my brother, but not much, not much.
As Britain entered its most critical phase of the war, the expanding team at Ladywood was galvanized by a new order to prepare engines for a prototype jet fighter. Codenamed F940, we know it as the Gloucester Meteor. As a potential war winner, getting it in the sky to fight the Luftwaffe now became the focus of their work at power jets. They did not know that Germany was by now developing its own twin-jet combat planes at Messerschmitt and Heinkel. The country's prototype jet, the HE-178, had not been a success, but its last flight was exploited to the full by its maker.
Heinkel invited the Air Ministry to come, and the highest who came was Udet, and somehow